Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to bring you some more of the May Royal Invitational. We're on to day 2, and I am joined by Neblime, who's already topped his own group. What's up, May man?
Hey, hello. I am here. I was here in spirit yesterday. I guess I was here on the stage yesterday.
That's right. Performing in front of our hundreds and thousands of adoring fans.
Now, I got a problem here, Pranogo. I'm in the New England area, and I need to move house, but I got a lot of stuff I need to move.
Oh.
What the hell am I going to do?
Well, there is one place that I could recommend you call, and that is the pickup partner. It's actually, it's crazy, but you might know the guy who runs it. His name is Biddy B, and he'll move your stuff from Biddy A to Biddy B, so he's pretty good at that. So, I don't know.
Yeah, not bad. All right, I didn't know that, he had a side gig. I thought he made his living off making maps, but yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, it was really funny because last time we went for, I think we went for 4 Biddy B maps in a row in Group A or something. And so Vic was like, we've been to Biddy A and Biddy B, and this is Biddy C. It just kept going, so it was kind of silly. Yeah, he's definitely been the map maker to watch. I mean, we can flash the map pool on for everybody. So far, by the way, I gotta say, your game on Oblivion versus the Shambler yesterday was something to remember. I feel like it was the first time we really got to see it be put through its paces. The other time we saw Oblivion, Art of Turtle lost his Hydras looking for some proxy spot and then lost to indeed, it was a proxy. Lost to a proxy Stargate from Eclipso. So that was the only other time we saw. Yeah. So unfortunate. But hey, we are looking at it now. I'm sure it'll come up at some point if in one or if not both of the groups. I gotta say, thinking about it, I think we saw the whole gamut yesterday. I think all maps were played once in both groups. I'm pretty sure that's how it went. So it's kind of surprising to see us get to that point where we did get to see the full roster. Even if I'm wrong and one map didn't get played in one of the groups, we did see all 8 maps deployed. So that's pretty cool. That's something that actually doesn't happen every time. So it was neat to see.
Yeah, to my mind, the difference in maps is a lot less extreme than it was at Acropolis, right? Take a map like Fata Morgana, which you still have, right? And compare that to a map like Sideshow, how different it is, right? So players are much more inclined to pick one map than another, whereas now I feel like they're a lot closer in general. So it's not surprising that we see more variety, actually.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because obviously, I mean, there's no ban system in this anyway. You just pick the next map, right? But it was definitely cool to see that we got so many. I will point our attentions towards the Royal Rollers in Group C. We were thinking about maybe having Mystery Meat in, but fate did not have that in store. Instead, we have called upon one of the newest upstarts, the guy who apparently doesn't even play StarCraft that much. He's more of an Age of Empires 2 guy, ArbuzBudesh, and he is going to be replacing the Meat himself. But that should not distract you from the other people in this group. Hamster and HitEmUp. One guy who's been to multiple finals. The other guy who, I mean, he seems like a really strong player, right? Just storming onto the scene. I remember watching him back in the StarCraft days, so it's kind of surreal to see him here. And they are both playing as random. We did have a conversation about random yesterday, Neblime, but say what you will about actually playing in the shoes of somebody like Arbuz, who isn't random and just has to deal with these people getting it themselves. What do you make of this group, dude? I think it's going to be a banger.
If we had Mystery Meat in, it would have just been insanity, because already Hamster, obviously third place in Acropolis, is pretty formidable. And yeah, HitEmUp, like you say, is sort of coming out of nowhere. You always say you want to get the Korean pros in here. Well, one step along that staircase, I guess, is now we've got like S-rank players coming in. Actually, I don't even know if HitEmUp is S-rank. I just assume so.
I think he is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Coming from Brood War. So that's like the next step up. We've gone from StarCraft 2 Grandmaster to S-rank Brood War. And then what's next? I don't know, like the foreigner, quote-unquote, pros, maybe.
Sure, yeah.
So, they're definitely like this new generation, right? EED, HitEmUp, Calypso, those kind of people are all pretty good. And we get to see him in action now, and I'm honestly terrified for the next Acropolis, man. I don't know if I'm going to make it.
I know, yeah. Listen, the one saving grace you have is that I'm pretty sure EUD will be in the mountains for the next Acropolis, so you won't have to worry about him. But maybe Mystery Meat will step back into the ring just in time, so that we at least have one godlike Terran on the field. Now, that being said, there's like a 1 in 3 chance that we see Terran every single time the randoms show up, and I guess that increases slightly to once the extra random shows up, if we have random versus random, which could happen. Now, HitEmUp said that he's going to be revealing his race when he loads in, and Hamster, on the other hand, has not said anything about that. He does seem like the kind of guy to do that, but also maybe he's thinking about it more for, like, I'll put it to you this way, right? If you're thinking about the competitive integrity and being a fair player, whatever that means, all that horseshit, yeah, you're going to be thinking about saying your race, right? But if you're just thinking about what makes it the most exciting for people at home to watch, which maybe Hamster also thinks about, then maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you wouldn't. So I'm curious as to how that's going to go. If HitEmUp types his race and Hamster says, I don't know. It's like the kind of stuff that when Mesk used to play, he would just say like Zelnaga or Orc or whatever the fight, not actually his real, not a race that was even in the game. So you just had to scout him and deal with it. And so that maybe that's something that we'll see, some shades of that coming on in. But hey, we have Hamster in the chat. We actually have HitEmUp standing by. You feel like talking to the guy? Getting a look?
Yeah, if we're doing interviews, why not?
Sure,
I never heard his voice.
Let's bring it in. Sir HitEmUp, you are on the stream. How are you feeling today on your tournament debut?
Oh God, you put me on the spot.
There it is, all of a sudden. I saw that you were already feeling like, oh man, it's time I get the opening match. But you get this guy, ArbuzBudesh. You've spectated him before. You've seen some of his games. You even saw, I don't know if you watched it, but there was a cast that went up recently with him. So like you must know a little bit about him. How are you feeling about this opening match?
If I play how I should be able to play, I should win pretty easily, to be fair.
Okay. All right.
But I'm pretty nervous, and he likes to build what the hell they call the Ecclesiases or whatnot.
Okay, yeah.
So we'll see how that goes.
Maybe somewhat depends on what kind of race you roll, right? Because obviously you are playing as random, and you're still committed to telling people their race. I wasn't putting fake news out there earlier when I said that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna announce my race. I don't need like a little miniature advantage from that.
Okay. All right. Well, Neblime is obviously going to be a fan of that from a competitive standpoint.
Definitely.
Any thoughts about HitEmUp's play that you wanted to share with him, Neblime? Like, how are you feeling about looking at this?
I already know the answer to this, and I think you do too, probably, Pinoga. But HitEmUp, what races are you hoping to roll each match?
If I get Protoss all 4 times, I'm going to win 4-0. That's just going to happen.
Okay. So listen, all you need is a little shade of mystery meat luck, because I don't know if you knew this, but it's sort of legend in the community that the first time Hamster played in one of the tournaments that was like Acropolis, but last year it was called Ascension, he got to the grand finals, faced Mystery Meat. He actually went through the upper bracket. Mystery Meat had to go down through the lower bracket. And Mystery Meat rolled Protoss 4 games in a row and got 4-0 in the grand finals. Because it was Hamster's worst matchup at the time. So, you know what? It has happened before. It wouldn't be the first time, so it could happen.
It's a good skill to have.
Yeah, exactly. How are you feeling about the other 2 races then, your Terran and your Zerg? Are you feeling like you have what it takes in this particular group to do pretty well?
Performed well in practice games against like Crank and Neblime, actually, a couple games,
okay.
And other individuals. So I feel good as Terran. As Zerg, I bat like a 50% win rate against EUD, and that's decent.
Mm-hmm.
But ZVP is absolute dog shit.
Whoa, hang on a minute. You were saying 80% yesterday.
Oh, I think that meant when he was playing
my
as
Protoss versus Terran is 90% against him.
Oh, okay. You're talking about like in general with random. Okay.
Yeah, I play random against EUD.
Gotcha. Okay, interesting. But you're not feeling the ZVP matchup then, is what you were saying.
Even tried to learn the game. I keep hitting the wrong hotkeys, so I'm trying to build units, so I just make like a random hodgepodge of things and hope it works, and it doesn't work against Protoss, but it works against Terran sometimes.
There you go. It's almost like he's letting the game decide his unit composition as well as his race for him sometimes. There you go.
In reality, you're the actual person playing in my stead. I'm just the marionette here.
There it is. All right, puppeteered. Listen, I gotta say, I'm always hyped when people pick random. I know that there's some people who don't like it more. Obviously, like I keep alluding to, there was that conversation at the end of the last stream where Neblime was talking about how it morphs the openings a lot, and he's probably right about that. But there is something about that short like dose of Oh my god, the suspense, what's going to happen that gets from random. So the fact that we're going to get that double dip here, I mean, maybe I'll just get my dose for the year, and then we won't have to have any more random players, but I think it's going to be an interesting group. So I guess as of that, since you are going to be announcing your race anyway, which steals a little bit of that thunder, do you expect Hamster will too? Have you even played against his random? I know you've played a little bit against his Terran, and probably seen his Protoss, obviously, since that's what he last played with, but how are you feeling about this guy?
He's a very cheeky player. I do not expect him to say his race, and if he does, he's probably going to lie about it. So we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, listen, this is off the back of Hamster doing some really intense cheeses as Terran, so I have a suspicion that something like that will happen. He even wrote in chat he plays for memes. So who knows what's going to happen here. But,
yeah, but
you know.
I feel like you only say that, HitEmUp, because you don't know Hamster. You know, I didn't think he would do that kind of thing, quite frankly.
I'm not saying it as like a mean thing. I was trolling him a little bit. Like he just plays like really weird.
Even as a meme thing, I feel like Hamster, he's kind of too nice as an opponent. So not only would he not lie about his race, what a shame. I feel like he's also not going to come in with the most obnoxious cheese. He's just going to literally.
Listen, I don't know if I can agree with this one, Neblim. Have you seen this man's early stockades, dude?
We'll see how this gets borne out, because I think he's trying out this early stockade stuff. He's going to decide if it works or not, and we'll see if he actually uses it. Because I'll be surprised.
Okay, all right, interesting.
I'll bet whatever I win from this on he's going to proxy a stockade at least once in a series in the game.
Okay.
All right, well, I'll give you that. Maybe we'll have somebody take that bet. We may or may not have Dead Infested in the Twitch chat getting ready to do the classic move of doing the Gamba polls on Twitch. So who knows what's going on over there. But hey, that probably just about gets us set up. So I am going to let you and your opponent know that the lobby is now up on Radman. Make sure you guys are on the latest release. And I wish you luck in your opening match here. HitEmUp. Thank you for joining us for the interview. Let us know if you have any final words before you go.
I just hope I don't embarrass myself.
I'm sure you'll do fine. Get in there and break a leg, sir. We will see you very soon. And of course, if you do feel like hanging around afterwards, regardless of the outcome, we're happy to have you for a closing interview if you're game for that.
Sure, I'll make fun of some people.
There you go. There you go. All right, GG's, sir. Good luck.
Thanks.
All righty then. Arbuz is already here. I didn't even have to ping him. And so is HitEmUp. You coming in, Neblim?
Well, I thought we'd do this by stream because we're still on Radmin, right?
That's right, yeah. If you would prefer to do that, that makes total
sense. Oh, right,
sense.
It's live. What am I saying? No, it's live. I'll come.
Yeah.
Give me a minute. I hadn't even launched it because I'm like, the lag. I don't get to watch anything. But no, I definitely want to be in if I can.
Okay, sure, yeah.
But hopefully in the future with Crown Link, even replays will be viable, right?
Oh, I actually don't even know how that... I guess it probably would resolve the issue automatically. But the other thing that I would think is that even if you spectate live, it would probably not drain the network as much, right? So that would make sense.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, give me a second here to restart Discord, but I'll be back. Feel free to start.
You got it. All right. I will ask our players to say when ready. And ladies and gentlemen, here in the realm of Cosmonarchy, we are about ready to get started on Maxiom. And let's see what fate has in store. HitEmUp's race and all of our spawns are to be decided through this RNG. And here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, HitEmUp has rolled Protoss, and he is in the top right, while Arbuz is in the bottom right. Very exciting time indeed. Hi. Arbuz with I'm Protoss as well. Oh boy, love it. So Nebline, are you here? What's he doing? He's gone. It's Jover. Hello?
Alright, I've returned.
Hi.
Operational.
Alright, you're back. So, HitEmUp has rolled Protoss. He has said he's Protoss. Arbuz has also said he's Protoss. And we have vertical spawns on Maxiom.
Look at this, man. It's over. He has 20 times the APM. It's over.
Yeah, Arbuz is a slower player for sure, like I mentioned earlier. More of an AoE 2 guy as far as his previous experience goes. And, it's funny, because he said that he's self-professed as a guy who prefers team games. He prefers maybe co-op content or even campaign stuff a little bit. He'll play the campaign stuff every now and then. And, maybe he'll replay it if it's really good or something. That's sort of how he phrased it to me. But somehow, Cosmonarchy 1v1 is less stressful to him. And I can't... I mean, I'm not saying that I'm trying to make a stressful game. I just am surprised that that's his takeaway, right? So...
Well, maybe, he feels like he has no stake. If he identifies as a co-op player, then he comes and plays on and doesn't care if he wins or loses. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. Now, I will say that leading up to this day, Arbuz only received the invite to replace Mystery Meat late yesterday, so he hasn't really had a lot of time to prepare, but even before then, he had been grinding a lot of games regardless, and today, I think he spent the majority of the day practicing, so there's a chance he gets into significant shape just in terms of the meta game, if you will, and strategic understanding after playing against people like the Shambler and Krankendal a lot, so that was earlier today.
Well, about PvP, right, I just have to comment already that I played HitEmUp a fair bit, right, and I'm trying to learn Protoss, I'm trying to learn from him all sorts of things. Mm-hmm. I do wonder how much Arbuz has had time to absorb. But he's getting the Hierophant, which is sort of the meta option. So is the second gate, really.
Yes.
I just saw yesterday, I'm liking the Lattice, but it definitely has deficiencies, right? You sort of give up any chance to attack if you build the Lattice, but I think you can't overstate the value of the Scout. Why is the Hierophant laughing? It didn't even kill anything yet.
It was a Scribe.
What, it killed it just now?
No, the other one on the other side. They're both getting Hierophant.
Oh, is that what that was? Oh,
yeah.
Well, his laughter can be heard across the map. Now, look at this. HitEmUp has actually done this against me when we were practicing PvP. And what he did is he went for an Ardent and went straight for the Acantor drop. Now, of course, he could go for any tech option here, but I would be very surprised if there's anything but one gate tech. But also, I have to point out, he's spending a lot of gas on these units. Oh, I crashed. I have crashed. Yeah, can you put up the stream?
Yeah, absolutely. I can't believe you've done this. You've connected through CrownLink.
Oh, yeah, right, or something. Where was I? So I'm surprised, though, he's spending a lot of gas on the Ecclesiast and Hierophant, right, when he needs to get texture shot. Look at this, 3 gates from Arbuz.
Yeah.
It's not as, tight a wall as it could be. Like, if you put another pile on something, or even if the Matrix is part of the wall, which maybe you want, maybe you don't. So, I don't know, if there's a whole bunch of Zealots or Legionnaires with a bunch of Ecclesiasts to back them up, it is breakable. It is breakable. Matrix is going to do a lot of work, though.
Listen, the last time I saw Arbuz in a PvP was versus Ecalypso, and he actually could have defeated Ecalypso in the early stages of the game, but he just didn't attack up the ramp. And that was back on Paradise. There was a different map, it's still 4 spawn. Actually, vertical configuration as well for the spawns. So, I mean, if he comes into that situation again and, breaks a Nexus or something like that, yeah, there's actually every chance that he could do something of that sort. You can see here, HitEmUp is going for the Ardent. So you were right. It'll be an Embassy next then.
Assuming he wants to do that, I mean, it is a lot of gas, but obviously dropping the Acantor makes it a lot stronger. Now, look at this. This Sacrificial Probe is going to be key because it's going to reveal that there's an attack force coming across. And yeah, it looks like Arbuz knows he needs to attack here, and he certainly will need to attack, I think, to have the advantage here. You could, in theory, just make a bunch of Dracodons and avoid the drop and sort of expand and play from there, but I think your opponents can be better off having the Ardent, even if their expansion is a little slower. Setting another Scribe? Okay, no, he's walling off. This is what I wanted to see. You really need to limit the surface area as much as you can. But
yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Can't Legionnaires just run through the top there, at least?
Yeah, Legionnaires can. I think Zealots will have the same collision, but I'm not sure that Arbuz will try that. He's stacked out a lot more on the Ecclesiast side, and I think he's just sharked in here, seen no expansion, and maybe wants to go for one of his own. He's actually got a couple of workers down at 6 o'clock, funnily enough.
Yeah, it could be important to get that extra mineral saturation because a Nexus is so expensive. So it can definitely be a move. And I've noticed playing Protoss a bit, actually, that after the early game, you actually have a hard time spending gas. If you go for one gate tech like HitEmUp is, he's going to have better options for that. But if you open to multiple gateways like Arbuz here, you tend to get more of a gas bank than mineral bank if you're mining just on normal saturation. So I like taking the neutral base. I think it's a good move to get a bit more minerals, but... What's he going to do about the fact that he's behind in tech? That's what we need to see next.
Yeah, and does he even know he's behind in tech? The embassy is coming. Acantor more than halfway done, so that'll be instrumental in the hold. Arbuz might decide that he wants to chance up an attack over here, which is, his attack can break this if he feels...
Can it, though?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I mean, there's obviously a lot of Ecclesiasts, but you can hit the pylon.
Well...
The Acantor's out now, so yeah, I don't think there's going to be too much success there. He would have to pull off some serious micro shenanigans in order to make that a possibility. Second gate now coming for HitEmUp as well, so interesting choice
That would be a tough sell to break that, in my opinion. It would be possible, I suppose you're right, but either way, it would take a really long time for that fight to go down. It will be Ecclesiast and the Matrix as well.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow, that
absolutely.
palm powers that matrix? Oh, I guess it got built there.
Yeah,
so-
yeah, that's right. It doesn't look like it, but it does.
Now, he did not see the Acantor, did he?
No.
So he has no idea.
Nope, no clue. I mean, now if he attacked,
Interesting.
it might be a little bit easier because the forces are a little bit further away, you know. But still, as soon as you see the Acantor, you got to tuck tail and run. There's going to be a Stargate
just
coming
no
here for our upstart Protoss.
Yeah. Pretty good against anything comes out from the Ardent, I think. I mean, obviously, Positrons can give some splash, but say you're just making Exemplars, they don't really care about splash as much because they're so far away. So I feel like any possible Ardent unit you make, unit from the Stargate is pretty good against it. Now, the only thing is this drop going to do much damage? The army is completely out. I don't believe he's got anything at home. Double Warden will do a lot, though. I feel like HitEmUp's still going to get a significant amount of kills here, but it won't be catastrophic against these Wardens. We'll have to see.
Yeah, because the interception projectile, like the behavior for the Acantor, where its shell just impacts, it just detonates on impact, I think he's kind of limited. He has to drop all the way in the bottom right, where his, obviously the Wardens will be in range. He's actually flying directly over it, and you know what? The fact that he's not targeting... Okay, he is going to target the Acantor, a huge hit, but he doesn't pick the Acantor back up. So he only gets 8 kills, which sounds like, oh, that's a lot of kills. But, you know, did he need to do more? That's the open question right now.
Yeah, and he's still stuck in his base, right? So I feel like Arbuz is okay here. Now, Arbuz doesn't have an embassy of his own, though.
Yep.
An Architect. I don't know about that. There's so much Zealot Ecclesiast here. I don't feel like the Architect's going to be worth even, like, a third of its cost, man. I feel like he's just going to flounder.
Yeah, I mean...
If he was on the offensive... Yeah, sorry, you go.
No, yeah, I do think that right now Arbuz has an opportunity to pull the trigger and get himself out of this economic deficit. I mean, he is at 1. Even if we plus 8 worker here, he would actually be under because of the presence of the embassy, right? So there's still definitely that situation.
It has to hit before this next Acantor comes out, though, because the Acantor will definitely be able to handle Zealot Ecclesiast. Honestly, it's almost like the hard counter to the Ecclesiast in this matchup, because Ecclesiasts are small, they bunch up, and they don't have that much health, so the Acantors hit them really hard. Now, he's going to have a poke. Will he come in here? He needs to. Well, the Matrix still on high ground might do some work. That's so much stuff, though. He just has a lot of gateway stuff. What a Hierophant and Architect's going to do against all that. He's coming in here. This Nexus is under a lot of danger.
Well, it feels like it is. Let's see. The Matrix is able to crack off a couple of shots. Remember, the Acantor is out, and the Envoy can go scoop it up at some point. Trying to take advantage of both the Avenge and the Ascend procs to try to come on back. Every time an Ecclesiast pops, HitEmUp can make a tactical retreat. Arbuz wants to dive on it, though. He doesn't pick the Envoy, so it can scoop up the Acantor, which has already levied a couple of shots. Oh, this front line's not staying alive for that much longer. Arbuz falls back to kill the Nexus.
If he doesn't get the Nexus, he's in dire straits here. I think he certainly can. He just be aggressive here, but you gotta watch out for that Acantor shell. Oh my god!
Oh, it was so close to just hitting all sorts of damage there. The Ecclesiast dies, lets him escape, but I still don't like this position. I agree with what you said there. He needed to kill that Nexus.
Yeah, and even you can, to some extent, just let the enemy army shoot at you when it's that small and you've got all these Ecclesiasts. I think it would have been fine if you traded like 3 or 4 units to get the Nexus there. Now, the Exemplar's getting very good here, but what is his economy, right? He's down in workers. He's about to be down a bit more by the looks of it.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, this one's actually... I'm not sure where HitEmUp wants to go with this one. He's actually flown over and revealed his position. More and more Zealots. Now, what does Arbuz do? Because trying to chase this thing across the map is not going to work out very well. He does have the Exemplar, so I guess he can just sort of...
Though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to shadow it. I mean, the Wardens will do their job here, right? Oh, he's not pulling, though. He needed to preemptively evade. Now he's right in the firing line. He pulls them back.
Oh, 3 more. And he manages to scoop it up. That was insane.
Oh my god. I thought that died for sure. Yeah, dude, if he got 1 Panoptus, it would be very easy to stop this. And the Panoptus does plenty of damage on ground. In fact, I'm pretty sure it has higher single target DPS.
Yep.
So it would have been a much better choice, I think, just for defending Harass. But you can see the logic for fighting in the army. The Exemplars are way better. Now, I think Arbuz made the same mistake I did and thinks the Acantor got killed, but it's still in that Envoy. It could drop any time. I was pretty sure it was dead too, but he's leaving it there. It's like, an empty shuttle. What's that going to do?
Well, I don't know. He does have an Draken incoming, so at least he can zone away that. I think HitEmUp might have thought it died too, because he's not really using it, you know? But we can see it's right there, so... and even if he wasn't going to use it, you'd still want to leave with the Envoy. Now, obviously, this first crack here is definitely going to start showing not really great anti-air setup here for HitEmUp. He doesn't have anything that can really easily hit air. If he decides to come out and try to attack these Exemplars around his third, the ground army can pounce. And it looks like that's exactly what Arbuz is set up for, but is he going to take the engagement on his own terms?
Well, he needs to get a good spread here, right? And, you know, there's a lot more Draconians out for HitEmUp, but... Draken is not as good as Zealot Cantor, Zealot Ecclesiast, right? And again, the Architect, I feel like, is not going to be able to do that much. Does he realize? Someone tell him.
Oh,
Someone tell
no.
both these guys.
Well, it doesn't matter. We got to fight to watch anyway. Maybe that envoy will get used at some point. Now, the Zealots, as small as they are in number, are still being sped up forward thanks to some Ecclesiasts going down. It's kind of a, a poison chalice. You want to pick them off just so that you stop them from sustaining, but it kind of speeds up the rest of the Gateway army. This envoy is still alive, and HitEmUp has still got no clue. Unfortunately, his Exemplar is almost certainly going to die. Oh, hey, there's no Hierophant to slow it down. It might be able to escape, actually.
Yeah, he noticed just in time, just before it started getting attacked pulled away. Yeah, Albus is in a terrible position now, though, because look at the work account.
I know, yeah.
I don't think he's actually been consistently making them, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Because I hadn't noticed macro issues for him before. Now, he's got 1,000 minerals. What is the plan for those?
Yeah, as soon as he assigns a lot of his workers here, he can definitely go for another base and just use the fact that he was the more active player. But it doesn't look like HitEmUp is going to let that happen. Already dropping the beginnings of a third on location.
And like he doesn't even really need it. I feel like he's just going to smash through here. Well, I mean, the Exemplars are formidable, but I feel like the ground army will get chewed up quickly enough. Although he's started charging right on top of these Architects, they're not going to do very much at all. No Cantor here, but that's a lot of Draconins, and that's good enough against Exemplars, I think.
Yeah, I do think so. Yeah, the ground army going to get totally wiped, and the Exemplars are in flight. Trying to run on back, you would definitely feel like throwing these Zealots at them to save the Exemplar from the hull damage. But you know what? Even despite that, I don't know that HitEmUp can make for a decisive win here. And,
yeah. The Exemplar are pretty good at defending in this kind of situation. That said, they're not as good against Protoss, obviously, because of shields.
Yeah.
Whereas their strength really is whittling down HP over time, right?
Yep.
And that's a lot of Draconins, man.
Yeah, and they're also not... You don't even want to attack the Draconins when the Zealots are in play, too, because you want to try to splash onto them. But the Draconin count is so high that it's really quite difficult for the air to make anything happen. Zealots are going to come on out, but the Exemplar are going to start to pop here. There you go. Nice little shot there to get rid of one of them. Fourth is on the way, but it's only halfway done. And yeah, at this point, GG has to be called. It'll be HitEmUp taking victory in our very first match.
So far, his prediction is correct. Interestingly, by the way, I think that Cantor got picked off towards the end, didn't it? Did it survive?
No, the Envoy did end up dying, yeah.
I thought it did.
Crazy stuff, though, for the first match. I was I wasn't expecting the Cantor, the first one, to do the way that it did. I thought for sure it would be scooped back up, but at some point, didn't end up going the way that we thought. Well, HitEmUp will go ahead and post a dub. Arbuz will wait for the next match to end. And that means that we get to show you guys the fancy graphic that even has our sponsor card on it. Because, of course, if you somehow missed the shilling earlier, then you know that we're sponsored by the pickup partner here. And let's see what we got. We'll ask Hamster to select map 2.
By the way, I just want to say that 4-player map, we did not see more than one half of it.
I know.
Up and down on the right side.
Yeah. Pretty funny stuff. All right, Hamster is selecting his next map. It's going to be Blackwater Bastion.
Nice.
I'm
I'm quite surprised to see Arbuz fall down in worker production there, honestly, because he'd done pretty well on macro in the games I'd seen. And that was pretty critical. I feel like you really need to be laser focused on worker production in StarCraft. And of course he lost a lot, but I feel like he could have been at like a good 40 at least, not like 26 like he was.
HitEmUp trying to shake off the sweat. Let's go. We are about ready here, and we will be getting right back into things. I hope you guys are enjoying the tournament, man. We're now officially past the halfway point. We only have, maybe it's 12 or 14 or 18 more games. Who knows? We will find out. And look at this. HitEmUp rolling Protoss versus Hamster's Terran. And it's cross-spawns. Cross-spawn Nexus first, or will it actually be a forward stockade?
I don't know if you want to do Nexus first in this game, man. I'm pretty sure Terran will kill you 100% of the time.
Yeah, but I still want to see it. And I feel like, somebody like HitEmUp is the exact kind of person that could maybe do it. I mean, he really likes the greed play. Yeah.
From what I've seen, definitely true. And he likes teching, actually, I'd say is more accurate, like we saw that last game. I think pretty much in every matchup, I think he likes getting one gate and tech. Maybe that's not true in PvZ. We'll see what it's going to go for here. There's a stockade. It's not proxied, guys, I'm telling you, although it is a pretty early one. I wonder if he's thinking of the play where you just run the Hurricanes in immediately. I'm not sure what else you're going for here. Now, he's mining gas. Could be for anything, though.
Yeah, probably quarry. That's my thing.
Yeah. Takes a while with only one Mason on it, though.
Yeah, that's a little curious.
This is something we don't see often these days, is the Stockade opener versus Protoss, right? Normally it's all Fulcrums, Vultures, and all that stuff. So I'm intrigued to see what Hamster's doing with it. I think he's got to go for Savants at some point. I think that's just what you do.
Well, looks like HitEmUp is scouting nice and fast, and of course Hamster will find him there. Now, see, Hamster did reveal his race, and HitEmUp will see that and say, oh, he is going to reveal his race. But is he just doing that as a troll for later? Well,
come on, man. You know Hamster.
I know. I do,
Hamster.
But HitEmUp doesn't.
Yeah, well, like I said, he wouldn't have probably even talked about that if he knew Hamster, right?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, he's pretty honourable player, I'd say. One of the more honourable players we have here. Now, what is he going to build?
Yeah, that's the question. He's nearing 100 Vespene. Okay, he wanted to show the anchor, and he's going to go ahead and stem after the scribe. It will indeed be shot down.
You, man. This one anchor kind of erases all hope I have for Hamster in this game. As soon as it started, I'm like, oh, HitEmUp's going to win, honestly. Because it's so much investment in defense. And what are you doing here? You're just making Mavericks. You're not even doing anything behind this, right? The Quarry, I assume, is going to come up in a minute. But HitEmUp, I think, is going to be just fine here.
I can't wait for Hamster to float 30 anchors into the enemy base and prove you wrong, Nebulon.
Stop that, though. No. He's going to... oh, my God. The Hierophant laugh again.
It's pretty epic, man.
Why can't we land air units and put them in anchors, Throneroom? What are you hiding from us?
Well,
look, that one-gate embassy.
You say that, but I just watched a Hamster repair his stimmed Maverick with a Mason, so I think I've made something pretty cool, actually. One-gate embassy from HitEmUp.
Okay, so is it going to be a second star pad? He's only mining 2 on gas, although rates don't cost much. He's going for a second stockade here. I'm intrigued. Is he going to go straight for, like, an Ant Seal just to see what's going on? I mean, that's when I first started as Terran, I'd like to do that, but I feel like it's a bit outmoded now, because A, you don't need super much information, and B, you can use a Watchdog. So it's a big investment. That said, you don't lose the Ant Seal or anything, though, so there's nothing wrong with building up Ant Seals early. And this would be, I guess, what you'd call the top ramen style of play, where you just get, like, 8 Ant Seals and put them on top of your army.
Yeah, it could be the case, but it's actually Cyprian drops, so you're completely wrong again, Nebulon, and he's just going to kill him with the drop, obviously. That's how he's going to do it.
Okay, but you know full well that I didn't expect that, because he's going to take too long to build these, right? He's going to have to drop, like, a mix of stuff.
Yes. Listen, I think it's bold to even show the Cyprian, but I guess you don't know that the enemies, you've gone Starpad, right? And that anchor on the forward scout, I think it actually did scout that there was no base being put down on location, so...
Yeah,
that's a little rough. I'm not sure that Hamster will have known that. We also have a witness just about to pop, so at this point, HitEmUp is going to be pretty well acquainted with everything that is going on here. And it's going to be only one Cyprian, actually.
He's prepared for, like, the Phalanx drop, dude. He's not scared of a Bio drop. That's not going to do anything compared to a Phalanx drop. I mean, look, he might be caught off guard. I shouldn't count my chickens before they hatch, but I mean, I would be surprised if this does critical damage. And I think if it doesn't, HitEmUp is just in a really overwhelming position because he has the double worker queue, and Hamster's sitting up here with no quarry even.
Yep, yeah, no quarry on the way, no expansion on the way. He is adding a Watchdog and a Covenant. That is going to be his gas expenditure of choice.
I do think you've got to go for the Covenant there. Without Savants, it's pretty hard to fight the Draconids toe-to-toe. The Witness comes in, it's going to see the Ant Seal building, it's not going to know, but he did put this anti-drop pylon already.
Yep.
Is he going to spot it? Oh, he's looking at his scout. Okay, now he sees it.
Yeah, it's a pretty fast reaction here, so he will be able to save most of his workers.
See, if he knew that wasn't a Phalanx, he probably would have called.
Maybe. He's lost 2 workers so far. The force targeting will get a 3rd, and now the Trojan is tagged by the Hierophant, so...
It's so dead. Yeah.
It is indeed
he
so
gets him out, though.
Yeah, he does. He'll get
I can't believe he unloaded all that.
Yeah, I think he might be able to pick off 1 extra worker there. Oh, no, okay, he does get it, but the Ecclesiasts were healing it for a moment. So that was a pretty big investment. Losing the Trojan is specifically the thing he wanted to avoid there, because it does cost 50 Vespene. And, I mean, so too does the Cyprian, but you kind of expect the Cyprian to die there if you can't get it out. He kind of... It's one of those things where he knew how expensive the Cyprian was. He's got to, okay, I'll scoop up the Cyprian at least and see what I can do. And then the Trojan gets tagged by the Hierophant. He's like, oh, now I've lost 100 gas. So, but, you know, did he do 100 gas worth of destruction to the worker line? No, clearly not. But, I mean, he has closed the gap a little bit, and he is setting up his expansion, and maybe this makes HitEmUp second guess the idea of moving out. So, who knows?
I mean, HitEmUp doesn't have a Nexus yet, but there is no quarry still, so it's all well and good to make that treasury and presumably another quarry from there, but it's not really going to get you ahead. At most, you're staying on par here. And the Ardent's already on the way. I feel like HitEmUp's just going to get his own back with an Acantor drop and just blow Hamster up. Now, Savants would be decent for defense, but, like, that's the best he has. pretty rough against Acantors.
The one thing too is that we won't have any detection here because HitEmUp did lose his witness to the
okay.
to the it was the Ancio revealed it for the Watchdog. Watchdog as a kill, so that's where that comes from. Now we have a couple of nice little scouting parties here for Hamster. He is planning something. Playing very strange biofueled style. He is looking for that. He has another Trojan. And yeah, you called it out again. Of course, the Acantor drop is incoming here. Looks like maybe now we're going to see an expansion.
If you're making an Acantor and you're not making an Envoy, you must be playing PvZ, because there's no other way that's going to be worth it, right?
I don't know. Well, I think Macro Acantor could actually work if you just A-move them across the map and then escort them.
Yeah, against Zerg, yes, but against the other races, they have too many tools. Like, you can't deal with Phalanxes, for example.
Oh, well, for sure, but I don't know if that's going to come into fruition. Instead, it's Massive Savant right now. I guess, he could make the hit unit the Eidolon. That would definitely help him out.
Yeah, the fresh new hit unit straight.
It's the hit unit, dude. Yeah.
Now available. Man, these Mavericks, they're going to get so unlucky to not see this Envoy come past.
I know, yeah. Well, I think the Savant and the drops are actually going to intersect here. And look at this. Boom, Hamster, imagine. Hamster is going to see that it's on the way, and it has even been attacked. So he's going to even know, okay, you've got what I call a dodgeball moment right there. So he knows what's coming. He can send his reinforcements out. He's making it. He's got the hip new unit, the Eidolon. Nice. And now the Trojan's empty. It's a feint. It's a total fake. And so he's pulled his army out. And
that engram, though.
That
is not happening.
Really? You think so?
Ooh, I mean, he'll kill it, but it's not worth it.
Check this out.
There's no healing. Well, okay.
Easy clap, dude. I only lost 2 units.
Yeah, I guess it was a good trade, actually. You're right. The drop in Terran base, though.
Oh, yes. And there's tactical lag and everything. Well, the Watchdog is in a pretty good spot here to deal with this.
Are we on extra?
Ooh, the Eidolon died. Didn't play dodgeball enough as a kid. No, they're angry. They're moving after him. They saved themselves.
Ooh, the Eidolon is actually pretty good here, I guess. But the problem is, Protoss can continue to just micro this around.
I don't know. Can the Protoss hold off this attack? They have a... Well, I guess the Architect is going to help out here a lot.
Architect's very good against fire. Once the Hurricanes are down, I don't think Protoss really has much mileage here. Sorry, Terran doesn't have much mileage here. And I didn't see, but the...
no, it's dead. It's dead back at home,
yeah. Oh my god, I'll get out. I better leave.
Yeah, this is getting epic.
It's
actually Hamster, so it's not you.
Oh.
You've been baited.
Yeah, well, I mean, if the game just ends now, at least I won't miss anything.
No. After this fight is over, I'll pause.
Yeah.
So we'll see if it passes.
Oh, that doesn't take long.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, man, once the Hurricanes are gone, it doesn't take long.
No, maybe it's fine. It looks like it's fine now. I was gonna say I can call for a pause, but seems fine. All right. Well, the Trojan is gone, and it's gonna head on home. The feint definitely pulled in the army and allowed the snipe of the engram. But the Nexus didn't get canceled. He held his nerve. And he did lose a lot of his Dracodons. And he did get a couple of worker kills. But he's actually down in workers now. Hamster has taken the macro lead. So,
you know, all said and done, Terran's not looking too bad because he's up in workers. And with bio, you don't...
Anchor the mineral line. Nothing in it, of course. But, you know.
You got to pretend. This is kind of like how the AI plays Brood War, where they'll have empty bunkers all over the base. And you're like, oh, what if there's something in there?
Yeah.
You know, I like Hamster's position more than I thought I would, to be honest. Because... Terran doesn't really care about losing their army too much with bio. You kind of just remake and send, you know. Whereas Protoss is like you lost this Acantor. He's going to build up the Architects, though, and that kind of does just solve all bio. Once you have enough Architects, the only thing you can do is try and have enough Hurricanes to like get in the front line, but they die pretty fast. I mean, I don't know. Hamster needs some kind of other option here to stay in this game. He's gotten himself into an okay position now from a pretty rocky start.
Yeah.
But what's his next move? I feel like the onus is on him. If they both just keep doing the same thing, HitEmUp's just going to have so many Architects that'll just crush any amount of bio.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility, right? The other thing that's worth pointing out here, in my opinion, is the fact that he's going to go for a Ministry expand here, it looks like, and take a third. I mean, that's actually faster than the Protoss, so there is that as a potential. Dude, poor Hamster and his poor connection.
Yeah. His connection's arse, you might say.
Yeah, you might say that. In fact, I think he's saying that right now with the letters on the screen. I can't believe, by the way, that some people have the space after their clan tag. Doesn't that just look wrong to you as like a guy who's been within a bunch of clans and seen?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even think to put it in my games though. I'm disappointed in myself.
Yeah.
I've been rapping.
Toyota Miguel in the chat. Does any Terran? Or no, that was actually Art of Turtle. Any Terran know what they are doing? No. That's what Lucy said.
You do have some kind of idea.
Yeah, I think so. All right, we'll see if Hamster is still rocking out here, or if he's is he here? Did he die?
No. Well, I mean, yeah. What's going on with Hamster?
Oh,
man?
it says he's online, and he hasn't typed anything here.
Yeah, he's still hoping.
Well, I mean, like he's online in the in Discord. He hasn't typed anything, so I assume he's just experiencing massive lag. But I'll ask is, are you still connected? Would suck to have a replay after that opening. I mean, I really wanted to see where that went.
Well, at least it got to a fairly even position though before this happened. It didn't happen, while the drops were going on or something.
I'm glad that we were at least able to get through that, so it didn't feel like one player was salty while the other one wasn't or something. So. By the way, if anybody's curious about the policy, if you have a disconnect or whatever is happening for Hamster, you get one for free. Obviously this is like an honor system for now, and if we suspect like the same person always doing it, then
he's offline status, dude.
Oh, did he just? He got nuked. Okay, yeah.
The HitEmUp was like, "This is too hard. I didn't win already, but quick, drop him."
He's gonna embarrass me with bio, and then sent his ass ninjas to get Hamster. Well, obviously they would say "oops" when they trip over the Ethernet cable.
That's just it.
Well, in this situation, I do have to say it does look like he's down, but we will wait for confirmation, and in the meanwhile, you can enjoy this lovely screen where you see that HitEmUp has already won a game. Looks like Shambler was already talking some stuff. He was pinging Arbuz in the CM Talk channel, and he was like, hey man, you could have busted earlier, and you could have done this and that. And so I wonder, like on the one hand, Shambler's definitely trying to help so that Arbuz can win some matches and show us some pretty cool stuff. On the other hand, what if he's actively sabotaging him because he's not a part of the USCM? You never know, dude. What if he just wants that?
Yeah, true. You gotta stay strong somehow. I feel like Hamster was very unprepared for TVP here. It really showed in the opening. Like, this drop was super half-baked, right? That he gets the anchor, then he gets like all these Mavs, and then like one Cyprian in the drop. It was very weird. But he sort of recovered, and I wonder, could he replicate my success with the Huracan drops? It's been shown that they can still deal with Architects just fine. He has the Star Pad already. He had a Trojan running around. I don't know, maybe that was the plan all along.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could have been like a pretty... I would say it's like a pretty cool thing to think about is what happens if this game goes a little bit longer and we get to see what the Terrans are truly made of. Because, in my opinion, what you really need out of the Terrans is some more experimentation. Not necessarily in the versus Protoss matchup, but it's always cool when somebody else who's like a top player with other races is like, okay, I'm going to try this. And like, even if it only works because it's a shock surprise, like you're actually building bio versus Protoss. Like, even if that's the only reason it works, it's still pretty good. So it might work once.
HitEmUp's getting impatient, man.
Is he?
He's putting a face in the tournament chat.
Oh, I see. Yes, he.
I mean, surely at some point we just pull the plug.
Oh, yeah, no, we do. I'm just waiting for him to at least log back on so that we know that he's still on.
Oh my God!
Wait
the
a second.
game's going. What the hell?
Whoa, we're back, boys. We're back.
Pause it. Make sure they're
God.
actually here. Holy shit! What the fuck?
I can't believe I've never seen a disconnect. I've never seen an almost disconnect for that long, dude. Holy shit, that is insane.
Well, hey, you know why? It's because we're on UDP, not on BattleNet. And on UDP, I know this from Brood War, it actually has no time limit because I've been playing LAN with friends and the cable got unplugged. And like we didn't realize it was like a tiny bit unplugged for like 10 minutes plus, and it's still reconnected.
He's on mobile
internet. Well, there you go. Oh, wow. Again, that would only work with VPN.
I know, that's nuts.
Radmin actually got to you?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's even better than Crown. Like, maybe we need to build... Oh, no, I think Jesse was already planning on that, so...
Still pretty cool. All right, the game goes on, and now I'm salty that I left.
Yeah, well, we are still going. Dude, we don't have to ask the question. We know that 3 Ahmeds just got built.
Okay, he better make some more Trojans and drop these on the Protoss army. I'll be very disappointed in him if he does not. I've already shown him the way. He's not going to do it.
I don't know. He's got this Trojan over here. It's already repaired and stuff. He's going to go ahead and make a move out. You know, the question after a long pause like that is, what was I even doing? What was the plan? I don't remember anything. I was disconnected from the internet. I don't even know
Turns
what's
out
going
he
on
was
anymore.
moving across. Look,
Yeah.
these armies are comparable, but he needs to use that Trojan, man. Okay, good reaction speed there. I don't know, man. I think Protoss smashes this, actually. Eidolons are fine, but there's not that many of them.
Well, there's like, I think there's 8 or 9, but yeah, the Ant-Seals are already down to almost no energy left, and the Hurricanes have been peeled off. And the Witness is here to detect, but hey, that Witness could be sniped at any point. There we go. The Witnesses are going to go ahead and get bopped. However, a couple of the Eidolons did get routed. There is almost no more revealing, not only detection, but no melee to really get on top of these Eidolons. So he's going to have to use the Drakodons for that purpose. Would love to see some
home to defend, though. I mean, it's not the problem of just defending straight up. It's like the Architect will start picking at him. And I don't believe the Eidolons actually have the range for that. Or is it even going to take that long? Yeah, this might be a mistake from HitEmUp. I don't think you can actually break that just like that. Okay, there's the Architect.
Oh, he needs to. He needs to. It's because that one Zealot revealed a bunch of the Eidolons, right? So instantaneously ends up getting losing a couple. He is making more stockades. He's going to go ahead and do Eidolon Huracan for victory. That's his plan. He does scout the third base, so it's only now coming up online. And Weir's this ministry has already been made, so it's already good to go.
Yeah, I think it is the right composition. Against Architects, I think that's fine. I just need to see the Trojans, man. That's what he's missing. I mean, you can try with Ant-Seals, but as you saw, it's pretty hard to get enough tanking to actually get the front line of Hurricanes in there. If you drop them on top of the Protoss army, it's kind of going in all directions, and there's chaos, and the Architects target them and all that stuff. It's much stronger. But also, he needs more stockades. Like, you can see the minerals backing up, and it's amazing, as you've shown me, how many stockades you can support off so few bases.
Oh,
right?
yes.
You can pump that stuff out.
Oh, yeah, wasn't that a game where I just did nothing but spam Mavericks?
Yeah, you had like 12 on a single base, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
That's what happens. It still didn't beat you, but it was still funny.
It took a while for you to win, though.
Yeah. Some would say that if you stand on 1 or 2 bases and then you beat me after 30 minutes of spamming vassals, then maybe you're just a piece of... Oh, never mind. I'm not that guy. He plays later.
Okay. All right. Good thing Architects don't hit air anymore.
That's right.
Taking
That's
out
right.
those Ant-Seals for sure. That's a lot of Hurricanes, man. That's a lot of Architects too. I don't know. Yeah, no, the Hurricanes are getting absolutely annihilated here.
It's because of the Acantor. A couple of shots from that bad boy definitely did a lot of damage here. 300 between it all.
Well, and I have to point out once again, the Architects got their range because they were fighting in the front line instead of being right next to the Architects, for example.
Yes, that's right. The Architect doesn't hit as many targets if you're in melee range with it. It gains split if it travels enough distance. So it's definitely a rough position to be in from that spot. He's incorporating a couple more Savants now. I don't know if the issue is the back line. I think the issue is definitely the front line. That now you almost need like Zerg-esque engages where you get a nice little concave collapse or something. And he doesn't really have that here. It started out fine, but he doesn't really have that here. Now let's see. Can his Hurricanes finish the job now? Because again, there was no front line at that point. You can get directly on top of the Architects. And now the Savants are reducing their attack rate. They can't do anything. Only one of them is left over.
Slow already.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
even worse for them. Yeah, and he's really overextended here, actually. Now, I think the backline is actually strong enough. If he dodges a couple of Cantor shots here...
Not even necessary. Instantly sniped down. Right. He has so many Eidolons, dude. This is a death stack.
Holy crap. This is actually really hard to deal with for Protoss. Because, of course, he has the detection. What you really want to do with Architects is use a Witness to get the long range. But with Ant-Seals always hanging about, he can't really do that. Look at that. Hamster's getting more stockades, like I was saying. He's getting more Masons. Is he going to pull this off with the basic biospan?
I don't know. He is down by a good number of workers at this point. He hasn't been keeping up with the macro. Tier 2 now beginning. What is the answer? And Ancestral Archives has been queued up. So I think the answer is going to be in the form of the Optecton. He's described it in the past as the fuck bio unit. Maybe that's the case, but maybe there are enough Eidolons. That's the only question.
I assume this release incorporated all the balance changes up until this Invitational, right? So I don't know if he's actually used it since the patch. I feel like enough Hurricanes can still solve that problem. Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Hamster, your phone died.
We know he can come back. That's actually happened to me once, dude. All right. Since we're stuck in lag, I've got a story for you.
Hit me.
I will occupy all of us while we're waiting. So going back to good old regular Brood War, playing free-for-alls, and I was Zerg. No, wait, I was Terran. I immediately got into like a 1v1 with the Australian next to me, because that's how it goes. Eventually, it was like me, that Australian guy, and like one more player left. And it turns out that player had been spending this entire like 2-hour free-for-all doing nothing except making Zerg static defense. That's all he was doing. Like a few Guardians to a tank. Yeah, so he was just like filling a quarter of the map with it. I sort of got to the position where I clearly overwhelmed my Australian enemy. And I had a bunch of
he crashed. Yeah, it's all
right. You'll have to wait till the end of this. For the end of the
go
story
for it.
Another... No. I'm not. I'm going to save it for lag.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it.
It's the lag story because it ends in lag.
It ends in lag too.
So that's a regame if Hamster's still here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I've already rehosted it, and as you see, you're in the lobby as well. Oh yeah, let's switch back to this view so we don't leak.
There he is.
Chat.
All right.
Yeah, that's too bad. I wonder what that was. If it was too much for the phone internet or what. But
oh, he crashed.
Yeah, too bad.
All right. One of these days we'll be finished with this match.
Yeah, exactly.
Same races. Oh man, I really wanted to see the new Tecton in action in a tournament. I'm very sad we didn't get to see that.
Yeah, I did want to see that as well. Okay, we are ready. Let's go for it. Back on Blackwater Bastion, the redo for real. Arbuz is going to have to stay awake a little bit longer than he thought. All right, it's HitEmUp. Rolling Zerg in the top left, and it's Hamster in the Protoss in the bottom right. Oh, no.
He's already saying great. You know what's happened? The timeline is like tainted now because that game couldn't finish.
Yes.
He would have got the 4 Protoss in a row. He would have got the 4 wins. But now we're in the wrong time stream, you know?
Yes, no kidding. No more memes. Hamster, what are you doing to this man? I do this for ass.
Yes, brilliant. You know, I'm glad to see that HitEmUp is embracing the Lavos first here because we're talking about it, and I didn't really understand his reservations, but for some reason he was sort of against it. But he's going to go for it here, and I think it's just the superior opening. And look, Hamster obviously way more experienced with PvZ than HitEmUp is with ZVP. But we've been playing so much on the non-Lavos first meta before Krankendown showed us that we're all very silly, that I feel like Hamster has not really adjusted for that. I don't know how many games he might have played versus Krankendown or whoever else since Acropolis, but I don't know. I feel like he's sort of prepared for the Hatch first level of Zerg, but it is so much stronger with Lavos first.
Yep, here it is. Taking off all the workers off of gas as well, so it'll be powering forward into a pool. By the way, you don't have to make a pool before you make all your other tech. This isn't StarCraft 1, but it seems advisable at this point. People haven't really figured out a comfortable way. Although cross-spawn, I mean, if you knew that, you might go for a very fast Hydrith, right? So this...
Yeah, it's an idea. There's a few problems, though. The first thing is, Hydras just take a really long time to build. And, you know, if there's some kind of rush, you want to have units out. Like, even say Protoss gets a normal gateway timing, if they go straight for a Legionnaire, even if you go pool, it sort of arrives a little bit before your units, right? So you've got to be careful about that kind of stuff. Not to say there isn't value to it, but it is risky. And especially now that Hydras don't have their armor pen, sometimes you just need Zephs.
You know, people in the chat saying that Hamster was screwed in that game. I don't know, man. Eidolons versus Tecton.
I think it was still completely up in the air.
Yeah.
And if anyone thinks Tectons are just going to win the game, they have not seen the post-patch Tectons, straight up.
They are very different, yeah. I mean, listen, they still do really well versus units with low or no armor, which does characterize a lot bio. But Tier 2 is on the way.
Hawkins.
You know, Eidolon's obviously able to...
He gets the Ezekiel. Matrices those Hurricanes. I don't know. I feel like, Hamster probably wasn't going to have an easy time, but I don't think it was over by any means. And again, if he just got some Trojans... solves the Tecton problem pretty well too, especially post-patch actually. That's a huge difference because of how much slower they fire. They're going to be really, really vulnerable to being dropped on top of now. I mean, even more than they already were.
Yeah, I kind of think that there might need to be a correction with regards to their HP, but we didn't really get a chance to test them too much on their new incarnation before we rolled out. And part of that is because, of course, you have to remember, and this goes for this game as well, because Hamster might think of using the Ancestral Archives in this matchup. It is historically very strong versus Zerg. You have to watch out for the fact that it's so much more expensive now. It is an actual Tier 4 structure in terms of cost, so it does take a very heavy amount of resources. And that does mean that you get what you pay for, but you got to pay up. And it was a little bit less expensive in the past before we really I kind of think that was kind of the same thing as when, you know, like architects could attack both air and ground units, and you know, like there's certain things that were just overdetermined. Like, why would I make anything else? And that's kind of what the Protoss did. They never made the Grand Library, really. Maybe they'd make it for Storm, like Hupsea, but for the most part, they wouldn't make anything like that. They just go straight to the stuff that's the cheapest, but also the best. And not having to make a decision like that, it makes sense to change that up. But anyway, HitEmUp does have a little bit of knowledge of where his opponent is, and he knows that it was a gateway opener. He does have the fixings to drop a 6 quasi attack into the enemy base, and he has a Circuit on the high ground. What do you make of this position for Zerg?
I mean, that Circuit isn't going to cover the natural, though. This ain't friggin'
Derelict
Nitro Valley, man.
This
This is Blackwater Bastion. That's not going to do the job. Protoss will just walk in and cancel your Hatcheros as many times as they want. Of course, he's not getting one. Getting the Zorkis right away.
Yes.
Now, I mean, the Zorkis is fine, but I have to say I don't like making this many quads. When you go Lavos first, you really have to lean on the Zephyr cores. Against both Dracodons and Zealots, quads not really super good. He does have a lot of them.
I wonder if he's not expecting there to be a Lattice opener here because his opponent is Protoss. You can see here that Hamster is fishing to attack up the ramp there, but it's a little bit harder for him to do that.
Yeah, he's not busting that.
No.
That's a lot of quads.
There's so many quads, yeah.
And the one Circuit will do enough against the Zealot shields. I don't think you should be trying that. He needs to get out here. But he confirms no expansion, and he did get the embassy already, so I don't think he's going to die to like his list somehow. And, you know, if he's going to go for Gore Recall, it's going to take so long to build up enough. The Witness will get there in time as well. So I like Hamster's position overall. He can probably just expand here and be totally fine.
This drop could do it.
Down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Zealots are leaving the building. That's really good anti-timing in this situation. A Nexus being started. The Warden is not going to finish until after the Quads already attack. So this attack is going to be a massive.
It's a really weird Warden placement anyway. But yeah, this is going to do a lot of damage. In the meantime, his army's getting baited into the Cosmos because Hamster's distracted.
Yeah.
Okay, he loses 3. Or was it 4? I think it's 4 bombs there, actually. He's coming back. He's got to save that embassy.
He's drilling on top of him because the attack is happening at the same time. The Kizilisks are burrowing to deal with the Zealots, and has he been outmaneuvered here? Well, the Quads are on top of, so it looks like maybe only 2 more workers have gone down in the meanwhile. Hamster down at workers, has his embassy, though.
Yeah, maybe it was a sort of tactical move. Just say, okay, like, all right, I'm going to lose a bunch of Zealots, but at least I'm going to clean up this drop. I don't know if it's quite worth it, because he sure lost a lot of Zealots there, but... either way, he will carry on here, but it's a bit unfortunate. Like, I feel like that Warden being off to the side is a big problem also, because he actually finished before that fight was over. If he was in the middle, it would have been a Warden off a lot easier. And it's really unfortunate that he didn't pull those Zealots back or anything like that. And really narrow window where HitEmUp did his damage.
Yeah,
now, because of his expansion,
absolutely.
Zerg got a comparable timing. I feel like Zerg pulls a little bit ahead here, but not drastically so. And you know what? Going for the Zork sort of bogs Zerg down a bit if he's going to continue to make his list. It's not going to be easy for him to get a big mobile army. It's not going to be easy for him to get to tier 2 if he's going to make these gas-intensive units.
He offered a sacrificial Quasilisk to the Witness after executing it.
I didn't see that. Wasn't looking there.
You know, I have noticed that somehow I have a knack for finding everybody's screw-up. Except there was...
He's going to do
Go ahead.
double the Kiz drop.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is interesting. Well, we have a Stargate coming. No Witness means that there will be one rebuilt, presumably, but maybe not if Hamster doesn't do that.
Once again, this Warden position, man. I hate seeing this because I feel like it's players trying to cut corners, like, oh, I don't want to disrupt my mining or something, but it's just so much less useful over there than it would be in the mineral line. And I feel like this is really going to punish him when the Eclipses come in. I mean, I guess it wouldn't stop them from burrowing anyway, but it would still be very good if it was in range of everything. He gets a second one, which is going to help him, but I don't know if it's going to be done in time.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on with that. Okay, we've got the Quads moving out here. The Quads only attack. Some Kizilisks moving forward to burrow more defensively. Zealot going to get caught by all those legions of Zerg. And there is another Witness out. Okay, so the defensibility of this is not out of the question. See how fast the Kizilisks actually move forward, yeah.
No matter what, if he had a Witness or not, he would easily be able to kill the Kizilisks. It's just a matter of do they kill all the Scribes first. Okay, he's going to attack the front simultaneously and run in, but that does give time for this Warden to finish. I don't know, depending on the angle he comes, maybe one of the Kiz gets killed before they burrow, but Hamster has to really be on top of his map vision to not get distracted here. Yeah. No, he's going to go right down the side as well.
Oh yeah, big time. And here we go. Quads are going to go ahead and engage, and look at this. The Kizilisks gonna go ahead and ignore one of those Wardens entirely, talking about that. Yeah, let's see. 5 workers dead already and counting, but the Quads are gonna go ahead and move back.
Yeah,
so 7 workers.
For Hamster, actually.
7
yeah,
workers.
Given how many Quasilisk he just killed, I think Hamster's totally fine here, as long as he goes and clean this up.
Well, you say that, but it's double the worker count now for the Zerg, so it's still pretty rough.
Yeah, it's true, actually. That is pretty bad. There's a 3 Okies. He really like sent some units over there, though.
Oh no, when the Warden reveals itself, I think it might die here.
Yeah, probably. No, don't send them back! What are you doing?
Oh my god!
Oh, how are they not dying?
Oh,
He
wow.
didn't target them. He probably could have killed like
Yeah, I
6
think he
more
could have
workers
killed
there.
so many of them. Remember, the return projectile is really big. Okay, well, we have the den up already for our Zerg player. Feeling pretty good right now at the current worker count. Quite the opposite for Hamster. Hamster is about 23 workers down right now, so it's not looking too hot.
I feel like he's still got a shot here just because his army is so much more superior. I mean, yeah, there's a few Lakizlis, but it's going to be hard for him to make any attacks. Maybe you can go for another drop. And he already has the Stargate, so he gets a bunch of Gladius. I don't know. Are Gorgokor's good against Gladius? No, I know they're not. Why am I even asking that question?
Their anti-air attack leaves a
Gladius.
lot to be desired.
It does. I like to use the word pathetic to describe that. One Gladius here can give a lot of value if it's microed well, but you've got to be careful. It can also be picked off very easily, which right now, as it's happening to it, Hydras will take that down pretty quickly.
Well, let's
so far,
see.
so good.
Yeah, the Witness for detection, focusing down the Lakizilisk. That seems to be pretty good. Ah, but the Gladius does fall away, so there's not going to be any additional bouncing.
It does have good damage so far. That Zor use is getting a lot of value. I don't know about the one Gorgorkor, to be honest. We'll see what that gets done, but I feel like that's just very expensive. But there's a decent amount of Zerg stuff coming in here. What else is coming out for Protoss? Doesn't seem like anything. He's not taking the pot shots at the Lakiz that he needs to be. He's letting them get too close. Although they do overextend, he's going to get one of them at least. He's going to get another one.
No, he's going to focus down on the Gorgorkor, sort of acting as like a floating tank so that the Lakizilisks can get a little bit further closer. It's an interesting idea, but with the Witness here to detect, I don't know that those Lakis are going to be able to do too much.
Well, as usual in CMBO, you can't overestimate the tanking of buildings. I feel like you should let this Nexus take some of the heat. Although it looks like the army's going to be strong enough. The Draken's decent against Hydras here. With a couple of Gladius to support, but he has to be careful. The Gladius can get picked off very easily if he's not careful.
Yep, absolutely. And with the speed boost as well, they kind of fall back too fast so that then the balls don't continue to bounce there.
Right. Well, they're starting to do their damage, though. 3 of them out now, enough to do serious pain onto these Hydras. He's going to lose one, though.
Yeah, one's going to get sniped immediately. Oh, a bit of a misclick there from HitEmUp. He targeted the Nexus instead of that Gladius, so that is going to start to allow the turn from happening. And there we have it. Okay. Hamster is stabilized for now. Still at a worker deficit, but not as much as it was before. Third base up for HitEmUp.
I think he's in a worse situation though now because Zerg can much more easily spam out a bunch of Hydralisks now, and he did lose that one Gladius. I mean, it's only one unit, but you need the Gladius count above all else right now. I'd really like to see him go across and try and harass with these Gladius if he can get enough stuff to defend at home. I guess he can't do both right now, but he needs to put some kind of pressure on Zerg because the 4th is coming up, more Gorgorkors being made. Again, I'm not really sure it was worth it. You can't tell me that like one Zoryus wouldn't have done a better job of running in and tanking there.
Probably not. I guess maybe the only argument I can imagine for it is that it doesn't body block all of the other units that are on the ground, but it does feel like it was a little bit of an easy pickings if Hamster decided to turn and shoot at it, you know, kiting backwards.
Well, if he makes like 10 of them, which he's making 2 right now, I like it a lot more. I'm not even sure if they're like that good against Draconins until they get to high numbers anyway. Like,
no, I wouldn't use them for DPS in this composition. The Hydras are definitely the deeps, but
yeah, you need to be careful with these Gladius, dude.
You know what would be really good with these Gladius or against them? It would be a bunch of Nathracors, but there is no Vornath on the way.
Very all or nothing though, because if you don't kill the stack, it certainly will kill you.
Oh, fair enough.
You know what? I guess I was wrong because the Gorgorkors have to chase, but they are going to get picked off here, and they're very expensive. Okay, one of them survives.
Yeah, and Hamster's trying to do a good job of just sort of stacking back and kiting, but he constantly has to escape the chase potential there.
Uh-oh, the guys are... Oh. Yeah, he needed the Gladius on separate hotkeys, to be honest, because he could have taken way more shots with them, but he microed the army and the Gladius back at the same time. Now, what has he got? He's got 5 Gladiuses now. There goes the Gorgorkor. That's a lot of Hydras, so that's just way too many. There's no Engram here or anything like that. No Exemplar, which would also be a strong unit here. 5 Gladius not going to be able to handle this, man.
Well, you say that. They've been allowed to stack up multiple times now, but they will indeed have to fall away.
He needs more Zealots every time, though. He needs like a bunch of Zealots to tag to get the bounces off. Once the ground army's gone, the Hydras instantly delete this.
Yeah, one of them's already down. Listen, there's another one immediately to replace. If HitEmUp doesn't take this fight carefully, he could be in for a world of pain. Let's see.
And again, Hamster not hooking Gladius separately is really costing him here. I feel like the ground army needs to like stay in tank while the Gladius move back and forth. But he's still doing pretty good damage so far. And after one-shot Hydras, and look at that, they bounce like a slinky or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's doing a lot of damage.
It is, but the worker count is falling. The Nexus will be next. And maybe last with this particular army.
You know what? Yeah, I guess he's going to live, and he still has the Gladius count. He lost 1 again. Yeah. Man. Well, there's no tier 2, right? So maybe if he just keeps building up the Gladius count, he can stay in the game this way. Did I see an overlap unloading somewhere?
No, that was probably the brood spawn dying or something.
Oh, right, yeah. You know, the brood spawn dying is a very distinctive sound, so I don't know what I heard. Anyway. Not that many workers, really, for Zerg on 4 bases here. The 3rd and 4th not really saturated at all. But he's getting that gas, which is important.
He just has a writhing morass of like 36 Hydras in the middle of the map right now, though, so, or in the middle of his rally, right? So it's a little rough, a little hard.
I guess the idea is that the Gorgor is forced to engage, although I'm not sure that Hamster can't just kite back. Oh, that one almost took a lot of damage, but gets away. Can't be losing these Gladiuses, though. Every Gladius he loses is a big blow. And he's getting good damage. You know what? The Gorgor is actually making it worse for the Hydras, because it's giving like a bounce
Vector, yeah.
Oh my god, they just get smashed by these Gladiuses, dude. They have no hope. Ground Army not having much hope either for Hamster, though.
Yeah, that's the problem, is the Hydras will chew through whatever he's got. There's so many of them now. They make up for their loss in armor pen from the last patch. You can see HitEmUp trying to move forward, though. He's getting stymied by those zealots, getting caught up on them instead of right-clicking the right targets.
He's bouncing on them. Oh my god, he's doing so much damage. This is crazy. Yep. He's actually going to clean this army, dude.
Yeah, he hasn't lost a single Gladius yet. He's still at the 6 count. Back to the drawing board. HitEmUp, my man. Let's see that Vordath pawn, because otherwise you might be going back to the drawing board, sir.
Or maybe back to list. Oh, he's going to intercept, although who's getting intercepted is not clear. Well, the Gorgs are not going to have a good day, that's clear.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, hey, they are getting a little bit... Okay, there we go. We focus fired one of them. Got a low HP one.
The production is not on point for Hamster. He's been missing Gladius production this whole time. I mean, granted, his economy is pretty bad, but still, you've got to focus on that pretty hard.
All right, well, it looks like what HitEmUp is doing is subscribing to the theory of, okay, you've got the powerful blob force, I'm going to attack you where your blob is not. Hydra's charging forward. They're going to get a little bit of a raid going on to the Nexus here, picking off a couple of workers.
Again, an engram here would have given a lot of value over the course of this game.
Oh, the one that was low HP just got focused down, back down to 6 Gladiuses, where we started this last couple of engagements here. And now all the way back in his base with the next wave. Remember, this is not going to end the game, but it's taxing, right? It's taxing Hamster.
Well, HitEmUp is sort of maintaining the same lead, but if the Gladius count gets just a little bit higher, it might be too much for tier 1 to handle, though. I mean, already we're sort of seeing this, right?
Definitely
again,
the case.
I feel like... Oh my god, that Zeph. Okay.
He was finally dealt with, yeah.
Hamster is not aware of how important focusing on the Gladius production is, though, because he's really neglecting it. Like, you can see, he's just started it now.
Yeah.
But he is hitting a bank pretty consistently here. I guess he's very busy trying to micro all this stuff. Finally, the Vornath point is on the way.
Okay. Maybe we'll see this.
But like I was saying, once there's this many Gladius, I'm not sure that's even the right choice anyway.
No, I think what you want to do is you want the Nathracores to be the thing that absorb the initial attack. Remember, they rend the armor of the Gladius as well. It might not matter, though. A little bit of a pseudo-surround happening from the north. You can throw 5 or 6 Hydras at one Gladius and pick them off. Even though that doesn't sound cost-efficient, it's going to be in this situation.
Definitely. Well, he does clean it up again. Oh, or does he? Hang on, they're still hitting those scribes up there. Again, he needs the static defense, so he can deal with it. He's going to lose that Gladius. Okay, no,
one of them does die.
Yeah, unfortunate. You're just using 2 at a time now, though, so he can potentially still grow the count, but I feel like HitEmUp's keeping it just low enough to stay in this. I feel like, over these course of his engagements where one keeps getting picked off, if that didn't happen like 4 times, I think Hamster would have actually won the game by now, but he's kept the count low enough that Hamster's back here. Finally starts that engram, but he needs to babysit it till it's finished. They're very vulnerable.
He's up to 8 Gladiuses, but look at what he's crucially missing from this engagement. He doesn't have any Drakidans left, and his Gateway army is still pretty low with only 4 Zealots, so he is kind of stuck on it. The one idol that survived that attack could actually be kind of big versus the Nathracores.
Yeah, like one hit on the Nathracores will produce so much. I mean, that said, the Gladius will as well. We'll see what happens here. I mean, he needs to be careful coming across the map here, though, because if it's the wrong engagement, it could be very deadly. Again, so many Gorgor. I guess the idea is just to tank.
Yeah, listen, they still deal some damage, right? It's just not that much. Now, they ignore the armor of the Gladius. Okay, diving immediately on, and look at that. Some of the Gladiuses got caught. One of them immediately eviscerated, and that movement speed from the Nathricors coming in big, trying to kite backwards. He will eviscerate most of them. But look, that's a second Gladius, a third Gladius going down. We only have 5 left, and the Gorgs are sticking to him. And you can see it right there. Maybe that was the answer, at least temporarily.
Oh, man.
The chain bouncing
Look
at the
at
end,
this.
leveling it back. But yeah, back down to only 3. He's got 2 more back at home. He's now net down 3 from that engagement. Went from 8 to 5.
Yeah, look at those Gorgrakors dying, though. I mean, that's a lot of investment. Once again, HitEmUp has stalled himself from going to tier 2.
Oh yeah, that's definitely the case.
I think it was also a pretty lackluster engagement from Hamster. The fact that his Gladius was spread out was a huge problem against Acropolis. If he didn't go in a bit too hard there and was all concentrated, I feel like it would have been very painful for HitEmUp. As it stands, he's going to be able to put the pressure on again. He's going to deny this expansion. Hamster will be back in his base. He looks like he wants to save this Nexus, but he needs to give it up, man. This ain't happening.
Oh no!
Well,
look at the Nathricor count right now. There's almost no way. The idol getting popped immediately. Not taking pot shots on the way back. Nexus canceled.
Keep him alive. I wonder if you get land effects here, or you just keep making more Gladius.
Listen, the 3rd Stargate is on the way, so I think maybe Hamster will use that for land effect production. I almost think it's irresponsible to not make a couple land effects with your Gladius deck. You know, you're just expecting them to try to counter it with air at some point, right?
These Quaslists are not going to do anything, by the way. They're pretty bad against Gladiuses. I mean, I guess they can absorb bounces. I don't know if that's even a thing. They'll technically be doing something. All right, how many have we got? We've only got 7 right now. Oh, there's the Nathricors. No engram over there, although Wardens will actually do a lot of damage.
Idle. Oh, they go straight for one of the Gladiuses. Oh, the engram shot, though, just eviscerating a lot of them. We're down to 7 Gladiuses, one of them very low.
That's enough for Quaslist. He does not want to front line with him. He's pulled them back. Okay. I guess you realize Quas don't do anything, actually, so that's fine.
Maybe that's fine. Yeah, I don't know.
You've got to be very careful against Hydras, because you feel invincible, but then the Hydras kill them so fast, you know?
Yeah.
So again, another big gas investment to HitEmUp, taken out. Finally, tier 2 is on the way.
Yeah, he's halfway done with it. He's taken a 6th base here, so even though his worker count isn't phenomenal, he's got a pretty big float. He just spent 23 Azir cores on the way, by the way.
So, I don't think they're very good against Gladius either.
No, but you can just go at move the enemy's worker line or something with them, and then the Gladiuses have to fight.
Yeah.
They are getting to a scary count, though. 10 of them now roving the map.
Yeah.
Headed to that 9 o'clock position, it looks like.
You know, and the Irel's finishing, but that doesn't give you any units in of itself. You've got to put a lot more investment in it. Honestly, I think the best
That's not true, Neblime. You get the Ireleth and the Gosvaleth.
I'm sorry.
Just mass Gosvaleth, dude.
Gosvaleth's obviously going to handle this, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Look at this. The Witness here to stop the Burrow from doing anything as well. What is HitEmUp's response? Is he going to go for the base trade? We got 3 Gladiuses withdrawing.
Hamster needs to be careful not to get intercepted. I do not like the path that his Gladius are going on. Is he not aware this army's here? Okay, he turns around, gets a nice shot off. In fact, this might actually even be good for Protoss if he gets kills.
Yeah, if he can get over this water body, that will definitely help him bisect the army. But HitEmUp moving with most of what he's got on the field right now.
I don't like it for HitEmUp, to be honest, because he's going to run into the defenses here. There's 6 Gladiuses in front, like 8 behind, although he needs to coordinate his army. Hamster needs to get his Gladiuses in one spot, and then he will be annihilating. I mean, even with that many, it's very hard for Zerg to get in here, and I think HitEmUp realizes it. He pulls back. Dude, Hamster needs to form the Doom stack. And we do not see a, what do you call it, back diff. We're going to see the Spire, which makes sense. The Synchralisks are splashed, but I feel like they're a little bit squishy for this application. We'll see. Hamster really needs to make something happen with this insane Gladius stack before the tier 2 units are out. But he's splitting them up. I don't think he had him on one hotkey. Okay, he realizes. Let's be careful how he takes this fight.
Yeah, a couple of these units are just going to get caught on each other. He's not really doing a great job of withdrawing. He does have 30 Nathricors, and he's going to see if he can save that 6th base. But maybe he's just going to go for the engagement.
Quite frankly, that's not enough.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We're up to 17 Gladiuses right now. The count is starting to fall. 14. 3 of them disappearing in almost a blink of the eye. But look at the rest of the Zerg army, man. There's just not that much left. Finally, we're starting to see some tier 2 units. Kagralisks and Synchralisks out on the field.
Kagralisks ain't going to do it, man. Synchralisks are his only hope. Kagralisks will just melt like everything else. He needs to get like 20 Synchralisks and somehow catch this out, but he just doesn't have it. The Gladius going to come in here and take out a base. Hamster has established the 3 o'clock. Okay, the Synchralists starting to get their damage in. But they're going to get bounced on if they're not too careful.
Yeah, absolutely the case, right? They're trying. They're seeing if he can do it. He does have 22 of them. He made 11 pairs, but I don't think it's going to be enough just yet. He has to seed 12 o'clock, and he's moving forward with a giant stack. Are we entering into a base race situation, forcing the hand of the Gladius? There's not that much back at home.
We need to be careful. Here comes Synchralist.
Oh, yeah, he's coming in from the south. The Hatteras was sacrificed.
You've got to be careful. If you get caught out, you will suddenly lose the whole stack. So you've got to be quite cautious here, but he does micro back. And this is the problem Synchralists are going to have, right? I gotta just look at that. On paper, they seem like they're good for dealing with airstacks, but they're just too short range. He's getting the bounces in. I think he's complaining about the pathing, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that must have been what it was.
Yeah. But he takes out all this Sickness Dude, and I think that's HitEmUp's last hope really here, because he doesn't have a back diff. Like I was going to say, I tried to say it like 3 times, and stuff kept happening. I think the best thing against the Gladius stack is just a lot of back ballists and a lot of Viff ballists. So you get the Acropolis, and you just put all your money into those, and you don't really worry about anything else. And that can handle it pretty easily, just because the sheer amount of damage you'll do will deter them from ever getting near you.
Yeah, they can't really ball up because of the Vithrilisk passive rending all their armor, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
It definitely.
And you know what usually happen is they'll come forward and try to take a shot. Okay, of course.
Yeah, he's going to call it there. All right. Well, that is that's one way to close it out. We do have the dirty Gladius player taking him out. He does this for ass. Ass reigns supreme. Neblime, you must be happy about that.
Nice, bounced his balls on his ass.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, it was a bit of a knowledge check maybe, because this sort of mass Gladius has sort of fallen out of favor a bit. Obviously, Gladiuses are still a unit we see all the time, but this is definitely the kind of game we'd see in the lead up to Acropolis 1, right? Me and Hamster played several games like this too, and it's quite tricky to figure out exactly what to do against it. And he tried to go pretty hard into the Nafs and the Gorgs, but it was not the choice, I don't think.
Yeah, I think the engagement around the 12 o'clock position, they did have the opportunity to do a little bit more. But I also feel like the tunneling onto just trying to... Like, the other way that you can defeat the Gladius is by abusing the fact that, like anything else that's super powerful, it can't be everywhere at once, right?
Well, it sort of can and it sort of can't, though, because if you, like I was saying, if you engage to counterattack, they will just sort of hunt you down. And with engrams and stuff like that, it's pretty hard to get in there. I don't think you can really rely on playing that way. The best thing to do is to zone the Gladius from getting to your bases. I think it's pretty dicey to just say I'm going to like backstab and all that stuff. Because even at some point, getting Spraves isn't going to help you, you know?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they would have probably helped when the count was a little bit on the lower side, but actually Hamster never really got that close to attacking a base until the count was already pretty high, with the exception of when there were 10 of them attacking 9 o'clock. I do think maybe something could have happened there. I did like the Nathracor idea, but again, like I was referencing it when the count was still like, the scary count was like 4 or 5, not, 9, 10, etc.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying about the fact he was like picking them off one at a time, is every fight where you lose one, it like just slowly delays getting to that deadly point. But unfortunately, HitEmUp sort of squandered the time he did get. I feel like just repeatedly making these naps, and especially the Gorgs, man. I know I said it like 10 times in the game, but I'm really not sure what the Gorgs are adding there, and they are so expensive.
Yeah, the Gorgacores and the Nathracor stacks definitely lowered the amount of time that he had to go for it, and in that sense, the tier 2 did come much later, and at that point, he didn't really have that much more time to make things happen. So I don't know. It's interesting. I definitely am looking forward to seeing more Zerg versus Protoss action and see if the Gladius is actually what all it's cracked up to be, right? Because I'm definitely interested in what the Zerg response is. I would love to see some people try and backdoll Vith. I guess I haven't really seen people actually pull that off, have I? Because most of the time they get killed before the stack happens.
The reason you didn't see Hamster try it is because we sort of worked out. I mean, we did see it right on that Impetus game where I believe I lost.
Yep.
And, I went with the mass skiff, obviously, is decent. But in a longer game, I feel like Hamster and I sort of played it out and figured out that, well, it's good, but at a certain point, Zerg can just get the army they need. And it's not that back to Viv is that dangerous overall. It's just that Protoss has invested so much into so many Gladius, and Zerg has a much easier time pivoting to different tech options. So if you're sitting there going like, damn, my Gladius stack is useless now, what am I going to do? It takes too long to build up something else. Like we saw the mass Patriarch armies, for example, rely on having a high number. And Zerg will just start getting other units out and dominate. So I think it has sort of been determined that it's not that strong later in the game. And honestly, balance-wise, I'm quite happy with it. I think it's a powerful unit and a fun unit, but it's not overwhelming. But you do need to have like the right approach. And I didn't mention in the game actually, there's something else you can try. It's just the mass skiff, and you sort of accept that your skiff aren't coming home. They put on like the kamikaze bandana, but you reset the count. And with how many more bases he had, resetting the count would have been fine. If he did it one time, he would have won the game.
Yeah, I feel like at any point, right? Because he was kind of setting the pace, and there was definitely a window of opportunity to attack in, and maybe even do that before the Stargates went down. Do some more crippling damage.
Possible.
Right? So
Well, that's what I say about Argosy for Zerg. You're just like, all right, the best thing to do against Argosy units is you drop Hydras on the Argosy and kill it before it finishes. Interesting, by the way, about the NAFs, now that they do have the armor rend, right?
Yes.
It would probably be good to get Skiff and NAF together.
Yep. Yeah, they synergize pretty well with each other, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. And you know what? The NAFs sort of did have that function of resetting the stack, at least trying to, but it was much more of a like, okay, 15 NAFs will get 2 Gladius over and over. It wasn't just like a, no matter how many Gladius you have, my 25 Skiffs will kill all of them and also will die, you know? Just a hard reset. Nice. Hamster quoting Dark Archons in chat.
Yeah, of course.
Arbez has to pick a map, right?
Yeah, he picked Oblivion. Lobby's up.
Oh, he did. Oh, sorry. You're waiting for me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No worries. All right. Say when ready. Oh, and man, Hamster got pranked twice now. He just typed no Neblime, and then you joined immediately after that. So he got pranked. But before that, he was like, Pronoco, when does the event start? Is it 20 minutes or an hour and 20 minutes? And as he sent that message, I posted, hey, we're starting in 20 minutes. He got double pranked like twice.
Oh, Hamster.
Well, we're heading into match number 3, and it is indeed against...
Oh, no.
Hamster, who rolls Zerg in the bottom right of Oblivion. Arbuz is, of course, the Protoss in the top left.
Well, to be fair, Hamster is like an OG Zerg, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was never meant to be Protoss, was he? I'll give you the quote from Shambler, that when Hamster switched from Zerg to Protoss, it was like the Great Library of Alexandria burning down for Zerg, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, it was before Krankendow excavated it with a shovel and was like, what secrets have been, hidden, and started translating the ancient tomes,
Well, you know what it's like. It's like I was floundering along in the Dark Ages, like trying to, how do I make steel? And then Krankendow comes in, invents the automobile. We don't really care about the ancient library scripts anymore.
Oh, I see, I see. Well, hey, you know what?
That's pretty much how it went.
At some point you have to ask yourself, what is real and what is fiction? And you know what? Sometimes fiction is more real than fiction. So,
what?
You know what I'm saying? Arbuz is out here with his gateway, I think. It's kind of funny Arbuz is going gateway, because versus Protoss, as Protoss, I guess Arbuz's best match has been against Krankendow, against Zerg.
Look at this pool, though. Oh my god, he's doing it! Look, he's doing it! He learned from the best, what can I say? He's gonna get an overleft, dude. He's gonna get an overleft, 100%. 100%. What's he doing with that gas? Oh, okay, no, I'm getting too excited. He could have got an overleft. I'm getting way too excited. I'm disappointed. He should have gone for the Cakran drop, dude. It's proven deadly. 100% success rate in tournament games.
Okay. And you wanted to... He was not going to risk, screwing that up. He's going for the Larvos. He's actually done what Art of Turtle has done. Art of Turtle did the immediate switch of Pool into Larvosk after Krankendow showed us Larvosk into Pool. He's done the opposite. So that's what Hamster is doing, and I guess it gives you a slightly earlier attack timing at the cost of your... Obviously, you could do that if you're going for an early military attack as opposed to anything else. But it looks like he's not actually planning that. Maybe it's just
I don't like it, dude. What do you get out of this, though? There's no way you're going to do any damage to Protoss, right? He's just going to have a gateway unit out. The only thing this is doing...
You get a victory, okay? That's what Art of Turtle got out of it. Don't shit on the build, okay?
I'm shitting on the build, dude. If a single Legionnaire comes early, you might not have your units out, but that's fine. You just got a micro against one Legionnaire, right? And it shouldn't get more than one worker. If it got more than one worker, that's just on you. You screwed up. So I feel like this is not worth it, because I'm pretty sure the difference would be about 2 or 3 more draw left you would have, basically.
Probably.
If you went Lavos first. So I'm not a fan. I gotta say. But it's fine. It's decent. It'll get the job done. Yeah, okay. I think it's good against 3 gates. If he gets the Vorvs out, he'd be in a good position. He does need to figure out that's what's going on here, right? Zealot Ecclesiast, always going to be very deadly. But, if you have the right mix of Vorv, Zeph, Quaz, you can handle it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one thing I have to say about this map and this tile set in particular is very easy to form a really nice wall on this choke. So I'm kind of surprised that Protoss didn't end up doing it. I thought maybe that would be why Arbuz picked it, but he's not thinking about it.
People in chat pointing out, did Hamster set his color preference to Magma?
Yeah, I know Krankendow did, so maybe that's a Zerg thing. You pick
I don't
Zerg
like
as
it at all.
You don't like Magma?
No.
What's wrong with it? It's pizza.
I don't know.
It's the pizza color.
If your pizza is that color, I'm not eating that. That's not quite right, man. Your pizza should not look like that.
Radioactive. Listen, he's made a lot of Zeths after getting the Vornath, so I think that kind of communicates. He's going the ground-based approach, not the air-based approach. He has the Shambler.
Gas, though.
So
Yeah, that's important. He's going to see this Zealot Ecclesia's force move out, and he should be very afraid. He needs to go home immediately. He sees he's getting maps. And you know what? If he gets enough of them, they're quite good against an army like this, because they just stack up and target stuff one at a time. But I don't know if he's going to have the numbers. The Hatros is a vulnerability. You can't just defend his ramp, although I guess you don't really care about choke points with this army. There's the Dwarves morphing. Are they going to be done in time? This is looking almost over, to be honest.
Yeah, this is kind of scary. I mean, remember the Ecclesiasts heal versus the Nathrachords, so I don't even know how good they're going to be, in that sense. Keep the shields going. And Warden started
if you have
to
enough of them, right? The theory is you just get 10 of them and they attack a single Ecclesiast, and there's nowhere the Ecclesiast is living.
Probably, yeah. But they're going across the map right now, and there's already something happening here. So let's see how this attack goes. Trying to set up for the engage. Arba's not moving too far in. All right, now he's going to go for it. Here. Yeah.
Okay, nice, trying to get this around, but I think the Ecclesiasts are not going to let anything die here.
Yeah, no, he's gonna let's see. I mean, the Zealots are slowly falling, but oh no, Hamster pulling back before killing all the Zealots. Might have been a bit of a mistake, but the Ecclesiasts could have maybe fought on their own. 6 pairs of Zeths are en route. He wants these Nathrachors to do damage, but on the other side, there's already a Warden. Kind of a critical issue here. Cancels the Kagrin, does soak up a little bit of damage as more Zeths hatch, and he's got more of them on the way. Rallying in from the natural. Here's the last stand, but maybe the Protoss will be evicted after all. Some of the Ecclesiasts going down. Not going to be using that extra speed. Doesn't need it. Instead, he's wiped all of the Zeths. It's a very fast GG. Arba's on the board.
All right. Well, he's showing us Ecclesiast a pretty goddamn good unit. I can't believe I underrated them once, because the buff was pretty minor that they got, right?
Yeah, well, in theory it was, but then I fixed a bug where they weren't actually applying their shields correctly in certain situations, which actually I don't know if it was that big of a deal, but they do help. They do help. So
I was 100% correct. I've never been wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Patch first is definitely the best build for Zergs. All right, well, what is the word on...
Yeah, let's see if HitEmUp still wants to play. Let's see if he's had enough time to cool off after that one. And he'll be able to select the next map if so.
I think it's a pretty legit build, though, in chat there, because Zealot Ecclesiast is fine at defending pretty much anything as well. In Africa, there's the Ecclesiast sheet up as well, so it's no big deal. I'm trying to think what would be bad. If Zerg went for Lekizalisk, it's probably still fine also, because I think you can just get on top of them until there's quite a few of them. I don't know. Although, I'm thinking, by the way, if Hamster was just staying on one base and getting up to Hydras, say, he'd probably be pretty well off, because Ecclesiasts don't do very well against Hydras. Put in Biddy B? Can we do that? He's not in already.
Put in Biddy B, I did like that one.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm here agreeing with 3Crow. We have the lobby up. It is Paradise, selected by HitEmUp, so it will be HitEmUp versus Arbuz.
Hint, hint.
What did you say?
You have the lobby up, hint, hint.
Yes, yeah.
All right.
Let's see what ends up happening. Arbuz? Arbuz has R in his name in pronunciation. All right, it's a 4-spot map here. Paradise, the Port of Dante's Peak for Cosmonarchy. We will see what happens here, but this is looking good for our FFA group. Let's see if it happens. It's HitEmUp rolling Zerg against Arbuz's Protoss.
Well, can Arbuz repeat the exact same success, or either success actually, because it was the Bladers that took HitEmUp down as well. What HitEmUp said was technically 100% correct. If he only got Protoss every time, right? Has Protoss won every game?
Yeah, so far.
Well, I guess there was the TVP that didn't get finished, but Protoss is looking pretty good.
Yeah. They were slightly ahead for HitEmUp in that game. Slightly ahead.
Well, it'll be a nice change if we play Acropolis and I make it all the way as Protoss. Everyone's playing Protoss, because in the past, it was like I was the only Terran, and then after a point, I was the only Zerg as well. But now I can finally blend in.
That's right. Nobody will be looking at Neblime, reigning champion 2X. Who would care to look at that guy and study his play? Let's see.
No. As Protoss, honestly, you probably shouldn't. I'll just be sitting there. You know that epic Jack vs. me game that got bugged?
Yeah.
Did you watch the first 10 minutes?
I haven't checked it, no. I had somebody else see if it was
because I was trying some very silly things that didn't turn out to be very good. So I'm glad they'll never see it.
I did like the idea that the greatest game of Cosmonarchy you've ever played had silly starts. I mean, that's good.
That's why it was great, dude. It was so good. There was also an Akantor that had 70-something kills in that game.
Oh, love it.
So I've got to talk about this game all the time because it can't ever be
Yes,
cast,
yeah,
right? That's
it'll
how
be
I'll keep
it's
it alive.
lost to the annals of history. Well, it's funny because around the same time as when I was talking with X405, one of our code contributors, reverse engineers, if you will, and he was talking about how one of the things he was doing was looking at basically turning the replay sort of serializer thing into a dynamic array, which just basically means that it won't get destroyed if you have too many actions at the same time, which is, by the way, what causes the crash when you send like a bunch of pauses. So it's the same root cause as what breaks the replays, unfortunately. So, and I think that what's my suspicion is that because in Cosmonarchy you've got more of a selection limit and such, it's easier to send the same, like a greater number of commands at once, so to speak. But,
well,
you know,
I will say, from what I've observed, version problems aside, the amount of like bugged replays is actually pretty similar Broodwater Cosmonarchy. It's pretty
really?
common in Broodwater.
Yeah, I didn't know how common it was. So maybe you're right. Maybe
Unfortunately,
it's the same thing.
still reasonably. I don't know, because I've cast a lot of CPL games.
Yeah.
And it does happen fairly often, but it's quite often the case that one person will have a bug one person will have a fine one.
Oh, interesting. Maybe we should try that same thing. Maybe I guess Jack obviously posted his.
No, we
copy.
tried it with the Jack game. Yeah.
I wonder if.
Unfortunately.
Well, I wonder if they
I-
both broke at the same exact time. We didn't get the specific info, so we don't know if.
When
maybe
I
they were
watched
broken.
the other one, it was like around, like, I don't know, 26, 27 minutes. I noticed that stuff was messed up, and I was told the other one desynced at 24 minutes, so it's pretty similar.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
HitEmUp scouting his
actually watched
opponent
the other
last here, and that is maybe a bit unfortunate for him, but it is the same 3-gate style. Looks like it's going to be the similar game plan. Kind of curious that we have Arbuz doing that. Now, Mass Quasi is the answer here so far, and we have a much faster move out here with an extra Kagran. I don't know if that's going to be it looks like it's going to be paired with the Ovoleth, so I think maybe HitEmUp is thinking of an expansion a bit earlier. I do like that he's going drop style, between a Cantor and the Lakizalisk and the Quasi, you know what I mean? Like, he's doing stuff.
Can't believe he's not dropping it in his opponent's base at the start of the game, though.
I know, yeah. Come on, 3-Crow. You got to show us what's for.
I
I still can't believe you actually carried through with that. He shed a manly tear, I'm sure, when he watched you do that. 'Cause win a tournament in that way.
Well, I didn't do it for 3-Crow. I did it for Londier, all right? He's the real beneficiary.
You know what? He was in the chat when you were playing your Protoss game, went double embassy, and he's like, double embassy. ...
I wish I could have pulled that win off. See, the problem is now everyone knows that's a possibility on Derelict. I can't really pull that off in a match again.
Yeah.
All right, he's going to go straight across the Quas drop here. And, if the units are all away from home, it's going to do damage. Now, about this Zealot Ecclesias, though, it's a tricky thing. Because all melee units obviously struggle because the healer just keeps going down over and over. But at the same time, Quas are not very good against Zealots, especially when their shields are going to keep coming up with the Ecclesias.
Yeah.
I feel like you need a pretty good mix here. Now, the Circuit is going to do a lot. Circuit's going to be very helpful. And he is just continuing to make Quas behind this. He's not trying to drone. So he's looking pretty good. And if the drop does good counter damage, you're in a good spot here. Now, units going to come out in a minute, but 6 Quas can still get a few workers, I think.
Yeah, no kidding. The Ecclesias actually already taking some damage. One of them going down nice and early. And now here comes the Pylon snipe. There's actually... the units need to turn around. That Pylon's going down.
Oh, this is huge, dude. Oh, the units got rallied all the way out as well. Oh, my God. This might be game. This might actually be game.
Yeah, listen, I think right now the only hope for Arbuz is that he escapes. He builds a structure somewhere, or a gateway in particular, because it's a factory as your defeat condition. And base trades, but I don't even think he can do that right now. He's coming all the way back with his army. Now he's going to go ahead and send off the boys.
He's never getting into the Zerg base. This is just not happening, dude. Like, look how much
he can't even drill. Yeah, there's nothing to drill onto in the enemy. You can't vision, to see the drill.
That's true. I mean, he's going to try it, right? You know what? Ecclesias Scribe is actually a really good combination. I'm not even kidding.
We saw this when Keen was still playing. DF did that to him in a group. Let's see if he can crack the ramp. There's only the one.
Oh,
he is charging forward. The Ecclesias giving him that speed boost. Nebline, this could actually happen.
Maybe you're right, actually. Maybe I overestimated the cause there. Like I was saying, they don't do very well against Zealots, and once the Zealots are frontlining, and now the Scribes are here. Oh my god, actually, you might be right. I think he's actually going to kill him, because the Drolef are going to be so useless compared to the Scribes. How is he possibly going to get those Ecclesias? There's no way to produce enough Hydralisks in time. It's just too slow. He's building a circuit at the very back, and it's very hard for Zealots to get on top of, let alone Scribes. The Drill coming in.
Oh, he's on top of it. He is on top of it. And the Drill's here to get rid of all of those Scribes and get rid of all of those Zealots. The Ecclesias not focus firing. We got more Scribes here. They can drill on top of everything else if they want to. It's not happening, though. Nebline, I think HitEmUp's going to hold.
Well, hang on, he's got the Circuit in the back. This Scribes is still getting healed, though. As long as the Ecclesias are alive, there's hope. The units for Zerg are getting whittled down. The Circuit doing what it can, but I don't know. It's still touch and go. He's hitting the main Hatros. If he got rid of that, at least he'd be able to path in here. But his Scribes are slowly getting picked off, but he still has more than enough to do with the single Circuit. There's no more money. There's no more money for HitEmUp. They've both got what they've got. Can he get in here and clean this up?
He needs to get rid of these workers if he really wants to do that. And then, yeah, the Hacharosk is very vulnerable. What a tight game. Remember, these only 3 gateways, but they take so long to actually kill them. And if this hatch goes down, I don't think HitEmUp knows it, but the Larvosk is the only thing separating him from defeat. That is the only production structure he has.
It's so squishy too. If he knew that, he could easily take it out, I think. Well, I think he can fight the army anyway, but he's going to lose his gateways. He's on a timer. Can he do it? Oh my god, this is going to be so close. Oh, he doesn't know about the Larvosk. He would have gone for it just then if he did, unfortunately.
I think so. Let's see.
Yeah, all right. But he can still potentially take this. I think he can still potentially do the damage.
No, he's going to go after the Circuit, I think.
No, did he? Didn't he? He's attacking it.
Yeah, he's attacking the Circuit. I think he's making the ultimate mistake. He has no idea. The Kagrant goes down. It remorphs. He saved the money for the remorph. He saved it just for that purpose alone. And the Ecclesiasts are so low. We've got a Hydra. We got 2 Hydras back in there. He's trying to focus down the Kagrant. He doesn't do it. He doesn't do it. He doesn't have it. He had no idea his victory was so close, but Arbuz will be held at bay at the end of the day, even picking off the Kagrant at the last second, but the Scribe is down. GG.
Dude, he could have picked off that Larvosk so easily. You saw how he got that Circuit down twice? Oh my god.
Wow.
Crazy game.
Wow, what a game.
Teach me to underestimate Zealot Ecclesiast, right? I didn't think he'd get out that ramp in a million years, but he did so easily.
Yeah, there wasn't that much over there. Crazy shit. Crazy shit.
Well, HitEmUp probably displeased that he has to play again now.
No kidding.
Chijig in chat said that game gave him a panic attack.
That was insane. I mean, somebody, you know what? I think we're going to need to have somebody tell the man.
I don't want to do it, man. It's like telling him... you know, a family member died or something. I don't want to have to be the one to tell him.
That was crazy. HitEmUp said, I greatly underestimated Ecclesiasts, and Arbuz said, so did I. Wow.
Suggesting that the Nexus could have been made. That could have been a play.
Well, he only had 300 minerals, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, but he had units in production, apparently.
Oh, did he have stuff stuck in the gateway? That might have been the case. Yeah, I wasn't even
Bit of a blunder there, because say he could even just make the Nexus at the natural of Zerg, and like he can be putting pressure and defending. What maps do we have left? How many have we played? We've only played 4, I guess technically 5 of the lag game.
Well, yeah, but it was still on Blackwater. So, yeah, the maps left over are going to be Impetus, Fata Morgana. There's another 4-spawn map, Star-Shorn Sepulchre, and of course, I'm missing the other 2-spawn Derelict.
Shambler told him. He didn't mince words. He just straight told him.
Oh wow. Yeah, I don't think either of our players knew that because he would have protected it a lot.
Yeah,
more.
apparently.
You know, HitEmUp would have tried to protect it a lot more.
Maybe HitEmUp was just hoping. You know, you don't know 100% there isn't a Hacharosk in the corner of the map, I suppose.
That was crazy. You get full resources back from canceling a unit, but the Ecclesiast is only 50, so.
Was that just one Ecclesiast? Is he saying?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. People are saying that DF is saying it was only one. So yeah. You can still see it in the top right for the production tab. So it would have. I just didn't even think to look at that. So
yeah, there's no treasury for Protoss. Hey, if you have a treasury only, does that keep you in the game, or would you need a quarry?
It doesn't count as a factory. Yeah, you'd need a quarry.
Does a quarry count?
Yeah. And even if you left off, it still is yours, technically. It's not like it goes to neutral. Right. So you could do that.
Oh, so in TVT, you can't, like, claim other people's add-ons?
You can, but until that happens, you still are stuck with, like, it's not considered neutral. That's so that you can self-destruct it or whatever.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
All right.
Just don't do that when it's your last building.
Yeah. All right, we're heading into our next map. It is Game 5. It is on Star-Shorn Sepulchre, and it is going to be Hamster rolling a Zerg, and HitEmUp rolling Terran.
All right. Pretty comfy for Hamster, I would assume.
Yeah.
HitEmUp seemed confident in the interview about his Terran, but we'll see what Hamster can do here. I don't know when the last time he played a TVZ was, though, because there weren't that many, Terran opponents last time round. Last time Hamster was playing Zerg, it was pretty much just me, I think.
Crazy stuff, man. I still can't believe that last game ended the way that it did, and of course,
Yeah.
Should I even look at to see what Arbuz's reaction was to?
I'm seriously considering like testing out a strat where I just start making Ecclesiasts and then pull some of my Scribes and attack because they're so good in combination. It's kind of crazy. And Scribes even have armor pen.
Yeah, 1 armor pen. That's right. Crazy stuff.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe that's the way to go. You don't make 2 gateways, you make a gateway and an embassy, and you start sending the scribes. You get 2 scribes for the price of 1 zealot. I don't know, man.
Start to think about it.
Yeah.
Well, it is going to be Hamster going for Larvosk first again. Not going to do the patented move that you've tried to make happen. It will be a Fulcrum first for HitEmUp. No, Hamster, don't lie. Okay, never mind. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, don't do it again, Hamster. We're watching you.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah. It would just count as a loss this time, right?
Yeah, he's already had one, so.
Well, we don't want that. Yeah, okay, so Fulcrum against Zerg. I think obviously it's fine with the opening. The Vulture's very powerful to deny all scouting. But I feel like at some point you have to get the Stockade at least for the healing against Zerg. It doesn't seem as mandatory against Protoss, but against Zerg, I don't know. It seems tough without any sustain. We'll see what he wants to do from here. Could he just go for the second Fulcrum, spam the Vultures and come win the game? That's definitely an option. But with Larvos first, it's going to be a bit harder because there's going to be a good deal of Quas units out, I think, to stop that.
I kind of want to see somebody on this map in particular, since you can still do this for now, is go behind, like on the low ground, behind the main, and then just put an anchor down and airlift the Vulture in. I feel like that would be pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, why not just bring the anchor with you at that rate, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, you can.
You set up your Fulcrum, then you start elevating with an anchor. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
That would take so long.
Big fan. All right,
Okay,
it is going to be
Cyclops
Vultures.
coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah, is he going to get the drops with this? It's fine against Quas units, but once the Hydras come out, these Cyclops are going to become very useless. Vulture coming in, yeah. Where's the Quas units? Quas list are on the way. Needs to micro this, doesn't want to lose more than 1 worker. He burrows, not bad. He's burrow that. Oh, but he gets on top
standing
of the
right on
heroes.
top of it. There you go. Showing away. Lag, tactical lag.
Very tactical indeed. The Quas are just about out. He doesn't want to lose another worker here. Okay, he's going to chase it off. 1 is okay, I think. I think that's fine. But he doesn't want to overcommit to Quas when he's only on 13 draw left. I really think he needs to draw up a bit more and then worry about getting the mercenaries. It is going to be a star pan.
Yep.
It's almost certainly going to be a Cyclops drop here.
Listen, HitEmUp publicly saying that the only good use of the Cyclops is for harassment, so it looks like he's going to try to make good on that.
He's 100% right, man. This guy is a genius at Cosmonarchy to spot that immediately, this deep and fundamental flaw in the game that there's this useless unit left in it.
You say that, but they're super cheap now, so you just spam them.
How much they cost? 75 minerals?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, given that they're cheap, I don't mind units being bad if they're cheap, so I am tempted.
Now, my fear is that they're actually godlike. So.
Well, I'm sure it's a fine balance from absolute trash to godlike, right? That's actually a problem. I'm not kidding. It's kind of how it goes.
We'll see. I don't know. EUD was defeating you with them, so I feel like that makes them really good, right? Because you're a pretty good player.
What, when he had like 3 in his army and like 100 of everything else?
Yeah, that counts.
Yeah, because he has 100 of everything else. EUD could defeat me with workers, dude. It doesn't matter what he makes.
All right, well, yeah, for those keeping track of the other secret objective we have here, there is a free-for-all condition if everybody gets up to 2 wins, 2 losses, which means we would need Hamster to defeat HitEmUp here to deny there to be another somebody with 3, and we would then need Arbuz to defeat Hamster again, then we get the FFA. But right now the drop is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Hamster is what I was saying, you know, so I think the free-for-all is about to be nuked by Cyclops and all things, but Hamster sees it pretty quickly. Doesn't actually control click, he just grabs them individually, interestingly. He needs to get down to the natural, dude. He can't stay here. Okay, not too bad, actually. Not too bad. But can he actually deal with this? Does he have enough units?
The Cyclops aren't going to be shown away just by Quas, right? So you have to watch out for that.
I guess. Oh, he's making naps, though. Although...
Yeah, those eggs are going to get popped, though. You can't just sit there and hope that happens. Oh, that Larvosk is dead, too, and he hasn't canceled those.
That's game, man. Even if he picks up and doesn't kill anything else, killing that Larvosk is impactful enough that I don't think Zerg can come back from this.
No, he's going to lose the Kagrin as well, all the way.
He's mining some gas.
Ooh, the worker couldn't even kill it either. Yeah, that's going to be it.
GG.
The close by air distance. HitEmUp now 1 game away from winning his group in first place. Just needs to defeat Arbuz again.
Well, it makes me wonder, could he have just like walked across the map with the Cyclops instead? Did he even need to drop them?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like Hamster was playing a little bit sloppy with that one. I'm not sure what was going on.
Well, I always wonder about taking the natural so fast as Zerg, you know. But I feel like he had it kind of backwards. He made a bunch of quads, then started making draw lists. I feel like he needed to like just make the 4 or whatever to hold off the Vulture, get up to like, I don't know, 18 draw lists, I think is a good number, and then go hard into quads until you're secure. So the problem was he was sort of had all these eggs in draw left when the Cyclops showed up. And didn't get an overleft to scout.
Let's see what happens.
Always
We've
very
got
good.
Derelict, Fata Morgana, and Impetus left over. It will be Impetus selected by Arbuz, and he will face down our man. Hey, so far he's 1-1 with Zerg. He's 1-0 with Protoss, and he's 1-0 with Terran. So definitely playing nicely so far.
Well, let's see. HitEmUp again. Probably pretty disappointed he has to play again.
Yeah, we'll have
Might
to
have
see.
been hoping to get out of here, but this is the last one he has to play, right?
If he wins, yeah, and he says he's ready, so let's see how it goes. All right, GLHF, we are getting into game number 6 of the group, and if after this, if it goes the way that I think it's going to go, and HitEmUp is able to take it, it's going to be TVP. There we go, HitEmUp versus Rolling Terran again. Arbuz in the top right, HitEmUp in the bottom left. If, and only if, HitEmUp is able to find success in this particular game, as I switch the view for you guys. The thing that I would watch out for at this point is, how well does Arbuz play here? Because if he doesn't win this game, then we're going to be in for an interesting situation where he's going to be 1-3, Hamster's going to be 1-2, and we're basically going to have a best of 3 between those two guys to determine second place. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got to give it to HitEmUp so far for how he's been playing, and certainly doesn't seem to have any lack of confidence in Terran. He's going to go for the Fulcrum again, of course.
Yep. Not one for bio. He's no Hamster.
I've said this in like every cast, but seeing all these Terrans play makes me want to go back to Terran because I'm like, well, I feel like I could make Stockade work.
I know, yeah, I think so.
Look, people, I'm just saying, there's so many different incentives to just let me win Acropolis 2. There's so many. Just don't resist.
You win, that means the prize pool gets pumped up because you keep giving more money, and that means that obviously you play a Scozy in the next Acropolis. Like, come on, dude, it's so good. So good.
Yeah, Terran, if a Scozy isn't implemented right, that is the plan.
Oh, sure, yeah, swap back to Terran after.
I mean, if a Scozy's in, I'll play the Scozy for sure.
Yeah, you and everybody else in the whole community.
Yeah, right? Like I was saying.
We'll have to host the Acropolis 3, like, a month plus after the Escosia route so that people can get it out of their system and decide what their main actually is. Because, we are designing them to work alongside everything else in the game, You still want the other stuff.
Okay, are Escosia going to have some kind of like, like Beyblade unit that can drop in the middle of the enemy army, just spin around and kill them all?
Well, it's funny you say, I wouldn't say that they spin around quite like that, but they are going to have, I don't know if you probably haven't read too much up on the tech tree that is on the site, but they have their mech units.
I thought it was like super vestigial.
Their cornerstones are defined, and they have a couple of units explained. So their mech units, some of their mech units, instead of having like an activatable deployment that you can do, like the Phalanx or something like that for Terran, when they take a certain amount of damage baseline, they are forcibly transformed into an immobile mode. They get more durability that way, but you can imagine that their weapon is then basically they turn into a turret after taking too much damage. So
they're stuck there forever?
Yeah. I mean, you can transport them, and maybe you can also reactivate them with some other specialist units later on in the game too. So there's things that you can do, but you can imagine doing really committal moves with the mech, whereas the bio is a little bit more, you could say, I don't know, it's actually more choice oriented there for the bio because you can jump around and do a bunch of crazy stuff. So
now, we have double Scrapyard here.
That's right.
I think HitEmUp's just going to go for the kill, most likely. I'm expecting Matadors here.
He's described the Matador, the double Scrapyard opener here as essentially an all-in. He thinks 2 Fulcrum on 1 base is an all-in, and he hasn't made a quarry, so he might be planning that exact move. Got some nice mines here laid by the Vultures. He's watching the front.
He's already been hard counted, though. I mean, I don't know how good at composition Zealot Ecclesiast might be against this. I think the Hierophant's very good against Matador. But just having 3 gates in general, I think puts Terran in a pretty trash position here, because the best he can do is kind of just like hold in his base and expand, but of course he doesn't know that. He's going to try and come across the map, and I feel like he's liable to lose most of his army. And then what have you got? You've got a couple of Scrapyards, which don't really have that much value going forward. Protoss is happy to just expand with 3 gates, because the gateway units, they're not going to be great as more tech comes out, but it's fine to just make a big gateway army, and by numbers they're going to do a lot. Whereas I feel like Scrapyard is exactly the opposite. In early game, it's really dominant, but as the armies get bigger and bigger, the Scrapyard units get worse and worse.
Yeah, well, for now they'll have the cliff advantage, and they will also have the lobotomy mine advantage to stun the enemy forces.
Oh, well. You know what? It's the exact opposite of what I was saying. I thought Terran would be the one to push out here, but it turns out Protoss is thinking they need to push out. And it could play out the exact opposite of what I was saying as well. Whereas if he just loses his army attacking in, and then HitEmUp just starts the offensive, the Matadors will not let up.
Yeah, listen, I mean, Arbuz is looking, he feeling empowered. He does have the Hierophant to add some DPS and debuff to this army. He's skating around, skating around.
It's
He
actually
hasn't
getting worse.
Oh.
If he triggered the first mine, it actually wouldn't have been so bad because he didn't know there's mines out and not go in. But as he goes in too deep and then tries to retreat, okay,
Stunning to Ecclesiast. One of them already hit.
Get out of there, Arbuz! No, don't do it, Arbuz! Go home.
Instantaneously going to go ahead and deploy. Listen, that mine is actually not very well placed on the ramp. But
no, it really is.
At this point, HitEmUp is happy to take this. Yeah, one of the Matadors is going to get stunned. But look at that. I mean, the incineration from the Matadors, it's going to be more than enough. Fallen Ecclesiast allows him to get the hell out of dodge. But Arbuz does have to fall back and think about this.
Yeah, I think you need to mix in some Dracodons here. I mean, not that Zealot Ecclesiast isn't helpful, but I think Dracodons for the long-range damage is really important against Matadors as well. He's going to try and take some fights, but I don't know. I don't think he has enough tanking. Although getting the Blackjacks would be huge, because they are kind of like the glass cannons here.
Yeah, I mean,
trade for Protoss.
The problem is, he has not really fully saturated. He's got another Ecclesiast coming in, but he's not really fighting together with everything. He does need to get out of there.
I think it's okay, though, because he does have 3-gate production. I don't think he's going to die here. He's just trading. And the thing is, there's no healing for Terran, right? So look at that poor Blackjack. Please. Yeah,
wandering. Is just somebody put me out of my misery.
Yeah, that's right.
Limping around.
You did the voice right, so you can imitate it perfectly.
No, that's Beaver, actually. So.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, he's in chat.
There it is.
But yeah, I think this is okay for Protoss, but it certainly could have been better if he let Terran come out of his base. Now, Terran's going to expand here perfectly happily, I think, and Protoss is going to have to do the same. I don't see a bust happening. Now, that said, no more Vultures coming out means these mines are not going to be replaced, and maybe there's a sort of critical mass. That's a lot of Zealots, man. That's a lot of Zealots. But where are the Dracodons? If you have a bunch of Dracodons and Zealots, you're going to force the Matadors to choose between modes. And as soon as they deploy, you just back off with the Zealots, the Dracodons keep shooting and repeat, and you can whittle them down that way.
Well, at least Beaver will be repaired, so he's doing all right over there. The Ancial caught in the middle sees the move out yet again, so needs to return home to hold the bust. The quarry is now complete. We've got plenty of workers being made by the Terran.
All right, well, that's a lot of units for Terran. I don't think there's any way to bust that ramp. He's going to come down again.
Oh, he cancels the treasury, so he's already kind of accomplished something. When you walk over and you see the rubble, you're feeling pretty good about yourself, actually, as the Protoss.
I wonder if there's a play where you can start building a stockade and cancel. Well, I guess that's almost. Oh, this is a mistake, though. He does not want to tangle with those Matadors. He needs to get out of there. Oh, he loses the Hierophant, too. Oh, man.
That's rough. That is rough. That is go signal for HitEmUp. He's still got plenty of production here, making Blackjacks out. Second Ancial already here.
Arbuz is determined that Zealot Ecclesiast is the only comp for him. He's not making any Drax, and I feel like that's going to be his downfall. Yes, you want Zealot Ecclesiast front line, but if you have 4 or 5 Drax in the back, they're going to add so much damage. I mean, more Hierophants would be okay too, but he lost the only one he had. If it's pure melee and short range, the Matadors will make short work of it. Finally, he's building 3 of them right now.
All right.
He's got enough time.
But yeah, let's see if they'll actually get out in time to save. I mean, it takes a while for the Nexus to go down, unless the Matadors are firing on it, so... Let's see if they can stack up the armor run.
Ancials, they got to be careful.
Well, do they? It's only Ecclesiast right now. There's a lot of them, admittedly, but...
Yeah, they can do a lot of damage, man. Don't underestimate them. Look at that.
Oh, look at that. He's actually popped all of them. Wow. All right.
I warned you, Panogo. Why didn't you listen?
Yeah, apparently. Listen, Zealot Ecclesiast. Why not just Ecclesiast?
A valid question, perhaps. All right, he's got the Drax out now as well. So, you know what? He wards this off. His expansion's up faster. Protoss still looking okay here. Now, another Fulcrum coming up. Now, there's no Palladium, unfortunately, because his scrapyards are blocking. So I feel like a tank drop would probably come in here at this point and just sort of end all hopes Protoss have. But as it stands, he's going to take a while for that to get up. And I'm pretty sure that's what HitEmUp's going to go for. I'd be surprised if we didn't see that.
He's got a couple of Matadors already deployed, the Fat mode. It's kind of funny that he's just got 3 of them just hanging out. Yeah, he's still, it's probably the same one, you know? It's just like, please, somebody. All right, a quarry coming out for the 3rd worker production queue here. No embassy for Arbuz, so no vision on anything. Let's see what his choice of tech is, or if it's just going to be more gateways. That would be pretty funny.
I mean, it might be decent. What? Okay, again, I gotta wait. Are we gonna see the Palladium? I'm waiting for it.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for it.
Kind of like Goliath Vulture right now is the only thing, so...
I mean, gateway units I think are pretty fine against just Goliath, but you have enough Vultures, they really do stop any Zealots and Ecclesiasts from doing much. Let's see, looks like he wants to fight. Again, I feel like it's a mistake once again. Arbuz needs to chill with these attacks.
I know, yeah, he's really aggro. Listen, he'll see what he can take. Maybe he'll get, keep on the psychological pressure here. HitEmUp falling back. He's undone all of his siege up on the Matadors, and he will carve through the front line. Now the Ecclesiasts are next. couple of them will go ahead and, they'll say, avenge me, please. But the other guys are just like, nah, we're out. See ya.
Feels like Arbuz thinks he's still playing against Zerg, where he's just going to go in and sustain against the stuff with the Zealots. But it is a no-go there. This is like 3 times, honestly. Arbuz has been in a pretty good position, but then he makes these super aggro attacks and gets himself in sort of quite an awkward one again. Palladium is up now.
Double Stargate for Arbuz. He's going to go ahead and pair this with, Exemplar, maybe, like he did in the first match.
Yeah. Exemplar would be absolutely pivotal here.
Yeah.
I got a question putting them in the natural, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's pretty easy to scout that if the Ant Seals come by again or anything like that.
Yeah, it could be super, super dangerous, because if he loses those, he's in a world of hurt.
Oh, no! No, you got to click on them. He clicks on him and knows it's a Stargate. Well, the Watchdogs will come out. He's not going to get any worker kills, but that definitely didn't need to be there as far as information for the man himself goes. And yeah, you can just comfortably rely on Goliaths now to pair with your Phalanxes. We actually saw a Matador get canceled there in favor of a second Goliath, so wouldn't be surprised.
Plus, though, they're not bad against Goliath. With enough ground army support, they can still do huge work there. So I feel like you need even more than just factory units here to really handle. Because I feel like it's like, no matter what you're making from the Stargate, it's sort of a tech advantage for Protoss.
Yep.
And we're going to see what the plan is here. Adds another Fulcrum. So it looks like he's going to rely on Mass Goliath. But I don't know. Bunch of Zealot Dragoon, or Draconin, I should say. Few Exemplars to back it up. I feel like you can still handle this. Now, the problem is, though, if there's a huge Phalanx count as well, that wards off the Draconins as such, then it becomes hard. But as it stands, I'm liking Protoss' army. As soon as a couple of Exemplars out, honestly, I think Protoss' army is stronger.
I mean, it really depends on the engagement that happens from HitEmUp. Can he set up good with the Phalanxes? That's the question. Got a base coming in the top left here for Arbuz, and he's kept nicely up with his production, so his macro is good, his worker count is even. He's getting an embassy now as well for a 3rd worker production queue, so you factor in the worker production queue difference, where HitEmUp has 3. He's actually not that far ahead in terms of economy.
Dude, these Blackjacks are going to have the worst day ever against these Exemplars. It's like their nemesis, actually.
Yeah. Reducing their stats all at once.
Yeah. I guess the only thing worse would be up Tectons, but I want to see that fight now.
I know,
Tecton
How many? 1 up Tecton versus 10 Blackjacks. Oh, look at this dirty little siege position.
Well, he thinks it's good for him, but it's actually pretty good for Protoss if he gets in there and starts shooting that.
Yeah, what can you realistically do at that point? It's not like this is, there's no mischance anymore under the doodads.
Yeah. Well, that one didn't have a mischance anyway, by the way. That's a purely scenic one. Yeah, he's getting pretty good work in with his Exemplars so far, and this is what they do. They find a good dead ground position. It's pretty hard to deal with them.
Yep.
But the ground army not fully engaging. A lot of Zealot Ecclesias in the back, but the balance seems to get picked off. So sort of lose-lose, if you will, but it looks like the Protoss army will be overwhelmed here. Might lose an Exemplar to knock out.
Yeah, it is.
Out pretty soon. But Terran army's the one that's going to get reset here. I honestly like it quite a lot for Protoss.
Yeah, well, listen, he scouts and doesn't see a 3rd base. That's because it's in the top left, right? And so HitEmUp has been sandwiched now. Didn't end up finishing off that other Exemplar either. His Goliath is going to get caught.
Ooh, almost though.
Yeah, very close.
I like that top left base. I like that move. It's pretty smart. But yeah, now he's looking pretty good. He can just keep pumping Exemplars, and Terran doesn't have any more advanced answer than just keep making Goliaths. But at a certain point, the Exemplars are just going to be superior.
Well, I do like the mines here for HitEmUp, and remember that if you can, I mean, people haven't gotten this good at the game yet, but you can put them down in air-only situations and then detonate them to get the slow off. You can forcibly detonate them. So you could do that to catch the Exemplar and just hit the Goliaths. Use them the Goliaths.
You know what you should let us do? Oh, speaking of mines.
Oh my God.
What just got cancelled?
That was another treasury, I believe.
Well, he is getting good hits off of the Exemplars, and there's no healing. So honestly, at this point, it may be worth the trade anyway. He doesn't want to lose these, though. Okay, let's keep it alive.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that. There's 2 of those Exemplar are very, very low now. All of the ground army's been wiped. One of the Exemplars going to go down.
Yeah.
The other one's still very low from earlier.
I don't hate it from Protoss, though, because he's keeping Terran from really doing anything here. And he does have the superior economy now of this other base. Well, if they mine from it, anyway. Although, this does let Terran get out on the map a bit. Lots of Zealots coming out. I think it makes sense to go sort of just like pure Zealot on the ground, pure Exemplar in the air, but you have a real bad day if some air units show up. Another Fulcrum. He's not thinking of teching up. He's just going hard on these Fulcrums.
Yeah, I think canceling the treasury there was pure nerves. I don't think he intended to do that.
Zealot Ecclesiast once again. If they can get on the enemy, be decent against Goliaths, but can they get close? feel like it's the role of the ground army here just to tank while the exemplars do damage. And although it sounds silly that the sustained composition would be bad at that, I think it's actually better to go pure zealot because you're not relying on the melee army to get in and last for a long time. You're just kind of throwing it in to die.
And look at this, transferring workers, exposing maybe the presence of top left, but HitEmUp doesn't seem to bite on it just yet. Okay, now he will, forcing the hand of Arbuz. This could be a way for Terran to get back in the game.
Well, it could also lead to the death of his army if he gets trapped in here, though. He needs to be careful. Okay, goes down to the low ground. That's a lot of zealots, man. That's going to be quite hard for these Goliaths to chew through quickly. He's coming in. That's a lot of exemplars, too.
That is, yeah, the Goliaths need to take a good engagement here. The Phalanx is just in tank mode, absorbing a lot of pressure. 5 exemplar here. They can and will deal with the Goliath count right now unless they spread out. 4 more arriving, though, could make the difference.
Those Phalanxes did so much work against the zealots. That was actually crazy.
Yeah.
And where are the exemplars going? He's going, oh, okay, I can't.
Yeah, he's going to try to trade with them. Hey, it's not necessarily a bad idea, although even one Wraith would kill them all eventually.
Yeah, right. They can do a lot of damage, no doubt. They can kill a lot of workers, but then what?
Oh, look at this. HitEmUp's figured it out, though. He's like, wait a second, your exemplar aren't coming over here, so I just better go ahead and rally my Goliaths again. And he's got so many.
Them off. If he loses the exemplars, he's lost the game, I think, because even if he killed all Terran's workers, Terran would be able to just move him. Oh, he's going to get a lot of kills.
Yeah, a couple of salvos would have been good there, but he misclicks, attacking the Goliaths instead. Well, listen, if you get on top of the production, this could maybe still be, worthwhile to trade. I don't know if it would actually be, but it could be, and instead he's going to see if he can get out. I think he's going to end up losing at least one more here with all of those missiles fired. Yep, one more going. No, he gets out. Not focused down. Okay, 4 HP.
Yep. And they gave him time to get a whole bunch of zealots here, and I think that can handle these Goliaths pretty well. Where are the Phalanxes? Well, if the Phalanx doesn't get in front again, though, you saw they did huge work against the Zealots. Zealots only have 1 armor panel on their 2 attacks, so they do suffer a bit. Let's see. I mean, I'm just looking at that number of Zealots, right? As long as the Exemplars can get here and support, I think Protoss can hold, but if he engages too early, it's not going to look good. Oh, the trade of Phalanx.
Yeah, there you go.
Big deal. And sieging here, I don't know. Is it actually the move? It's going to do a lot of damage, but it's going to do damage to his own forces in a minute. And yeah, they're not going to last long.
Yeah, no kidding. That's going to be enough to overwhelm that mech force. We got more coming out behind it. Let's see how far back HitEmUp can kite backwards with his Goliaths. He can charge down and see if he can right-click these Exemplar on the way out. Indeed, he'll be able to pick off one. That was a full HP Exemplar, setting the count back to 4 and keeping his Goliaths up as well with the reinforcements from the south.
All right, a few more Drax come out, though, and there's no Phalanxes here with this anymore. The one hand's still doing work still. Well, it's going to be a tough fight. If Protoss can hold on here, he's still behind, though, because Terran has somehow stuck out a 3rd base during all this chaos. There is no 3rd base for Protoss. The Exemplar's just running. They're not even helping in the fight.
No. The Goliaths will eventually chew through the Zealots. And look at this. 3 of them onto this top Exemplar. That will eventually die. One more salvo would do it, but no. He picks away. He reorders. Not going to end up happening. A fade away on the Ant Seal. It will end up going down.
Yes. But there's a lot of Drax now. 1 Zealot. I think he can push this back. But now what? What does Protoss do now? He's still only on 2 base here. The shoe's on the other foot, really, with Protoss locked into this low-tech army and no other prospects. Looks like he's going to secure this 3rd base location. Terran's still no tier 2, I don't believe.
No, nothing. But you know what? I hate to say it because obviously, it's just another case where he's like, oh man, I fat-fingered it or whatever, but imagine having a 3rd Phalanx in that fight instead of blowing it up. You know what I mean? Like that. Maybe that actually does make the difference. Also, the decision to siege, it softened up a lot of the Zealots, but you have to wonder if maybe they would have stayed alive a little bit longer. Now, here we go. The next engagement is pure Goliath versus the Protoss. Not really having that much of a variety. I think he can just go ahead and snipe. Gets off the low HP one. We got 2 more Exemplars coming down. And more Goliaths raining in from the south. These 2 were not on an attack move, so they go a little bit too close to the sun. Wings clipped and melted, crashing to the floor. And that is going to be GG. HitEmUp has done it. He has won his group 4-1.
All right. Wow. Well, you know what? That was a lot of Goliaths.
It sure
enough.
was.
They just gunned down everything.
It sure was. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, I think Arbuz stood a really good chance during most of that game. He's really impressed me from this point of view. And now we get to decide if he's going to take 2nd place as a shock and awe upset over Hamster, or if Hamster can defend his crown.
All right. So yeah, that's what maps left.
The remaining maps are Fata Morgana and Derelict. And if they go 1 for 1, we go back to Maxiom for the decider.
Can't believe no one picked Derelict. Yeah, I was really, even at the very end there, was continuing to be way too aggressive. Like, he just kept spamming the units in. And I think there was moments where he could have taken a really good lead, but constantly threw the army in and sort of threw the game that way too.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that one works out. I think Arba's showing himself to be a pretty solid contender to be able to take HitEmUp so close, and that's the matchup that HitEmUp has practiced. So Derelict will be selected.
Imagine if he was Zerg. You don't have to imagine. We saw how close that was.
I know, yeah. That was literally down to the wire. All right, let's see how it goes. Arbuz and Hamster. We are moving on to Derelict for the next match. We are guaranteed this match and Fata Morgana, so it's a decision to make. Hamster in the top right rolls Zerg. Arbuz in the bottom left as the Protoss.
What's the final map if they go 1-1?
Maxiom back again. It's the decider.
The loop.
Yeah, we've had to have that already once in the tournament, believe it or not. And we were only one game away from needing it again between Ecalypso and AOT back in Group A. But Group B, we did need that, so that was pretty cool.
But the free-for-all has never happened, has it?
No, never happened.
That'll be a day when that happens.
Shambler in the chat. Arbuz, destroy ass once and for all. We obviously need to make a campaign about all of these clan stories, you know?
Well, yeah, you need to make, like, ASS sound like some legit organization, right? You need to stand, like, for something actually that makes sense.
Yeah, you were trying to go for American Slaughtering Society, but I still think it would be fine if it was American Anti-Shambler Society. I don't really know what the problem with that is, Bruce.
Well, I mean, presumably there'll come a day when Shambler isn't that important anymore. So it'd be a bit weird to... Well, I mean, it's inevitable, don't you think? I know he says the, like, old players will always be dominant, but I don't believe that at all. I already think HitEmUp and EUD are just a level above people we've seen before, so it's just each wave is more and more skilled. And, you know, the last Acropolis, we sort of had some contenders who were, like, on the right level, but then now they're kind of getting above the level of the players who've generally been in the community. So I feel like saying them every time. Shambler says you will rest in the same grave, never mind. That's right, because I'm kind of hoping for the day when I just get, like, kicked out of Gauntlet or something, so I can just do the casting and not stress about trying to win, you know?
Ah, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I was saying the same thing about Shambler. You know, he has set up his microphone semi-recently, so maybe he'll join me for the cast sometimes if the day comes where we're all retired men. Alternatively, you know, if it's a Class 2 Invitational, instead of allowing off racing, we can just go it the old way. Now, Arbuz is going to go for a Lattice build here. This is the first time he's actually showing this. He has previously gone 3-gate every game, no matter what his opponent's race
was. It was scouted.
Yep, it was.
He's going for the idol here. Now, second Lattice. Okay, the thing with this is, I was saying it a bit in the post-game interview last time. The idol is very good against anything that comes out from the Quaz pool. I guess it's not amazing versus Spores,
actually. I like that little move. Sorry, just attacks the guy with the worker for the last damage. There you go.
Like I was saying, the idol's pretty good against anything that comes out against Quaz, but it's pretty bad against Hydras, and I guess Izzy's if you're really going to make those. So you're in this situation where you're like, okay, I can keep spamming those, and as long as you steal some Quaz units, it's good. But what if Zerg just goes straight into Hydra and doesn't make any more Quaz units? It's pretty bad, and that goes for pretty much anything that comes out of Lattice. Vassals obviously helpless against Hydras. Golems not useless, but Hydras are one of the better answers Zerg has. And let's not talk about manifolds. And Sims are just a meme past the first 2 minutes of the game, in my opinion. So, yeah, there's not many options. He needs gateways, I think, to deal with Hydras. But if Hamster just stays on Quaz, it could be fine.
It's kind of funny you say that about Sims, because I think it was Hapsea, with the help of Veek, discovered a build that, in PvP specifically, that makes Sims just look like such a ridiculously powerful unit. But I don't think we got to actually see it in action, unfortunately.
You can one base all in Lattice as Zerg? What?
Wait,
oh, you mean Zerg goes one base all in? With what? With Quaz units?
I didn't say anything about it. One base. What are you talking about? Oh, no. I see. You're talking about Chen. Okay.
But no matter what Zerg makes, if you just park a bunch of idols on the ramp, I'm not really sure what Zerg's going to do to bust that. Quasi spam? I don't know, man. I don't think you're correct about that. If Protoss knows what you're doing and just defends, I think they will be fine. Either way, he's getting the golems. Looks like he's going to try and attack in. You know what? Actually, I think I was playing Arbuz. He did this exact thing to me. and I sort of came down and relied on Hydras and the Circus, but it wasn't enough. With enough idols and golems, you can bust through. We'll see what Hamster does here. He gets the Zorkis. The Lachesis will probably be able to handle this, but they're not amazing against golems. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. It's going to be Hamster with the Quaz drop coming in from 6 o'clock. Now, thankfully, this time around, it looks like Arbuz will be just fine when it comes to his army positioning. He's not going to leave with that. Well, I say that, but of course, Caster Curse.
And no cannon. Okay, no, it just starts. This is, again, the worst possible timing. Once again. Is it going to go the exact same way? I'm looking at these armies, though, and the base trade, it looks like a lot better for Arbuz just bust through if it goes that direction.
Well, he's pulling back his idol that just spawned, and he does have a golem coming. Golems are, it's laughable how little damage the Quaz can do to a golem, so I think he'll be okay. He actually hasn't lost a worker yet. Oh, he doesn't cancel. He doesn't cancel.
Yeah, big issue there. I was going to say, one golem on its own can only do so much, but I mean, it's only 6 Quazes, I guess. Is he going to go in for the attack? He is. And what is here? A whole bunch of Quazes. Those golems need to get together. If the golems get together, then it's real trouble for Zerg. If they're separate, he can deal with this. He's focus firing one of them. Here we go. The idols coming in. He's focus firing the idols. Makes sense. And the Circle finishes at the worst possible moment. Looks like Arbuz going to get pushed back here.
Well, he hasn't lost anything yet. That one HP idol. I love the golems just sort of... they
don't really care about Quazes unless you focus fire. You have to focus fire or you're just giving them help. And then, you know, the base is still defended. He's still fine at home, but Zerg does have this natural which he wants to take out.
Let's see, what's Hamster's reaction? He's just going for pure Quaz as a result right now. He is going to go for the Lachesis, but it's going to be a while before those are up. Is he seeding as natural at this point? He's just going to leave it?
I think it's the right choice. I was going to say, I think it's a mistake to invest in all the ones, right? Because,
yeah.
But once there's a certain number of golems, even focus fire isn't going to help because the army's like too big and all your Quazes will be trying to fight one thing and getting hit. So he's coming in for another attack. Once again, there's nothing left at home.
Oh, and the warden. Oh, man.
How many times are you going to have to teach you this lesson, old man? he's trying to get the damage done. He's going to do it. He doesn't realize the warden's not finished because he was like microing back and forth. I guess he just really doesn't want to get drilled on. But I think he should be more aggressive here.
Well, the golems are out now, so this party's over.
They look so goofy when they attack.
Yeah, not exactly the most pristine graphic. All right, Lachesis here to try to hold.
I think, well, actually, I'm not sure they can. The golems probably going to be able to bust through here. Are they doing it?
I don't know. It's not great focus fire just yet. Okay, the Lachesis fall back to the circuits.
Yeah, it's not enough Lachesis, right? Because golems, they'll take damage from them, but they won't suffer too badly. If you have like, I don't know, 5 or 6 of them, then they can absolutely stomp this. But as it is, he's getting up here. Circuits are a big threat, though. He needs to be careful with that. He's walking right behind them.
No, he is indeed. And more Quaz just spawned. The Lachesis can fall back to try to cover the attack, but suddenly...
But look at the mining. Yeah. Look at the Proto Space. He's mining like 18 on gas.
Oh, no, he never corrected it. Oh, dear. Let's see if he ever gets smart to it, gets wise to it. Hamster might be taking the best of 3 advantage for now.
No, I think Budesh might actually be about to win here. Because I don't think he can stop him from just gunning down the work.
Ooh, you might be right. Let's see. One of the golems goes haywire in the base. The workers haven't been completely evaporated just yet, but it is a lot of Quaz, and they are inside the worker line. He does need to fall back. He can't really drill out just yet. Lachesis is going to move a little bit further forward, see if they can defend the shroud.
To be fair, does he need to mine me as 900 minerals?
I don't know. He can set up his hatch. I know, yeah, it's crazy.
Doesn't even kill it. Oh, these golems have taken so much damage. And they're still here.
He's going to move a little bit further forward with the Lachesis. But they're not really able to kill it. Okay, still up to that. Now, the problem is that Arbuz has unintentionally gimped his income so heavily. He barely has any money right now.
Yeah, right. Who's mining less? It's hard to say.
Yeah. I think Arbuz is right now.
Still here. Yeah. Okay, look at it this way. Hamster doesn't need to mine because he has a bank, and Arbuz doesn't have to produce because his army won't die. He really wants that Zorkis, and he's going to get it.
Oh, is he? It's got, okay, 8 health, 4 health. Okay, it's finally down.
The bombs are talking about, man. Of course he's going to get it.
Well, the idols are all dead, so there's no more damage with this force, and that will be the end of the Protoss. Now, he's looking back at his base. He does correct it. He finally corrects it. Okay.
I cannot imagine the pain he must be feeling right now. Thinking like, oh my god, have I really been mining gas like that this whole time? Well, he better throw down the freaking, what do you call it, Prostation stage now. No, sorry, the Synod, I mean. Spend that. Unfortunately, you can't mine 18 on one guy's though. But hey, here comes round 2. It's the same exact army, and now
the Lachesis in the middle. That could have been snappy, yeah. Let's see, the Qua's now coming out. See if they can frontline a little bit. Can they focus fire the golems enough?
4 golems? I don't think you really care about the Quas. You just care about the Lichilus. If you get on top of those, I think you can crush this.
Yeah.
It's gonna go for it.
Let's see what happens. Oh no, look at all the splash damage. The Lichilus not really working out right now. And you were saying it earlier that Hydras are usually the way to go for this because of their single target. Ironically, going for splash versus golems helps them more than it hurts.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about Lichilus, is that they're not really very good against golems. If you get a high number, they have enough damage to stop them approaching, but in small numbers, yeah, you can see the golems kind of just manage. And yeah, it's not that Hydra's a great unit against the golems, but they manage, and they're very good against Hydras. Hydras are very useless against
All right, let's see. Immediately on burrows, not actually going to get out with all 3. One of them goes down, the other one burrowing, the other one not. Now we've got it, more Quas here. Remember, the counterattack over is starting to pressure the Nexus, but it's only Quas right now. Doesn't even matter.
Okay. Quas are even worse at killing buildings than they are at killing golems, man.
Yeah.
They are going to take like 3 minutes to kill that, no joke.
Well, it's almost down to no shields. Reinforcements just idling right now. Going back around the mineral line. Still no static defense over here.
Dude, he will eliminate Hamster from the game before this Nexus dies.
Yeah, that's it, man. Couldn't handle a GG. Okay. Not able to figure out the way to crack this code. Hamster now facing a 3rd place point.
I wonder if Zoryus are a good option against Golem. Because they don't attack very rapidly, so they're not given that much shields, and they can spawn the Rillarokors, which have the armor pen. And they just won't die very fast, even to idols, either.
Man.
Either way, Hydras would be good. I think even still, the strat is you get up 3 production structures and get Tech Hydra on 1 base, then you worry about expanding.
All right, well, Arbuz is ready, Hamster is ready. We're going on to Fata Morgana. This is a map by Veek7, and we are going to see if it's got
more blood.
Yes, of course. We need more. We need more. And it is yet another PVZ, Hamster rolling Zerg in the top right, and Arbuz in the top left. Oh, but he doesn't say his race. He's not saying it? Oh, he's
always going to say it, no doubt. All right, so rematch.
It is a rematch.
I'm trying to think. Is this map really any better or worse?
It's a 6 pool, so.
Oh, interesting. I don't like it, to be honest.
Really?
I think it's pretty tough to get a win against Protoss. You saw, in fact, this freaking map, dude, is cursed. You saw what happened with me. I was doing an opening, which I think on paper is pretty bad against 6 pool, but I still was able to hold, barely. Mm-hmm. If you just go for the normal 10 gate, I just can't really see Zerg pulling the win. I guess worker drills are a lot weaker now compared to the last tournament. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yeah, the other thing, too, I think, is that it really depends on if it's going to be Zeths or if it's going to be Quas. If it's Quas, then you're going to have what happened to Benno, where I think the first gateway unit just kind of zones them out long enough. And we'll be gateways this time around. So no lattice opener, which actually bodes well for Arbuz. It means that it's a bit more playable, because if it was a lattice, you take a little bit longer. Your first unit's a little bit more vulnerable to being sniped. Need to take a little bit more time to go, and it is going to be 3 pairs of Zeths. So this game could be over in a flash. We could be headed to Maxiom for our decider. And see what happens.
Or it could be over because Arbuz will win. And then we won't have to play another game. Alright, he's going to come across. I wonder if you do go lattice, by the way, what is the best unit to make? Because I think Vassal is actually a bad choice, because as soon as any cause shows up, they'll easily bully that back. Okay, he knows,
okay.
He knows.
Yeah, he sees it. Warden immediately, okay.
Just needs a second pylon. He needs to not queue those scribes, man. That's not the way to go. Needs a second pylon here. That is essential.
Needs a lag, tactical lag. There's this fucking pylon. That will power both the gateway and the warden.
I wonder if you cancel the gateway and just make another warden and even another pylon. Is that better? I guess you force Zerg to worry about this and actually attack it. He does need to pressure these Fs a bit, though. He can't just let them freely eat the pylons, because that will not take long. That second pylon is definitely going to go down if he doesn't do something here. It does place another one. Will it be up in time? That's a lot of Zeths. Yeah,
that is a lot of Zeths. This might be a very fast one. He's unpowered on the gateway. Needs to wait for that pylon to finish. The warden will finish in time, and there's the pylon to riposte. I think we're okay. They're not all attacking. Okay, the warden does go down, but it doesn't reach the gateway. It doesn't reach it. That's GG.
Yeah, well, I guess you were right. The 6-ball does win that. I question the scribe micro a bit there, though, because he let them kill the first pylon for free when you really need to just buy as much time as possible. So I think you pull everything and just dance around, try and delay as much as possible. Because you see, if you had 4 more seconds, he would have been okay there. All right, Nebline's in the player slot.
It's a classic.
No. I will be stepping in for Hamster. Wait, for Hamster? For Arbuz? I don't know. For either? For both?
Well, Arbuz was here, so I guess it would have been Hamster.
Yeah.
Good old Hammy. Dude, I can't believe the kinds of games that we are seeing.
Yeah, this is a pretty intense group, dude.
Pretty nuts, pretty nuts. Shambler, there was no bug there, so I don't know what you're talking about. You're a goober.
What's he saying?
I think he's just talking about the fact that it's a feature that we don't have yet, which is like a preview for the pylon field, but you can't see that when you place the pylon, right? You just see the pylon field itself. Anyway, we're getting into it. It's going to be cross spawns, and it will be Hamster rolling Terran in the bottom right. He is indeed Magma, so I'm going to go ahead and assume he's going to be picking that color all the time. Arbuz,
and look at
top
this.
left.
He's not proxying, dude. Do I know this man or do I not? He's not proxying his stockade.
He needed to be up against Zerg for it to happen. That's the problem.
I suppose. Even then, I think it's a bit...
Listen, if it's on a 4-spawn map, it might not be real. I think he did it. He did it on the 2 spawners, is what I saw. But yeah, there you go. Pretty crazy stuff. I also like what Biddy B suggested in the Ass channel. You should check that out at some point and tell me if you think you like that idea.
Yeah, that's a great idea actually, because that's kind of what the name is about anyway. But we'll officially announce that in a stream
press release for Clan Ass. Yeah. Makes sense.
Press release at Four Seasons parking lot. You know, that kind of. All right, sending the worker across. Gateway, surely.
Yep, it is. All right. Well, you're unlikely to get 6-fold by a Terran, so I think he's probably going to be fine. In these longer games, he's looked a little bit better. I'm not sure that Hamster has the gusto for going mech anyway. He's going to go for bio instead. And you know what? As he started to play a lot of bio, he changed his Discord status to, he chose the path of perpetual torment. So I think that's a reference to the bio. I don't know.
Like I keep saying, I feel like when I watch this, I'm like, no, I could make it work. I could make it work. That's probably how everyone feels, and then you play it, right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Huracan drops the key. And look, Hamster knows, obviously, that Huracans are important, but has he got to get that anchor, man? Has he got to?
Yes. It's for intimidation. You put the feet on the ground and you say, hey.
Has he got to, though? That's so many minerals.
It's pretty pricey, yeah.
No, it is double gate, so at some point an anchor would be fine, but I feel like you could just get the second stockade and still be able to get another anchor later and be fine. If your opponent was going 6 gateway or something, this would be fine, but it just takes so long for a unit to actually get out and across the map. Like, you can see the first Hierophant is still on the way right now. It's then half done.
I like the slow unload of the units to kill the worker, like, oh, you thought you were safe.
Wait, does Arbuz even know about that? Like, has he been anchor dropped?
I don't think so, no. Mystery Meat's not here to do it to people.
Hamster should have done it. Well, hey, I did it to, who did I do it to? To Veek that one time, right?
Was that an anchor? I can't remember.
Yeah, on Otherworld, remember?
Oh, yeah, you did it to Mystery Meat. I know that.
Was it?
Yeah, that started your reverse sweep way back when.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Veek wasn't playing in that tournament.
Oh, I need to switch back to Terran, dude. I'm having withdrawal from learning how to anchor drop people.
No anchor drop, no Huracan combat drop, the parachute.
Oh.
On top of
I can't
Architects.
Get Pythian and drop, what would I even drop? I don't know.
4 anchors loaded with Huracans.
Yeah, that's right. But then lift them and drop them?
Yeah.
That'd be the perfect strat.
It is perfect.
So when we get that tier 3 anchor upgrade, can it fit an anchor inside it?
I was careful to not allow such clown cards.
Oh, why would you not allow that? Come on, man.
Listen, I think you can fit 2 phalanxes in it, though. Not sieged, but...
You want 1 siege, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
And remember, it shoots while moving, so...
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. All right, looks like it's going to be...
Totally fair and balanced.
Yeah. Covenant City here for the Stockades. You know, it would be pretty fitting if the future of Terran was to do that. All right, Stimmed Maverick doesn't get too far there, unfortunately. Gets immediately bopped and slapped and networked.
Yeah, he was, experiencing his death in slow motion there.
Yes, yeah. That must be horrifying.
Yeah.
But
although,
I mean...
as we've discussed before, Mavericks have a pretty horrifying existence.
Well, think about it. They're probably the most obvious fodder for captaincy, going Apostle, and then just having them be revived over and over again with the new New Reclamation.
Yeah,
So.
I do like the idea of the units being like slow or whatever for no reason, and like just then shambling in.
Yeah.
It'd be pretty good. I can't wait, man. I've got to switch back to Terran.
Just because of the Apostle rework, dude.
For all these reasons,
the Reclamation,
right?
yeah.
All these reasons.
Mystery Meat did sign up as Terran back when we thought he would be playing. So he knew. He was carrying the torch.
By the way, in chat, Arbuz is an Ecclesiast addict, but Bio is not bad against it. That said, there's really not much here. There's only a handful of Mavericks. I think he might be able to bust this if all those guys repair. Okay, he has a Huracan, but there's only like 2 Zealots. 3 Zealots? Yeah, okay, I guess that's pretty important.
Well, the Maverick Scout's no army at home and 3 gates, so he should know that this is coming. He does have a
repair.
He has a he has a Power Siphon Savant inside the anchor. You know how fast those things can shoot. So.
That is huge. Also, with the Huracan, could be very big. And look, he's ready with the Masons.
Yep.
Hamster's so on top of this. Actually, I'm very impressed. He knows how much danger he's in. And you know what? Arbuz seems to know how much defense he has.
Ooh, he picks off an Ecclesiast. He'll trade an Ecclesiast for a Maverick.
Yeah, very nice, very nice.
Yeah.
And what's he got coming out? I wouldn't mind seeing a couple Cyprians or more Huracans. The Savant obviously going to be very valuable too.
Second
I think more Huracans would be the best thing actually, because if the Ecclesiasts are engaging, you should be able to get hits on them, and then you just do so much more damage.
All right, 2 of them, both on Power Siphon.
I think that's definitely what you want here. Especially if you can get the repair off. One anchor with 2 Power Siphons once could take this all on with enough repair, you know?
Yeah. You wouldn't need any of the... Everybody else could hop in a Trojan and head it over to the enemy base.
Yeah, right? He's going to get for another pick?
Yep, there it is.
Nice! Although he stayed a little bit too long. 1 round too many.
Yeah, he was waiting for the tactical lag, but he waited a little bit too long.
You can't tell me Arbuz couldn't bust that, man, surely.
I think he could. It's a question of the repairs. And, you know, every time these workers are staying out here... Like, there's none of these are mining right now, actually. So Hamster's got to get on the ball with that. There we go.
I'm pretty sure Arbuz could still bust that in with all that repair, dude. That's not that many Masons.
Well, what's his sustained damage, right? Like, his dedicated damage isn't really that high, I feel like.
Don't underestimate Ecclesiast, man. They do 10 damage. They would do enough. And look, that's a lot of Zealots. He's going to go for it.
He is.
Hamster needs to be on it.
There we go. Immediately onto it. Rending the armor with the Huracan. That could have been big for now. Another anchor being put in. And indeed, it does get busted. Doesn't matter how fast you fire. Maybe Arbuz's Ecclesiast addiction is going to give him second place. We've got Savants out here, but they're not in the right form. Not in Power Siphon. Maybe that's
the right war, man.
Yeah.
They got to go, like, find a new life to be born into, because they're not going to make it very far.
Yeah, pulling the boys, defending, switching over into Power Siphon to stack up all them stacks. Let's see how far they can go. I'm going to say based on the worker count, it's too much, but maybe they'll give us a fight to be remembered, and the answer is no. Hamster falls to 3rd place, and it's Arbuz. It's the new guy, making it into 2nd.
Nicely done. Well, he was a good...
Oh, you've gone. See ya.
Was I not meant to go?
No. I don't know what you just cut off in the middle of the sentence, so I don't know.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying he was a good pick for the wild card. Definitely not disappointing us.
Yeah.
Showing a lot of strength there, and honestly just showing us that the Ecclesiasts are pretty good.
I think so, yeah. It cannot be understated there. Hamster has fallen to 3rd, and that means that we will see Arbuz take 2nd. Very cool stuff. And I have to agree with Delta Cadimus. It is, or Cadimus, however you say that guy's name, it is indeed going to be a lack of Achmeds that did him in. No Huracans, no life.
Yeah. I wonder if when you realize you're up against 3 gate, the best thing to do is just cut all Mason production and just make a lot of Huracans till you have like, I don't know, 10 or something. And then see if you can hold based on that. He says hit me up is his weak point, Arbuz says, because he's a very technical player. Interesting. Well, I think to be fair, it was the number of like tactical blunders attacking in, and a lot of Ecclesiasts against Terra, which I think are not the most effective sometimes. But as we saw, Ecclesiasts sometimes are by far the most effective.
Indeed. Yeah, I think the main thing to pay attention to when you're jumping into a game for the first time is like it is down to practice. And Hamster not very practiced on Terran, but also it has to be said that Arbuz just like I was surprised to see him be so confident, sauntering on in with those Ecclesiasts so many times. So pretty cool stuff. And of course, everybody's check will be in the mail as per usual. Let's bring HitEmUp in, though. He is the group winner. He is here and keen to talk. Hello, sir. You have won your group with a score line of 4-1. You only end up dropping a single game, and it was after a dirty rematch, disconnect, etc. How are you feeling about your performance, and how are you feeling about the games?
About the games, I'm not very happy with how any of them went, to be fair, but I'm glad I won. They played a lot better than I expected them to be fair.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so you were expecting great things out of Arbuz, or no? Were you expecting to just kind of roll over? Like, how did that work out?
I even underestimated the Ecclesiast. Like, I thought that was a meme and couldn't do anything, and he
Mm.
basically killed me with it.
Yeah, very close to taking the game on Paradise. I was very surprised that at the end of the day, I don't know if you were aware, but we were talking about it on the cast a lot. The victory condition in Cosmonarchy is factories, not structures. So, like, production structures have to be the ones that are intact. So if he goes after your Larvosk there, it's actually the game over. Which is something that he clearly didn't know because he would have gone for it. And maybe that in some ways saved it. I don't know if you were aware. It seemed like if you were doing a pretty good job of not overly trying to protect it and defend it, because maybe then that would have clued him in. I don't know. But that's
I wasn't aware of that at all.
yeah.
I
That's,
did not know that's a thing.
yeah, that's a shift in cases. So, you don't play Hide the Nexus or whatever in the elimination games. But yeah, despite that, though, that was definitely an action-packed one. That was pretty crazy. So I have to give it to you and say that that was definitely a lot different than what I thought that match was going to go for. I also think that Arbuz, as a kind of wild card pick, I wasn't sure if we were going to get too much out of him, but we did. He played very well. He secures second place. The game on the big one that the one that Hamster was able to take from you. Do you have any words about that? Do you even want to talk about that and cover that one? Because that was the one with all the Gladius, of course, where we had to remake after the unfortunate networking stuff that happened for Hamster. It seemed like you were in the driver's seat for that a lot.
To be completely honest, like, I don't know what deals with Gladius. I don't know what tech Zerg units like actually come from. So I was just doing things, and I failed miserably.
Well, I think, yeah, what Neblime, I think you had said, Neblime, on the cast, that it might have been a bit of a knowledge check thing, because we were both sort of thinking, like, oh, what if you do this, and what if you do that? But despite that, I was even shouting out the Nathracor as a solution. You did eventually go for that. It was just maybe a little bit too late by that point. So I don't think it was as hopeless as maybe it seemed in the moment, but I can sympathize with how impossible it might seem when you just constantly end up losing a lot of units over and over again. Those units can be pretty pricey, so I guess we'll have to see what other Zergs are going to come up with as a counter. But definitely, I mean, it is what you said at the opening interview, that it was your matchup that you were the least confident in, if I remember correctly, the Zerg versus Protoss one. So,
No, 100%. I can't play that to save my life.
well, you were able to get victory in all of the other matches, and that in and of itself is pretty hype. So you end up scoring first place. I don't know what you're planning on doing with the money, but if you want to DM me your PayPal at some point, I'll hand you off the winnings there. And it's definitely pretty good stuff there to have you involved and playing. Glad you were able to finish out the group. And do you have any thoughts about, for example, anything that Hamster did that surprised you, or anything that Arbuz did besides the Ecclesiast addiction that we talked about on the stream that gave you an eyebrow raise, or you figured these players are going to be pretty good going into the future, whatever the races they end up picking?
So in regards to the prize or whatnot, just keep it for Cosmonarchy. I'm not going to take any of it.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, sir.
In regards to their play, like, it's very hard for me to comment on it, just because I believe that I played so far below my level. But like, I can't make like a general call on it. I think Hamster will still be fine. He has like a decent base level of mechanics, and he's kind of wonky, so he can make things happen.
Right.
Arbuz, I'm not sure about, but he played quite a bit better than I expected, considering he just started.
Yeah, he's a fairly recent pick. I think this is his first week of play is capstoning with this tournament play. So
yeah, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. You have any thoughts or questions for our man here, our group winner, Neblime? Anything that you wanted to ask about?
Well, I just want to comment. The prophecy was coming true, right? You got 2 Protoss wins immediately, and then the timeline got screwed up with the lag,
Yeah.
So
I got 1 Protoss win.
Okay, fair. You 1 Protoss win.
I was gonna win the second game.
Probably. But like, you haven't changed your mind about any of that after all these games? I guess you can still agree that you're not very happy with Zerg.
I'm very unhappy with Zerg. I don't want to touch that ever again. Keep it away from me. I almost debated just like immediately leaving the games if I rolled Zerg.
Well, you were able to get 1 win on it, so it's good you didn't. ended up working out towards you.
Oh, that was such a lucky game. That was so lucky.
Sometimes you need a little bit of luck.
In reality, I'm probably just going to be another dirty Protoss player and abuse the easy race.
Hey, there's no shame in that. I mean, Nebleim is a Protoss player too, so he can sympathize. He was saying earlier that it'll be good for him to be able to blend in, because in the past he's always played the race that has the least representation or something like that towards the end of the tournament. So he's always the one that's the odd man out. Whereas if everybody's trying to match everybody else's style, then maybe he can do some crazy innovation off to the side. But honestly, you've been grinding out a lot of games yourself, HitEmUp. You've obviously practiced out quite a bit and come up with a bunch of strategies. It was pretty ballsy to pick random to begin with. So, like I said at the beginning, maybe we all get the random out of our system now and we settle on which one we want to really pick going forward. But in any event, if you are up for more tournament games in the future, maybe in the late June, early July when we kick off Acropolis number 2, we'd be happy to have you in some of those matches too. So I appreciate your participation.
And I'm definitely not going to play random again. That was way too cocky of me.
Nice. I am so happy. You're going to pick Protoss then?
Yeah.
I mean, just based off of like in practice games and whatnot, like I'm pretty sure that would be the best choice for me by a large margin.
All right. I'm very pleased with this outcome then.
And we're going to need another Protoss after Shambler has the massive fall off that I think he's about to have.
Ooh, some Shambler shade.
Ooh, really? Tell me about that.
Yeah, what's your thoughts? What's your predictions on that?
Part of it's for fun, but like I think a lot of like the newer players like me, EUD, who was a high A, low S rank player.
This whole time I assumed he was like a 2300. Damn, okay.
Yeah, EUD has gone as high as 2300, but he plays the South American server mostly, so it's a little bit inflated, but he's still good. Myself, like I was 2400 at one point, so I was decent. But like players like us coming in, we're raising the general level of mechanics, I think, and that's going to cause issues for people that have like old man hands.
Yeah, a little bit more on the strategic side than the micro and mechanical side. I can see that, trying to get on top of that and need to do the drills. Because a lot of the players who grind here, they play for trying to understand like a strategy. Maybe they get a good advantage out of an opener. But if the game goes long, it can definitely get away from them. I am noticing that. So you might be right about the general, the way that you describe it, about how the new guys coming in are maybe just already pretty good at the existing RTS games out there. I still think it's kind of crazy that Arbuz doesn't even play Starcraft, though. He plays Age of Empires. And he comes
I can't even comprehend how good he is after playing this 1 week having no like Starcraft experience. That's insane to me.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Because he was like, the last time I played Brood War was like 10 years ago or something like that. I was like, what?
Oh, okay. So he has played it before?
Yeah, but never a 1v1 guy, I guess. Not a big 1v1
okay.
guy.
Well, if you play use map settings a lot, back in those days, you at least will have a feel for how units move, which is
maybe,
important.
yeah.
And that's a stumbling block for a lot of people.
Also, Shambler in the chat just saying that he was neutral with me. He was practicing with Arbuz to beat me. What the hell is he talking about?
You're crying.
Well, I got to tell you, HitEmUp, after you stopped playing, I played a couple of Arbuz as well.
Oh my
God. I believe you. I mean, I'm kind of like selling out my own people too to you, so.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, even Krankendow is practicing against him, dude. Giving him all that PvZ practice is crazy stuff.
I'm gonna start to have to like punch my own teammates and like torture them. They can't be doing this to me.
I know, crazy stuff. Well, you do end up winning the day in the end. You make it all the way to first place there, so that is pretty cool. And again, thank you for just sort of reinvesting the cash prize, so to speak. I appreciate that. We'll put it to good use and get this development continuing. Obviously, some good games here, some exciting ones. So thank you, HitEmUp, and thanks for sticking around for the closing interview as well. Any final words you want to leave us with on your way out?
I mean, thanks for having me, and please use that money to buff the goddamn Atreus.
That's the bounty. All right. Well, sir, I think we can make something happen. I've already got some ideas and plans, so just stay tuned for the next release is all I can say. All right. GG's, sir. Until next time.
Yep. See ya.
All right,
Nebleim. Thing to say.
Yeah.
When you're saying stay tuned for the next release, I'm fucking sweating over here.
Why? It's your race. You're going to get a bump.
Oh, really? Oh,
Atreus? Yeah.
Was that on the podcast you put out? Because I hadn't watched it.
Oh, no. I don't think I covered it yet. But the Atreus changes are just, it's going to be more mobile.
Oh.
It'll be like halfway between Draken and Hierophant in terms of move speed. Is the
Help
current
me
plan.
catch up to those goddamn demiurges, right?
Yeah, of course.
You watched me losing that game. It's like, poor Nebula. He needs a little help.
Well, I saw you go mass Atreus, and honestly, it was trading pretty well before the Demiurges came out. So it was kind of surprising how much better they were than everybody was giving them credit for initially, including myself. I kind of, like when enough sentiment turns against a unit, with the exception of the Cyclops and the Eidolon, because they're just godlike units, I do eventually say like, maybe the Manifold is, maybe the Atreus does suck, maybe the Matador is bad or whatever, and then like somebody will deploy them, and I'll be like, wait a second, have I buffed them too much? Because like I remember it was I was thinking about decreasing the gas cost of the Convolsc, and Shambler showed with like 2 Convolscs the ability to just like ridiculously annihilate like a bunch of Protoss units, and I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and undo that change on my local branch.
Convolscs are very good, man.
Yeah.
And what's even unexplored is dropping them is actually really OP.
Oh yeah.
Because if there's static defense, it gets a few shots off, and then it starts getting distracted, and you can just sit there with impunity if your opponent's not multitasking.
Oh, think about the bounces onto the workers as well, and the workers getting chewed up. So it's just, it's like an auto.
It's a very good all-around unit. It's just squishy, which is a problem you can always deal with.
Yeah. Listen, I'm excited to see what people can come up with that. Maybe
Not from me.
Yeah, of course. Well, no, I mean, you could control a Droleth and then build a Hatcheros.
Because that's what I'd do if I got Zerg Tech. I'd take all the way to Convolscs.
You would make a Matraval Nest. I know you. You would make that.
Okay, true.
You know.
But what am I going to make for corpses? Are you just standing in the Legionnaires?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, no, you know what? It's the Vassals, actually. I probably make more Vassals per game than Zephricors if you let me.
There you go. That's pretty interesting. Well, sir, that does mean that we are in a position where we can comfortably say that it is about 15 minutes out before the next group. So let me go ahead and ping our boys in the tournament channel to get Group D ready. This does mean that I can go ahead and show you guys what we'll be dealing with when we switch over to that. It will, of course, be EUD 64's tournament debut alongside jakulangski and TheNightFox, the latter of whom is also a tournament debutant. So it'll be Terran versus Zerg City with some ZVZ for good measure. I look forward to those games, and I'm sure we already know what Nebelheim is going to say about who he thinks is going to win. But it's going to be exciting.
Well, I have to inform you, unfortunately, I will have to go. Actually, I won't be able to join you for that.
Oh, okay. Well, hit me with your predictions now in that case.
I was going to say leave it to your imagination, but we already talked about it, dude.
Yes.
EUD40, that's a given.
Okay.
The other two are pretty hard to call. Look, I gotta say, NightFox got tilted earlier today, so maybe that'll help jakulangski out a bit. I'm gonna say 3-1 jakulangski, so that'll make it, 1-4 for NightFox. Sorry, so what am I saying? 3-4 for jakulangski, 1-4 for NightFox. That's what I'm calling.
Okay, interesting.
Very unfortunately, I am not going to be able to cast it after all.
Yeah, that's no worries.
I'll have to watch it later.
Yeah. Listen, definitely give us your thoughts and let us know what the thoughts actually are looking like, because I think it's going to be an exciting time when we get into that. So, yeah, give us about a 15-minute break, boys. We will be back, and we will see you then. GG's. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Group D, the final group, the Night Shift. This is the last group of the May Royal Invitational. And we have EUD64, the next mystery meat. Some people are already calling him that. He will be taking on jakulangski in our opener for this particular matchup. And then, waiting in the wings, the TheNightFox. Let's see if he ends up doing anything crazy. I do see that we have a green eggs and spam in the chat. You will be happy to know that Hamster rolled Terran twice and tried to play Terran Bio in both of them. But, well, just go watch the games. You'll see. Crack open a cold one with the boys. Except this is just seltzer water. You know, I wonder if DF and other people in the chat had this kind of vibe when they saw EUD64 as a name. Because when I saw that, I thought, oh, 64 like 64-bit, and EUD like extended unit deaths. This guy's like a Brood War programmer, you know, reverse engineer, map maker guy. And in fact, actually, that's just related to his name and apparently his favorite number or something. So it's actually a total misnomer. I had no idea. But he will be EUD Commander, rolling Terran. Did I enable my game? No, I did not. Okay, EUD has just now logged in. Jakulangski will be joining us momentarily. I'm asking if EUD knows the format right now. If not, I'll explain it to him and to all of you guys. It is first to 4 wins will top the group, unless there's some crazy tie. There is technically a tiebreaker case where that could happen. And winner stays on first to 4 tops group in first place. Loser sits out 1 game and picks next map after. Versus... and so, okay, now that's basically the format in 2 sentences. Pretty easy stuff to remember. Go until you win 4 matches. Oh yeah, if you're not using the thing that tells you their nicknames, his Discord username is Stephen Wright or something. Eric, you dad. Oh, okay, makes sense. Well, we are just waiting for the Jack Ulangski. I wasn't sure that Jack would actually make it. It didn't seem like he was on at the time. Bit surprising. I also saw that Gerald Storm popped in and 3 Crow popped in, and they're both around in case we needed ringers for this group, which is pretty cool of them. Shout out to you guys. Looks like we got everything under control. I don't know where Jack is, though. I'll just type you with a question mark. I already did that to him once. Oh, there he is. Perfect. While we are waiting for our readies from our players, we'll be going to Maxiom, the 4-spawn version of Axiom, by BittyB, who also happens to run the moving company that sponsors this whole shebang. It is, of course, the pickup partner, moving things from A to B. You, too, can get a move. I might actually be calling upon his services sooner rather than later. We'll see how it goes. That would be pretty funny if he ends up driving all the way down here. The ultimate sponsorship move. Except I would actually pay him, obviously. All right, just need EUD. Oh, no, I see. They both sent ready at the same time, so I got confused. All right, we're getting into it, boys. It's Group D, the Night Shift. We're kicking things off on Maxiom, and here we go. It's EUD in the bottom left, jakulangski in the bottom right. This is Terran versus Zerg, horizontal spawns on Maxiom. Both players hotkeying their respective expansions. We saw that on the minimap, a sign of a true patriot / good player. And I am already looking at biddy tiles, so we can't look at those. Let's look at this area where all the biddy tiles are covered up by the Kegra. The official mover of the No Frauds Club. That is true. So what'll it be? It looks like it's going to be a mech play here from EUD, since he's already harvesting some Vespene, although it's a little bit later than I would expect. I wonder if he's actually going to go the Stockade and then follow it up with a Quarry or what. But no, it looks like he's going to go ahead and wait for that ever-loving Fulcrum. And there it is, right here on your screen. Meanwhile, jakulangski going for the Larvosk into Pool. Now, I have seen some things already from Gerald Storm, where he has done pretty well for himself against EUD, funnily enough, but mostly using early game aggro. I don't know if the longer games have favored him as much. I only saw some of the faster ones, so it's kind of surprising to me that a newcomer like Gerald could be doing so well versus EUD. Maybe it's just sample bias, right? Maybe I only got a couple of them here and there. I do like this sort of wall that's being erected over here by the Zerg. I don't know if it's going to matter too much, but it definitely blocks vultures and the like from darting on in. So we'll see if that ends up being a factor later on. It is going to be an instantaneous vulture from that Fulcrum. And I suspect that with 50 gas in the bank, that's like a perfect amount. He's going to go for a second Fulcrum behind this, presumably. There it is. So it looks like we'll be sticking to the mineral gathering operation for some time. No interest in teching. This could mean one of two things. It could mean some vulture spam for a little bit with a stockade follow-up, or it could mean, more likely in my opinion, that there's going to be some scrapyard units deployed at some point. It really is a question of when he starts harvesting Vespene again, but that will dictate some details. Because if it is going to be double scrapyard, then he's really only going to have access to blackjacks, right? As of right now, the only unit that he can train out of the Fulcrum is going to be vultures. So his first one is due to arrive. It's already starting to do some harassment. Let's see how many workers you end up losing in this situation. jakulangski already feeling the pressure a little bit. He's going to go ahead and burrow one of his units, and here come the Quasis. They obviously can also be harassed. And, you know, the first Quasilisk being used to get rid of both of the mines there is not a bad move. We've got 4 more pairs coming. That Droleth does need to unburrow, because right now it's as if jakulangski has lost 2 workers instead of only 1. Only 1, you're fine. 2 and more, you're starting to feel the pain more and more so with every single one. And unfortunately, it looks like he's completely forgotten about that in the heat of the battle. More and more vultures off of the 2 bases. Still no Vespene mine, so this is very much committal. The Mason Scout even being used here for repairs. Now, as long as the Quasilisk stay near the ramp, we're okay, no problems. But as of right now, I am a little bit worried. Okay, that one is going to go ahead and be fine. The hatch can be deployed at some point, but it's kind of a paradox. You want to put it down sooner so it can get more health, but if you wait too long, like the perfect amount of time, well then, okay, maybe the vultures attack and then they don't worry about anything. But yeah, at this point, the vulture count is super high. And yeah, this is just going to be a total evisceration of the Quasilisks. They do need to fall back to the ramp. The Hatcheros can be picked off by these vultures. Oh, but they fall back a little bit too far, not actually focusing it down onto those units. And now we can snipe the Kagran and maybe the Larvosk going after the workers. This might just be GG. Real fast game here. EUD going with a very comfortable start. Jack cannot fight back. Very, very fast match. EUD comfortably moving on to a 1-0 start. Was Neblim's prediction destined to come true? It could be the case. It could be the case. Well, the TheNightFox will be allowed to select the next map a little bit earlier than maybe we were all expecting. Yeah, the zoom in on the It's going to be Paradise selected. Let's see how that one goes out. We're going to go ahead and host the lobby. I think Jack, maybe I've just woke up, and he had a rude awakening there. UD, not taking it easy on him. There he is in the chat already, ready to spectate the next match, see if maybe the TheNightFox has a better game plan that can be emulated. Well, you can shake that one off, Jack. There's still plenty more games to be played. We are getting into game number 2. It will be cross spawns on Paradise with the UD in the top left, the TheNightFox in the bottom right. Can our Night Shifter make things happen after all? Only one way to find out, and that's by waiting for this game to continue. Who is going to be putting points from column A into column B? Get it? Because biddy A to biddy B. Anyway. I will say that Biddy B did a pretty good job of cleaning up Paradise a little bit. Although, am I about to see something? Holy shit, he cleaned it up. I'm so proud of my boy. My Biddy boy. Biddy man. Biddy boy becomes a Biddy man? I don't know. You could probably workshop that. Looks like we have the TheNightFox going for a pretty early pool here. It's a 9 pool. So that's kind of interesting. Not just going to be drolling up until he has the money. Getting a little bit of Vespene behind it as well. So I'm suspecting that this is going to be for a Larvosk. It'll be pool into Larvosk. We don't normally see pool first for Zerg. And if the TheNightFox doesn't scout until he has military units out, the fact that it's cross-spawn might not be favoring him. But it's Stockade now. EUD changing it up. Doesn't want to... he's not expecting his opponent to necessarily know exactly what he's doing. I don't know how much EUD has played versus these Zergs. So it's kind of interesting. We'll see how that one goes. I'm kind of tempted for the next game that we make to make the tech resource oil. Just for Jack. I feel like that could be pretty good. Or maybe it'll just be mysteriously referred to as not red. I feel like that could be a big deal. Could be Pog. UD scouting. He's going to go ahead and box scout, so he will find the TheNightFox second. Larvosk after the pool, but immediately pulling off a Vespene here, so it is going to be a little bit of a pool into, just mass Quaz units, it looks like. We have some Hurakans being made. Hurakans are pretty good versus the Zeth pushes and such. And they even give Quasilisks a little bit of a run for their money, but let's see how the bio actually fares versus this. You can see the Zeths moving, it looks like to the top left and to the bottom left. I wonder if it's just intuition, like maybe based on the worker movement or something, but by this point, yeah, I guess that must be the case. He must be thinking that. That's pretty impressive if the TheNightFox is already thinking to that level. Because if you think about it, right, like if he was coming from the top right, he would have come from this angle. He came from the bottom left, so he must have been coming from, scouting me second or a late scout to find me first. That's actually really interesting that he's gone for that. Met, we see what's going on over here. It's double star pad for EUD. We'll see if the TheNightFox has what it takes to handle this. I don't actually know how many Terrans have been trying the Wraith play versus Zerg in particular. Newt was obviously doing this a lot when he was still with us. He was a big fan of triple star pad into mass Wraith. And what he would end up doing a lot of the time is just waiting until he can grab a Shaman out of a Stockade, which in this case was what was opened with, and then going for healing the Wraiths with the Shaman, deploying it and adding it to the control group so that they naturally congeal, or congeal rather, and they don't have that... you basically like short circuits the magic boxing, right? Just the same as if you have a burrowed unit with your Zerg air, like your Mutas or whatever. Doesn't happen too often unless you're fighting against mech or whatever in StarCraft 1, but it still can happen. Much more common in Cosmonarchy since you don't have to research burrow. Although for the price of a Mutalisk, it does seem pretty good to be able to keep track of things. Maybe it's something that's underutilized in that particular discipline. The Dancing Maverick, just making sure that everything is up and running here. A Kagrant to drop and secure the natural. Little does he know he's going to be wanting to worry about air in this situation. He has an anti-drop circuit. Not going to be of too much help. But remember, before an Anciel joins the Wraiths, there's no way to counteract the Zerg just burrowing. And this Ovoleth can be pretty significant here as well, although it is going to end up going in for a drop. So let's see. Basically, it's like a question of who has more damage dealt at this point, or who can do more damage in general. And honestly, I don't like moving the Zeth in any way up the ramp, because you do lose it and then you don't have the scouting. But I do think that the Wraiths... would the Wraiths have an intercept course on the Ovoleth? That could actually be a pretty big change of the course of action here. It's tight. I don't think the Ovoleth is actually going to see them. Let's see. It's a question of whether or not... no, I don't think he did. I think he would have moved his camera up there. So just narrowly avoiding that. Ships in the night, quite literally. Soon they'll be in the NightFox's natural, and maybe going after the workers following that. There are some Quasilisks here, but the Wraith count already is in a pretty scary spot for kiting. There's not really that much that can be done for defense as well. We only have the one Circuit on the low ground, and the Wraith's actually flying directly on by. So who's going to do damage against who in a faster sense? We got 4 pairs of Quasis coming out. The attack is already in with 6 Wraiths. It's a question of who's going to bust. He's immediately going to go ahead and attack forward. Doesn't have really hardly anything back at home. The workers do burrow, and now the Quas are doing some damage in multiple locations. Once to the Wraiths, another time against the Masons. Worker count now dropping for EUD, so it looks like the NightFox is going to be okay for now, but syncing up with the Anciel, you can't burrow to hide it anymore, and the bio is going to start to burn down this Circuit. What can you do versus that? Some of the Quasis already dying to Masons, so it's just a question of whether or not EUD's basically held it at this point, but can the NightFox hold back the Terran army? That's the question. The Hurricanes going down are actually kind of big here. The Mavericks do not have the sustained DPS, and this push did do a lot of damage, remember, so at this stage, the NightFox can stabilize and be ahead in terms of his macro. Only 4 Wraiths left right now. The Circuit obviously more than enough to defend back at home. Quasis can and will eventually attack down that ramp, it feels like. Got a couple of more units over here. This Ovoleth empty. Didn't evacuate any of those units, but it's 19 workers to 14. Destroying this Hatrosk is compulsory. If EUD doesn't get this out of the way, it's going to be a real rough sell. He's gone for the stim. Remember that each one of those is 5 HP down. Looks like he will end up going for the hatch, and the NightFox is going to go ahead and make the decision to try to bleed his forces. No, he actually staves it off. And that Ovoleth returning home for some nice play there is really good. Oh, stopping the worker building the Ministry, killing another one as well. Honestly, not bad. Slows that down. The last thing that EUD wanted. And you know, there's the Ovoleth for detection here, so this doesn't even have to happen. Nice little self-stun there. It's going to go ahead and allow that Vulture to be claimed. You know, you trade that any day of the week here. NightFox looking pretty sharp in the pressure situation. Maybe thinking about doing another drop with that Ovoleth. Let's see what he wants to do. He's reestablished his mining. He's not getting any more Vespine at this point. Just banking what he's got. He's now going to start adding Spraiths. He has one behind the mineral line over here in the main. And only now are we seeing that restart, it looks like, or very recently. Not good. And the Quasi's actually moving out. Well, the Wraiths might be able to do something here, but remember that this one Spraith can and will help. Another one clearly on the way, judging by that positioning. And we still have Quasis back at home. Could think about going ahead and dropping. Instead, he's just going to keep the Ovoleth over in that location. Oh no, the Cyclops charging forward. It's going to end up getting destroyed on the rally. Really needs to hold on to all the crowd control he can. A bunch of Quasis getting dragged into the bottom left of the NightFox's main, but it's chaos and action all around. That Kagrant is going to go down before mutating, so at least there's a little bit of time and space over there for EUD to work with. Here, most of the Quasis hanging on back. They can just pick this Mason and deny this expansion again, but back at home, a bunch of the Wraiths have indeed been slain. Looks like only 1 or 2 workers there, and again, this Ministry being slowed is very bad for the Terran. Okay, moving forward, remember the Cyclops is putting down a lot of crowd control damage and not being focused right now. Eventually, this attack will be cleaned up. Doesn't even look like they're going to claim Ahmed on the way out. But at this point, man, the economic damage is really hard to understate. It's not something you can just write off like, oh yeah, that's no problem whatsoever. Making the mech switch at this point, grabbing the Vestry for healing. So many more Quasilisks. The NightFox playing a mono battle right now. Hasn't really made hardly any Zethra cores. And certainly hasn't made anything else along the way. A Cyclops just, one of them getting bopped on the way out, unfortunately. Laying the mines. We don't have any Anything else defensively at this point? EUD has some money in the bank. He's only now queuing up a Goliath and a Cyclops. He does need to hold this. I'd love an anchor on the high ground or something. The Vultures have gone ahead and laid out some mines a little bit further away, but you got to watch out if the Quasis step forward really, really fast. That's a really meaty stun. Is that going to be enough for TheNightFox to fall away? It looks like not yet, but those are really, really good mines right there. Not really able to do much of anything right now for TheNightFox. He has to get through all of that. Now he's starting to focus down the crowd control. The Vultures and the Cyclops falling like flies, but that's yet another move where TheNightFox has traded down his army. Still ahead in terms of his macro. He will need to pivot away from just pure Quas. Wraiths and Anciel guarding for a potential drop once again. See if that antic continues. And the air gambit not exactly paying off here for EUD. Star pads have gone dark. It's going to be Goliath Shaman for the time being, it looks like. Love to see the Anciel get repaired by that as well. There is going to be another drop, so this is well placed over here. Both players looking all right now. Remember, there's money on the line for these bad boys, and not everybody is as nice as Crankendow, Hamster, and HitEmUp, and it's just going to give me the money right back. A lot of these people are the kinds of people who will just say, yeah, give me that cash. All right, the Anciel did end up getting pulled back to be repaired by the Shaman, so that's good. Meanwhile, Avaleth is going to be on the way momentarily. How soon does EUD notice? They come on back. Oh, look at that. He's actually going to hit it a little bit off to the side. And that will force the unload. Remember, the Avaleth detects, so it doesn't even worry. Don't worry about the proximity cloak at this point. That's not going to matter too much. Looks like the Wraiths are going to dog it. This feels like a little bit of a waste of APM for, honestly, in some ways, both players, but EUD is the one who needs to be coming back into things. The Hydra Swarm now coming out from the TheNightFox. He's got a lot of minerals in the tank. Can definitely take another base behind this attack. Something that Veek pointed out when he was casting Group A with me yesterday is that a lot of players could definitely be spending a little bit more time and a little bit more attention trying to secure additional leads. And indeed, it looks like the TheNightFox will be taking that third base. A lot of Izira cores coming. He knows he's got a mineral float. Definitely needs to add more hatches in general for production. Keep that money down, has so many workers, doesn't know what to do with them all. But hey, EUD has finished a ministry and a second quarry, so he has 4 workers coming out every 15 seconds. Well, had. Not exactly the case right now, but was doing that. He's reaching saturation for 2 base. Still a ways off. I think maybe the Zerg intuits this. You know, the fact that you've gone into Fulcrums, you probably expect that by now at least some Palladiums have been dropped, at least some Phalanxes have been deployed. A Trojan coming. Okay, it is going to be the tank drop, it looks like. Once again, the Avaleth trying its luck. Not going to happen. But really, you'd love to just send it in there anyway for the purpose of getting some scouting intel. And look at this. The Trojan is empty right now, so that's not actually going to be too bad. But if the TheNightFox realizes that, then maybe there's something to be done there. Two Phalanxes now dropped here, ready to crack those mortars off. Fire upon them. He just needs a little bit of vision, honestly. Move that Wraith a little bit further down. I love the layered set of Watchdogs in case there is going to be a drop. But again, now a 3rd base and a 4th base now coming for the TheNightFox. He's more than happy to take more bases at this point. His Vornath is finished. Not going to be considering going for tier 2 off of this, it looks like. And I love the Izira cores. I love the map control. You know, just like moving a couple of units around to spot out for the drops. You've seen the Trojan move out on the map if he was paying attention. I didn't see if his camera actually clocked it. And he knows that, okay, my opponent is kind of contained into 2 bases right now, so I have the advantage. I have survived the early harassment. So let's see what more we can do from this position. About a 10-worker lead. 12 more workers in the books here, so we are going to see that go a little bit further. Treasury being built, that will eventually fly forward. And now the Anchor moving out to see if it can take a stab at trying to control this area. Remember, the mortars from the Phalanxes are going to be doing big money damage here versus all of the Zerg. Cyclops account respectable. Goliaths here for the sort of light attack here, the small arms fire. Not going to be finding too much purchase against those. We got more Hydras coming. Workers to saturate, immediately going after that Vespine. And the attacks on the way out. I mean, it's just a couple of Quasis. It is a little bit painful to lose units for free, but Zerg kind of does that the best, you can say. All right, they're cycling up towards the 12 o'clock position. See if they can maybe try to surround this attack. You want to get on top of these spokes and deny the map control. But it looks like EUD has secured his third base, so he's kind of going down the checklist of how to come back in this game. Make no bones about it, he is behind right now. But he's dropping his tier 2. If he can get out some madcaps, maybe even some, dare I dream, apostles for reclamation, might be able to get some really, really good trades, very cost efficient. Alrighty. Well, the phalanxes are on the high ground. Not even deployed, they're getting a lot of range. A couple of these units are going to get peppered on the way out, but it looks like it's just a Hydra and an Izzy. Nothing too crazy. Man, this force looks super easy to descend upon. The question is, can he catch him by surprise? If he flanks from the south at the same time, he's got a beautiful concave set up from the north. Is EUD stepping too far into enemy territory? All of his phalanx is kind of stuck in the same location, but they are going to go ahead and shell. I think EUD recognizes he doesn't really want to deploy here. Instead, he wants to see what he can do to stay sort of mobile, but instead he is going to go ahead and deploy. And actually, his reinforcements kind of distracting this squad from the TheNightFox. He can only engage from the north, and the rest of his forces are only now going to peel off. So this attack could have been a lot more deadly, but he's still going to get on top of the phalanxes, and that Terran army has been reset. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Sure, the TheNightFox got bled dry a little bit, but he's still got plenty going for himself. He has that fourth base up and running. It will soon be saturated, and only the Goliaths are going to live to tell the tale. I mean, say what you will about the Ant Seal as well. Additional anchors being set up. Maybe a little bit of squeaky bum time right now as additional fulcrums are being added. A starport. We're skipping right past the Captain Seal. I say that there is one being started somewhere. Not quite sure where. There it is, right next to the Ministry. A little bit of an awkward position for the ground structure, but a lot of idle workers here at the TheNightFox's third. I was wondering where all of his money was being sank into. He still doesn't have tier 2. It's not even necessarily a twinkle in his eye. He has saturated that base, not really moving any workers to the 6 o'clock position, but the macro is looking very good for him. Throwing down a spattering of the tier 2, going straight for guild halls. I think he wants autocrats. Mantle coming. Starport nearly there as well. Autocrats can be good if you can get some armor rend or you're just fighting a low armor composition. You can proc all kinds of reclamation off of that. But are they going to get there in time? The TheNightFox doesn't have a beautifully large army. Might be able to still pressure this. I mean, there's a couple of anchors, but one of them's empty. We got more units coming in. Gorgorcor's sinking their claws directly into the workers over here, clearing out one of the watchdogs there. The guild hall will finish. The big attack force committed. Reinforcements stepping in. Has the TheNightFox found the timing? The autocrat only now starting. It's a ways off, and that's a meaty mine, stunning almost everything that EUD had in that location, and only stunning a couple of the Rillarokors, and of course the Zoryus going after the base. The quarry falls. The treasury will be next, and Gorgorcors have continued. It's absolute chaos here. Utter devastation as the Gorgorcors are melting the worker count. TheNightFox still quite ahead. Gonna go ahead and see if he can move forward. He's got another round of units coming on in. Another mine stunning the Goliath and the Phalanx. That's pretty much all that EUD has left over here. His autocrat is here. He's gonna see if it can reclaim stuff, but right now it's just brood spawn. Not really anything too crazy over there. Maybe he'll get a couple of Zets for his troubles, but now look at all these workers stuck over here just going after the Ministry. You can't reclaim buildings, my man! All right, EUD back against the wall. More units streaming on in. Mass Hydra. GG is called. And the TheNightFox takes his first game. Wow. All right. We've got a match. We've got a match. It'll be ZVZ going in. And the Neblime's prediction of a flawless move, a 4-0, not holding true. I don't know. He seems pretty calm in that game, honestly. He's very calculated. You got to give it to him. He has some plays up his sleeve. We'll see what jakulangski wants to select for map number 3. He will be playing some ZVZ. Dude, if Jack somehow takes it versus the TheNightFox and then we do another loop, we could still get our FFA, guys. It could still happen. Oh, I'm so excited. So very excited. The fact that he went directly on top of the Ministry before anything crazy could happen, pretty slick, pretty slick. All right, it's going to be Derelict for our ZVZ fight, a 2-spawn map selected by jakulangski. Alrighty, boys. We're getting back into it. It's match number 3, and we are loading on in. The TheNightFox in the bottom left, jakulangski in the top right. ZVZ. Oh, how did I do this again? ZVZ. There you go. Wanted to give it to you guys. Well, let's see. Both of our players going for pretty similar plays here, I would imagine. I mean, we don't see an immediate 6-pool attempt or anything. But if the TheNightFox goes for the faster pool this time around, it could be kind of interesting. You know, if somebody just pings Neblime and says, the TheNightFox played pool first against EUD, and it wasn't a cheese, I want to know what he's saying. He'd probably just be like, oh, yeah, whatever, you're trolling me, dude. Like, obviously, EUD won that game. But I wonder one thing. Did the airplay put him in too much of a hole, right? Like, this is another 9-pool, by the way, for the TheNightFox. So I think Jack is going to go for, I guess, the same sort of thing. Yeah, it's just a little bit more delayed, but it's kind of the same style. He's also harvesting Vespine, so that explains the delay for now. I don't know if that means that he's going to be doing pool Kagrant for the Larvosk. That might be what his angle is here. For now, just getting some workers. So we'll see if he decides to bank more than 125 gas. You might go up to 200 here. If you go to 200, that means you get Vornath and the Larvosk. I don't know if Vorvs are that useful in ZVZ, though. So, I mean, I guess they help you destroy structures and stuff. That's pretty much it. And indeed, it looks like it will be the Larvosk. So, anyway, if only Neblime were here to see this, dude. What a beautiful, beautiful match. Also, unfortunately, I think Green Eggs used the reply feature. Yes, he did. And that does not get sent to the restream chat. Very sad, very sad. The reply feature in Discord just doesn't get sent to restream chat. It's silly. Very, very silly. Well, here comes the push. What does Jack have cooking? Immediately after the Larvosk, man, this is the problem, right? It's very brittle. I guess you can turn it into a Circuit, right? You got some larva out of it. Quasis are here, but they need to be microed. The Quasis need to be microed. They're not being microed right now by Jack. Ooh, big blunder there. More Zets on the way. He still hasn't morphed this into a Circuit, which obviously he could do to deal with the Kagrant being mutated here. There we go. We are going to see that. Well, this is awkward. Know any good Zerg jokes? Obviously, at this point, just right-click that Kagrant and get rid of it. And I feel like everything is fine. We just go back to what we were doing before. Now, back at home, the TheNightFox is working on his own stuff. And look at that. He actually lets that finish, going after those, getting some worker kills. Remember, jakulangski's still up on workers, and his Circuit is much healthier. So I think we're fine. Nice worker kill at the very end there to keep it a little bit better. We have more larva for the TheNightFox, because his Larvosk is just about done. And okay, well, aggro as hell. The TheNightFox just trying to charge on in, deny us any hope at some kind of wild FFA. Says, get your FFA out of here, dude. I'm just going to win. But hey, Jack for now, hanging on. Crafty guy. That sounds like something that you, Green Eggs, can test to confirm if that's actually the amount of health that they get every time. And if that is the case, I can take a look at it. I know there was a shaman deployed at some point, so it could have also been that, but I also wasn't paying too close of attention in the middle of that fight at the HP of units. Not at that stage. We were talking about Zerg everywhere. Zerg here, Zerg there, Zerg everywhere. Quasis. The weapon of choice. There's an idle worker all the way up there. Oh, Jack. He's now behind in workers, and one of his workers is sort of staring off into the abyss. Maybe if I pet it, like the more oil emoji, Jakulangski will realize. Somebody is petting my worker, and it's not me. What could that mean? No, I think it's... He might not ever notice. It might be gone forever. How sad. Vornath for Mr. Fox. I assume he's going to be going for some surprise air moves now that he's forced the investment into the Circuit. Just checking on our more oil emoji there. It's still indeed just waiting to be pet. Oh, he's been pet. Hi. All right. So plenty of Vespene being harvested here, and the one Quasi keeping watch to make sure no expansion is going down. He's going to get a little bit curious over here and immediately be eviscerated. 2, make it 3 pairs of Nathracors started. No anti-air. No way of really sussing that out either. I mean, he's got some Quasis, don't get me wrong, but... Unless he, you know, like, hangs out over here on a patrol path or whatever and happens to catch the units a little bit on their way out, he's not really going to have any advance warning. Looks like Jack is planning on taking a natural after his Hydrith finishes, or I guess gets put down. No, he just ordered a bunch of Quas, so he's... Our boy is maybe a little bit flustered. Not 100% sure. All right, the Quas is still in place. Another one for scouting. Sees indeed that there's an attack coming, but no hatch, no worker in sight. Nats feel free to hug the upper area. Oh man, they're going to get here, and we're going to have a hatch coming, and not that many units, not that many static defenses. Worried about the ground move out, right? And that makes total sense. Economically speaking, the TheNightFox is way ahead, but in terms of tech as well, and in terms of military, he's kind of just ahead in everything. He could probably just end up A-moving here. But we'll see what happens. No advance warning system. The Ovaleth is going to go ahead and see the ground army first. That's actually going to warn Jakulangski to amass his forces at the front gate. But the Nathracors are standing by and awaiting orders. They are indeed going to go ahead and fly forward. We've got one Hydra being made. Going straight for the Larvosk. You can't burrow the Larvosk, man. And as that happens, the Hatteros gets attacked down there in the natural. Workers are going to start to be eviscerated. And I unfortunately think that's going to be it for Jack. He's not doing very well. He did cancel his hatch at least for a nice injection of cash. But when that Circuit goes down, if that Circuit even needs to go down, I mean, he's not mining right now. He's down 12 workers, by the way. All right, back to mining. See if the Quas can do something. But the mining, the unburrow actually makes them do a little bit of a festive jig. And now he's got to think to himself, what do I even make here? Okay, it looks like it's going to be a Circuit and a Spraith. I don't know, man. Workers spawning just to get eviscerated and destroyed. Ovaleth destroyed as well. Okay, the Circuit finishes the Spraith as well. They're going to try to focus down the Spraith, but it does have a lot of armor. It's actually a little bit more economic to focus down the Circuit, and indeed, it looks like that's going to be the case. Then we see what happens next. After the workers, just put them in a hole. That's what the TheNightFox is trying to do. I don't know. I think Jack might expect that the TheNightFox is like super all in or something, and that's why he's staying in the game. It's like, okay, well, it's just like the early attack from before, but no, he's actually behind, you know, a heavy amount of workers right now. Having to remake that Circuit for what feels like the 3rd time now. It'll just end up being right-clicked, I think. Although the Quas count is still kind of comparable here, so if they're busy attacking the Spraith, which they are, they actually aren't going to be able to get too much out. It even stays alive with 8 health, but another worker did fall in the middle of all that. And yeah, I think at this point, we're moments away from the TheNightFox running up that ramp with Quas and finally breaking our boy. More Naths coming as well. Not prepared. Double Larvosk. No defense is necessary. Feeling in complete control of the game right now. Well, I say no defense. He does have one Quasilisk standing by. But yeah, wants to finish this on one base. Not distracting the force, but they dive right onto the Spraith. It does end up going down. And at this point, can you really stand to fight all of these Naths? Even with this force, I feel like the answer is no, actually. They can just go straight onto the Hydra. No, they're going to go after workers instead, picking off another one. He borrows the wrong group of units. Making a Larvosk and presumably a Spraith next. Jack holding on for dear life. Doesn't want to give up the ghost. The 5 Naths still wiggling around there. He might have the superior comp on the ground, but you know, you still aren't feeling super good in this situation. Yeah, I think the Quas count is just going to be overwhelming here now. He's going to pick the Hydras. He can attack the Spraith outside the range of the Circuit because of this offset here if he uses them from the right range. And now we've got the Nats going after the workers again. Jack has been routed. He's going after the Larvosk. Oh, the humanity. And that will be GG. So we're destined a rematch between EUD and the TheNightFox going forward. Technically, this isn't the end of the match that we would see. It's not the end of our attempt at doing an FFA. You know, it could still happen. It's just much less likely now. Oop, almost replaced the wrong graphic. All right, EUD will select our next map. I will say the games so far have been action-packed. You can't say anything about that. EUD taking his time. He selects Impetus, a 2-spawn map. All right, the TheNightFox making a name for himself so far. We've got EUD in the bottom left and the TheNightFox in the top right. See if our Zerg player here can really upset everybody's predictions. Throw the table out the window. Proclaim himself first in line. If he takes EUD down here, he's up against a rematch against Jack. Now, Jack will be able to pick the next map. So there's some element of that. Not looking good to get locked into an early game fight with this guy, though. Keeping his APM up nice and easy. Hope you guys are enjoying the tournament so far. We've got a couple more games guaranteed here. Just so that everybody is aware of the stakes. At this point, with the TheNightFox up 2-0, he needs to win 2 more games to guarantee winning his group. And then he can coast for the rest of the evening, kick back, relax. EUD, on the other hand, needs to beat the TheNightFox, and then he'll still need to win 2 games after that, however they come, if he wants to go for a 4-0 start. The run back for Jack is definitely possible, but he would have to essentially go flawlessly in order to claim first place. He'd need to play the winner of this game and win, And then he would still need to win 3 games back-to-back after that in order to claim first. And then at that point, I think we would have a tiebreaker sort of best-of-3 situation with... yeah, I think it would be... I mean, if the TheNightFox wins this game, then I guess it would just be one last game to decide second place. But still, pretty good. Pretty good stuff. Proclaim himself the table. That's right. It's going to be a Fulcrum into Quarry here for EUDs. So he's going macro. It's not going to be the opener that he did versus Monsieur Jack on Maxiom. Mason going to get bopped by these Quasis. He does scout both pairs, so he knows that more are coming, presumably. And we actually have the instantaneous move here to go for the pool into Larvosk. Yet again, this is going to be the TheNightFox's favored build, it looks like. I think he's done this in all the games so far. He's actually resaturating his gas as well. He only took 2 out of 3 workers off the gas. So he still has designs on some kind of tech. Probably the Ovoleth, if I had to speculate. Mines by the ramp. We got another Vulture heading up over in this direction, so he can plant some more mines. Just keep watch on what could be happening here. It's pretty cool that our 2 tournament debutants are the guys who are already taking some names. I did know that this group would be tough for Jack. I wasn't really sure what kind of shape the TheNightFox would be in, though. He has been back in action grinding it, so makes sense that he'd come in swinging. To take, I don't know, it would have almost been like a Zerg version of the repeat that Top Ramen did if he took down EUD, the way that Top Ramen took down Nebulime. And then after that was like, now how do I win against this guy? And, you know, lost the way that Top Ramen lost the taco cake after, tried to get a little too big for his britches. That's almost what would have happened if the TheNightFox lost to Jack there, but he was pretty commanding throughout the whole time. His Zets are going to spot the Vultures, and the drop has already been hugging the top of the wall here. So it's actually dragging the Vultures away from potentially spotting that. And now I guess the TheNightFox has realized, okay, I can't really expand. I'd love to see him just put down the hatch in the main, but it looks like he doesn't want to do that just yet. Said he's going to order up a ton of Quas. His Zeth scouts got destroyed before they could really do anything. Ooh, is this going to be a mine scout? Okay. If he hugs the left of the map, I mean, we see the vision radius of the mine is not ideal, but I think it might even catch him all the way off to the side there. Let's see. Oh, he's going to fly directly over it. Wow. Okay. Some Sixth Sense stuff right over there. This actually reminds me of a game I played against Newt when I went Terran, and it was on Titanforge, and I bio-dropped him, and my Trojan went directly through 2 mines, like it threaded the needle. So that's actually pretty crazy. And yep, you did see the recognition there. Vultures and Goliaths are going to be more than enough to deal with this. Had he left the building, there could have been some worker kills, but yeah, this is just going to get routed immediately. He loses 2. The Goliath by itself isn't going to be enough to kill the Ovoleth, but it'll break it down to half health. Actually, the other Goliath's going to go see if it can hunt it down, funnily enough. So pretty good coverage there. He was ready for it, keeping his units mostly at home to deal with that threat before it could really begin. And because it's been Fulcrum and, you know, you scouted, you didn't see that much, you don't know if it's not a Star Pad follow-up, but the second Fulcrum is here. The Palladium has started. This could actually go into tank drop territory if EUD is going to go for that. I mean, he's against Zerg. Maybe he doesn't feel like it's very useful versus them. We see the TheNightFox going for a Spraith behind the mineral line. Not overcommitting on the defense, which is really good for Zerg, obviously. He is down a heavy amount of workers, but that actually doesn't hurt Zerg that much compared to the other races. I will say, though, that the TheNightFox doesn't have the most production for this stage in the game. Only going to have 3 larva production right now. So, got to keep that in mind. Hydra's Den on the way. Goliaths are going to step forward and see what they can do. Remember that Goliaths are a lot better versus Quas than Cyclops or than Vultures. Nice pick on that. Doesn't stun his units. I might have even baited the Vultures in. Okay, we're starting to see his aptitude there. I don't know how he's right-clicking on them so fast, man. That's actually crazy. Maybe he just like waits for the sound cue and then hits hold position, because then his units just shoot at whatever's in range instead of trying to attack the Goliaths. That might actually be the more... instead of trying to right-click and do Osu or whatever, that might be the best way to do it. Makes some sense. His units will be on attack move down here, but unfortunately for EUD, he was not actually ready for a capitalization on that. We do have the Phalanx coming, courtesy of this Palladium. We don't have any other tech or structures out in the way, though. It's actually going to be, oh my god, 2 more Fulcrums and a Star Pad. EUD spending it all through at the same time. Natural up and running for EUD a lot faster. And actually, the TheNightFox doesn't have that many workers this time around, so he needs to make the kill happen pretty much now, I feel like, or he's going to have to come back in a macro game after a bit more of a longer series of events. EUD definitely looking a little bit stronger when it comes to that. He hasn't given up the advantage in the early stages the way that he did before. The drop did nothing, and EUD stuck to his guns when it came to the Fulcrum. I still think his bio is quite good versus Zerg, but he wasn't really going bio in the last game that they played on Paradise. So that's pretty interesting there. Worth noting, EUD selected Paradise to go up against the TheNightFox, and the TheNightFox stood tall. Whereas now in this game, EUD's once again got the benefit of the map pick. Impetus. Something tells me he... it's an interesting stylistic choice anyway. I'm wondering what he was thinking about that. Maybe we'll get the opportunity to talk with him. We'll see what he has to say. Adding Watchdogs here to defend for more drops. We've got Cyclops on the way for crowd control. Actually doesn't have any on the front lines. He's getting 3 cycling over there. Got plenty of Phalanxes, though. And remember that the TheNightFox, he has his Hydroth out. He doesn't really have anything else, though. No Zorkis. Maybe thinking about a 2-base tech option here. And it feels like he's actually moments away from being overwhelmed. I mean, the circuits are here. But what's the answer to the Phalanx? That's my question. At this stage, he doesn't have Gorgs. He doesn't have, you know, Nats or Skits. He doesn't even have Hydras to see if he can overwhelm. He doesn't have Zets or Vorvs. There's a lot of things that you might be able to try to make work. Quasilisks are just not one of them. Not versus this kind of army. We also see the Trojan being started as well as another Phalanx. I do fear that maybe the Phalanx drop is coming. Could also be Cyclops, though. If he wants to maybe make it a little bit more annoying to deal with. Here we go. The deployment, the siege. EUD's going to start dealing with that. We see makeshift Quas drop maybe fomenting, although that might have just been a right click. Some of his forces getting drawn on in. The TheNightFox, he's been down workers this whole time. Today is no exception. A Trojan coming in here can elevate some of these Phalanxes if it needs to. Oh, he hasn't realized that he has a Quasilisk in there. He's trying to move the Kagrants back. Not a bad shout, actually, trying to get them out of the range. He's not going to be able to save that other one, though. A bit of a faux pas there. Here comes the push. TheNightFox all the way back. He's only making Quasilisks, though. This is not the time for those. Making a couple of Hydras. And as he leaves the building with a Hydra and Quasi drop, he also sees this drop fomenting. Now, as long as you put something... okay, never mind. I was going to say, as long as you put something that isn't a worker nearby, the Phalanx will not automatically target the worker. So there is that at the very least. Your opponent does have to be on top of it. But that is going to do it. The TheNightFox does end up losing a match, and that means that we are looking at EUD taking a 2-1 scoreline, tying it up with the TheNightFox. And we have Jakulangski standing by to select map 5, where he will take on EUD once again. So that game definitely, I think some of the things that went wrong there, you can say what you will about the Quasi drop not really getting any value. That still gave you some scouting info, and that was still pretty solid overall. But, you know, he didn't... he wasn't really able to move out of the Quasi mindset, I feel like. And I guess the other thing, not being able to do a rescout after the fact with the Ovoleth might have been something that he wanted to do. He obviously was also hunting for mines at the same time, right? It's kind of like a decision you have to make. Do you hunt for mines in the mid-game? Do you go after that and see if you can take the map control? Or do you move forward and use the Ovoleth for scouting, knowing you're probably going to lose it and have to reinvest it? It can be an annoying decision to make in that situation, but information is king. And knowing that your opponent is going for those phalanxes before they hit your doorstep is definitely a key detail there. I feel like maybe it escaped the TheNightFox's attention for too long, and then by the time that actually hit, I mean, he didn't have any air unit tech ready, no shroud, none of the upgraded baseline structures, so he was in a bit of a pickle there. And now he'll have to think about what he's doing next. He'll sit this game out while we wait for Jakulangski to select anything other than Impetus. And obviously the other maps that have already been played. Jakulangski considers his choice. It will be Blackwater Bastion. Interesting, interesting. Another 4-spawn map. Wants to try his luck versus Terran and the 4 spawners. Yeah, spotting the Ovoleth there is a pretty big deal. EUD was typing about that, talking about how he's like, I can't believe I saw the Ovoleth, basically. So it's pretty cool. All right, we're getting into it, boys. It is Blackwater Bastion. It is a 4-spawn map yet again that we find ourselves in, and we will see who is going to come out on top. It's EUD in the bottom left and Jakulangski in the bottom right. The same spawns, actually, as on Maxiom, if you can believe it. So there you go. Let's see what comes of it. I am interested in this pool first meta that TheNightFox is pushing. The aggression can definitely get you some earlier engagements. Nebline wasn't a fan of when I was talking about Art of Turtles build, where he would do pool into Larvosk. And TheNightFox is actually doing something very similar, though. He's doing the pool at 9, whereas I think the pool was a little bit later for AOT, if I'm remembering correctly. Anyway, that small detail aside, it's actually pretty interesting to see that. It looks like Jack is going to try his hands at the same sort of thing. He is getting some gas, so it's not exactly as fast as it could be. Maybe he could have returned like 2 or 3 returns on that worker, for example. So it's not super optimized, but you can tell he's kind of freehanding it, thinking, okay, what can I do to maybe give myself a little bit of a better defense versus the Fulcrum? He saw that EUD had gone mech versus the TheNightFox in that last game, and the early game was totally fine, right? The Quasis dissuaded the early attack up the ramp. You have that defender's advantage, because in Cosmonarchy you get that +2 weapon range down the cliff. Definitely works out to, I would say, to the defender's advantage at that point. Definitely a cool time over there. So what is Jack cooking up? Maybe it'll be something that when the TheNightFox checks it out, assuming he might be looking at the replay or whatever. But regardless of what he's doing right now, we can maybe think about some thoughts, some things that could define the matchup going forward. We see here that EUD is indeed going to go ahead and scout forward. There's the Larvosk. It is admittedly in a very open position. So you do need to get those Quas out relatively fast, because the Vulture is already en route, but it is a quarry behind it, so it's not like a second Fulcrum is coming the way that we saw on Maxiom. This game will look different than that, if only superficially. Maybe there can be more definitive changes as things go. I actually wonder if you can catch the... I think if there was some orb walking, as they call it, right? The stutter stepping with the Quasis from the word go, he actually could have caught that Mason. And sometimes that can be really big. People have learned a little bit and then forgotten what Terran can do with their scout workers still being hanging around. It's not just repairs like we saw on Maxiom. You can build anchors, watchdogs, you can do whatever you want to do for scouting. It's definitely a really big deal that you can't just take for granted. Now, the Scouting Zeths are once again going to pop out here. It's actually a little bit more than what was made by the TheNightFox. This is kind of interesting. He's moving around, just seeing what he can do. Wow, there you go. Some style points there, and he's even going to be able to pin this one down as well. Now, while this is happening, right, you're kind of pulling the Vultures away, and it does feel to me like this is something that, you know, surely... Like, the longer they chase you, the more excited you are to maybe move 1 or 2 units out so you can clear any mines that have been laid. But Jack not thinking about that. That's definitely an optimization that he could be making here. It's actually kind of zoning him away, only just to be pinned to the ground. This Seth is going to go ahead and scout around. Yeah, that's another thing. I guess Jack hasn't scouted, so he doesn't know where his opponent is spawned. He's going to go ahead and escape and head to the top side. Another set of Zeths are going to get, taken care of, but mine does end up going down. All right, what's the play here? He's getting more Quas. He can definitely hold the ramp versus this amount of Vultures. I don't think we're going to see a Vulture break. That much seems to be the case. But EUD is going to go ahead and gun after a Treasury expansion. It looks like, anyway, unless he's just going to wait for the Ministry. Not Treasury it is. Okay, Ovoleth on the way for Jakulangski. Ooh, that mine getting relocated. There you go. You know, a long time ago, there were people who were seriously asking, what if you could just right-click the lobotomy mine every so often and move it? No. No, you goobers. That's crazy talk. All right, the Obelith is here for vision, for detection. The lobotomy mines will run amok no longer. As soon as it shows up, actually, the vultures are already like, well, I guess we should probably head out of here. Now imagine if you were such a stubborn motherfucker that you detonated your own mines to deny them from being killed so that your opponent got less score at the end of the game. All about that intimidation factor. My number is bigger than your number. Pick up the mine with an anchor. Yeah, what if they costed 1 transport space, but you could only load them into Trojans? You could just drop mines on people. I wonder if people would actually do that. I feel like that would never actually happen. Almost never, anyway. All right, the Kagrant is on the way. That will help Jack secure his natural. He's got a Hydrith coming behind this. So you can see Jack is a lot faster at trying to get out of the Quaz tech in this game than what we saw out of the last game with the TheNightFox. Although you have to say, on Paradise, he was a lot faster himself at doing that. So it's probably something stylistic, like when do I want to change, maybe when I know certain details. Like I think also the fact that the star pads were there on Paradise probably forced the hand a little bit. Quaz have a very limited weapon range by comparison. Hydras only have 1 more, but still it feels a lot more than just 1. So it definitely has impact. I don't think it would ever actually stun stuff though, Shambler. I feel like it would have to be like, you just end up getting the slow, right? Because you drop them and then they would take forever to arm. I don't know. I'd also have to make sure that it doesn't issue like a movement order to the unit, like it making the mine move, because then you would just move your transport like behind the enemy base and then right-click the mine and it would start moving on its own anyway. So that would be hilarious, of course. But that's where my brain goes. I know how this fucking engine works, and more importantly, how it doesn't work. Palladium on the way here for Monsieur EUD. He's not French, before you ask. And jakulangski going for a fast third base. We have seen him do this before, actually. I saw him do this against Nebline a lot, where he would take his natural and take a third immediately afterwards, like before even sending workers down to the natural sometimes. So it looks like that's exactly what he's going to be doing here. The Anseal will scout and see the third, the natural. If it doesn't go to the third, if he doesn't have any inkling that it's coming, he might think he's way more ahead than he actually is. And maybe that's even the wrong way to think of it, because Jack doesn't really have much behind this. But no, the Anseal will go over here and see the third is on the way. And that is going to be a little bit of a bad omen for jakulangski, because I think that might make EUD pull the trigger. And right now, Jack does not have the army to face the mech push, right? We got a lot of Goliaths. Quaz are not going to deal with that. Vultures, okay, Quaz can help with that. Cyclops, especially if they're dropped, can be very deadly, but if you're in a one-on-one fight or whatever, that can go your way. And you know what? The sieged phalanx can be destroyed by Quaz. And because of the horizontal spawn, sure, it's an easier distance. But how is this Trojan actually going to get in? It's going to go through the bottom, but we've got workers here to scout that out. And the army isn't that far away. Now, if it goes for the main, that could be a little bit of a different story. But I actually really like this position here for Jack to hold this without taking too much damage. Now, that being said, okay, 2 workers sounds like it's not that bad, but we're looking at the worker count, and it's actually already pretty bad here for the Zerg. Now, again, Zerg uniquely impactful at coming away from this. So here we go. Obviously, you move your own combat units away from the workers, and then they really just don't do anything, right? So EUD using all of his micro to try to deal with this. A couple quads get splattered, so at least that's somewhat satisfying. But I don't know if he can really do too much more than this, right? He's going to end up evacuating. Might make jakulangski think about going for some anti-air. Not just a Spraith, but also like an actual air unit itself so that it can ward this off. But even just leaving a couple of quads around and like away from the mineral line, the phalanx isn't going to shoot the workers on its own, right? So that definitely takes care of business. And if EUD wants to spend all of that APM to try to deal with that, well, more power to him, but I think he's going to fall down and behind elsewhere. That being said, Jack, not really investing in a lot of workers right now, is sort of getting a little bit of everything, right? He's gone to the hot wing bar or whatever, and he's just poured everything into his bowl. A couple of push-outs here. Thankfully, some Zeths and Quaz were lurking nearby to see what was going on. This anchor moving forward, there's nothing in it, but it might actually provoke Jack to attack it. 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 It might actually provoke I'm not doing it, Kian. I'm not doing it. It's so silly. The whole point is that you decide where they go. You know how fast energy regenerates in this game? There's no way. I might consider allowing you to pick them up. I don't think so, though. EUD looking pretty powerful at this point. But, you know, in theory, jakulangski has more macro potential. He's going to try to charge in, but this is a meat grinder, man. All the Cyclops, not even picking off the one Phalanx. That's a lot of dead frontline units, and he's not even going for a real surround at this point. Could be a good opportunity here using the Hatrosk as bait, swoop around from the side, but he's hemorrhaged so many units already, he can't really keep the Goliaths occupied. Instead, he's going to see if he can go for a little bit of a base trade. No, pulling back, okay, he was trying to snipe out those reinforcements, maybe delay them. I love the Watchdog just in case, but honestly, it will catch some of the aggro coming on in here. The Phalanxes, when they're in tank mode, do really live up to the name. They have a ridiculous amount of armor. One of them goes down, the other one very low HP, but it will stay alive. And now I do feel like Jack is kind of toast in this position. Going to be very hard for him to come back from this spot. Only 40 workers to his name. He's making pushed out circuits to kind of delay the Phalanx encroachment. But at this point, I mean, the Cyclops and Goliaths alone can deal with that. Hydra's lost in translation, diving onto the one Phalanx. They will end up... No, they won't get it! 1 health! Ridiculous. The Mecha Army going for the jugular yet again. That Hydra armor pen change was everything, at least for that one Phalanx. And it looks like EUD is looking primed. He's going to be the first one to threaten winning his group. GG is called. Well, the best Jack can hope for now is for a second place showing by grinding back and defeating TheNightFox in the future. But we will first have to see what happens in the next game. That is where it's all about now. It'll be Fata Morgana. Aggressive map here selected by the TheNightFox. Wants to take EUD down nice and fast. Waiting on EUD's ready. There it is. All right, boys, we are just about to get into game number 6 of the group. EUD looking strong. And indeed, we are looking at this game. The TheNightFox in the top right, EUD in the top left. I'm excited, man. I'm excited about this showdown. Never seen the TheNightFox play in a tournament setting. Have seen a couple of his games in general. There was a game I was actually going to cast where he fought against Three Crow, but there was a lot of chatter from the witness, and it's okay if it's a little bit, but I really need to invest in some kind of timing where I work out... Ooh, look at this. 7 pool. I need to invest some time into figuring out a way to like deactivate chat messages from displaying in the replay as like maybe a config option or something without obviously breaking the replay. So that's going to be something that I work on at some point, and maybe then I'll go back and look at that game. If it's even backdatable. Nonetheless, TheNightFox is definitely going for the aggro, right? And we do have a Fulcrum opener here. With more gas being mined, you know it's going to be Quarry as the follow-up. At least I think so. And you know what? The TheNightFox could technically steal this away, right? Like, if the TheNightFox wins this game off of the cheese, if you even want to call this cheese, I mean, I guess it probably meets the definition. He's going after the early aggro, though. The rush. Mason will get it more than halfway across the map to see this. It's actually going to be Quaz. Okay, that's different than I thought. I thought it was going to be Zeths, But Fox is somebody who really prefers the Quas. You can tell he just builds basically nothing but that unit. I am a little bit worried about that because if a Vulture comes out, it can kind of kite the Quas to death. It's a question of how far along the map do the Quas get before the Vulture is able to move across the map itself. Basically, how much room does the Vulture have to kite in the first place before the Quas pin it to the back of the corner, right? So now all of these Quas sighted immediately by that Mason. We should see, okay, the Quarry's coming down still. I was going to say maybe we would see a Lodestone for once, but no, EUD's sticking to his guns. He's not going to cancel it or anything. Laying the mines already, pulling the workers for additional power. And remember, with that quarry down, the worker count's going to balloon, right? Nice meaty stun for the first couple of Quas. Let's see what happens next. Okay, stunning only 2. The slow is super phenomenal, though. Needs to wait for a couple more. Thankfully, the Quas that were low were not the ones that were focused. But you can see the kiting in action already. The TheNightFox already thinking about how he's going to navigate this position. He goes ahead and burrows. That's not bad. You burrow, you force his opponent to move forward and get on top of them within range. I don't even know if EUD caught that, actually. He's actually moving down a little bit differently. Can we see the unburrow sort of strike? The TheNightFox not even like, wait, what? He just bypassed me completely? There's the burrow. Oh, but the stun. Instantaneous GG. And EUD has done it. He's held the early aggression. Hasn't gone the way that TheNightFox was hoping. EUD wins the group based on that alone. Now tell me that isn't, let's just say a speedy way to get through this section. Now we enter into squeaky bum time for Mr. Jakulangski. He's got to select the next map, and if he posts a win, we go to another game, and if he posts a win there, we go to a decider. So he's basically down 0-2 in a best of 5. That's how you can think of it right now. I wonder how that game would have gone if it was Zeth's instead, because maybe he doesn't know if it's like bio or mech, but I think Zeth's would make I mean, maybe some combo, right? Like Zeth's and Quas for the follow-up. It is a rough call because the Quas move slow, so you can kind of like hit at the same time if you go Quas first and then Zeth after. And then also, they cost a little bit more resources, so maybe you want to pay that upfront cost further. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Going to be Star-Shorn Sepulchre here, selected as our next map. Just as a reminder, guys, the TheNightFox is 1 win away from securing second place. Again, this is basically like a best of 5 with Jakulangski facing elimination, down 0-2. So Jack needs to win 3 games in a row to secure second. The TheNightFox needs to win 1 of the next 3 games, and he is second. Alrighty, let's see how our homies do. Getting into what could be our final map of the group and final map of the whole damn tournament. Jakulangski spawning in the top right, the TheNightFox spawning in the bottom left. So cross positions. I think this is the first time that we've seen bottom left, top right. Maybe in the whole tournament, but definitely on this map and maybe also in this group. I don't know, there's a lot of conditionals there. But yeah, pretty cool stuff. I've seen bottom left, top left. I've seen bottom left, bottom right, and bottom right, top right. So it's kind of interesting. We get to see the whole shebang, the whole kit and caboodle. I gotta look up what old people used to say. Well, when they were young. about being hip. And I got to use those terms like tomfoolery. Although I like to say Todd-foolery because that's Todd. But I got to find more stuff like that. Well, Terran representation coming in hot here. Indeed, the TheNightFox is wise to point out that the only T is the guy to make it 4-1. I'm trying to think back. I don't think we had a flawless victory across the whole event. You know, I think obviously Nebline was handed a loss by the Shambler. Krankendow was handed a loss by Art of Turtle. HitEmUp was handed a loss by Hamster. So yeah, EUD handed a loss by the TheNightFox. Pretty cool stuff, honestly, the fact that we do get to see that. Let's talk about the builds. Let's talk about the builds, boys. We have another very fast aggro play here with the later Larvosk, while jakulangski going for that extra production structure a little bit faster. So he will have less units, but he'll seem to have less larva, and with it being cross-spawn with neither player scouting, it's actually pretty good for jakulangski, our underdog. As a reminder, for the next map, we would be going to Oblivion if Jack can clutch this one out. And if he clutches that one out, we go back to Maxiom for the ultimate decider. What was it? The epic battle of Ultimate Destiny? Yeah, epic decider of Ultimate Destiny. It's funny that Rollerskate says that about random when it didn't give Terran that often, actually. But, you know, roller skates, fraud, same thing. So the TheNightFox is actually going for a fast hatch. Follow up with the Larvosk. He's actually going to have more larva than Jack all of a sudden. It's kind of interesting. Zeth's scouring the map. Sees indeed it is going to be his enemy force on the other side of the map. Now, at this stage, right? I mean, I think these units hatch before Jack can get across in force. He has got a lot of Zeths. You know, he could actually break the ramp, but he has to watch out. If he's going to hemorrhage Zeths over here, indeed he is. Oh, losing both of those does kind of suck, because now we've got more Quas over here, right? We've got more on the... Is there more on the way? Okay, yeah, he's going to have 10 Quas. Yeah, Jack already moving back. I feel like if this was like one more pair of Quas and he hadn't lost that pair of Zeths, I would really like to see if Jack could have cracked that ramp. That could have been a real thing, but... He doesn't always have that, like, killer instinct, I'm going to attack now, and I know that I have the advantage or whatever kind of move. He's not really that kind of player. He prefers going to the endgame tech, you know, breaking out the Sasirvaleth, you know, stuff like that. You know, he's a crazy guy, He's actually going for a very fast Spraith here, expecting the TheNightFox to go for the Larvosk. So he's kind of blindly guessing that that's what's happening. But right now, we've got our more macro-oriented start here. Another Zeth bites the dust, actually dragging some of the Quas away. TheNightFox being a little bit careless, but you know, it's funny. Funnily enough, they still handle enough of them got dragged away that it wasn't actually going to be a problem. So his units win on autopilot. That's how OP he is. We do have Jack planning on an expansion at some point, but he keeps spending his money on other things. There you go. He's canceling a couple of workers. Like, no, wait, I need this hatch. And indeed he does. He's behind in production. He's soon to be behind in workers as a result. He is getting the Hydrith faster, so it's not all she wrote just yet. He's still harvesting Vespian as well. I wouldn't hate going fast Skith here, because, you know, your opponent doesn't have any scouting on you. They don't have any anti-air. Of course, you don't know that. But instead he's going to go for the Ovaleth. Again, like, that's not really a very Jack-esque thing to do, just, like, decide to pivot into air and a gamble. I think you do need to take some risks. I like the attempt. I do think you need to take some risks, right? Because it's one of those things where it's like, you know, okay, this army should be spotted by Jack. He should see that on the minimap. I'm not sure if he clocked it, because he didn't look over there with your camera, which you normally do. Well, he'll know it's coming now. He definitely saw that. Okay, yeah, under attack. Vision updates so much faster in Cosmonarchy, you really have to be on top of seeing what it is. So you can see here, with the Ovaleth already leaving the building, he can't really move his Kagrints around or anything. He's going to see if he can hold the ramp. My only problem is there's a lot more Quas here for the TheNightFox than there are for Jack. He's kind of like throwing his workers at him, like, hey, here's my offering, please attack that. Thankfully, the hatch has a lot of armor, so it's really unlikely that Jack is in any trouble here. But the TheNightFox will probably be pretty happy about the situation when it comes to the fact that he sees the hatch only now finishing. So he knows he's been harvesting a lot more resources overall. He's got way more Quas coming. I don't know how much of that has been spotted. We do have some Hydras here. And with the ramp on here, sure, you unload that Kagrint. Absolutely, go for it. Grabbing another Kagrin as well. I think with the extra Circuit, we might be in for the TheNightFox. Okay, he's going to pull the trigger. I mean, he is up on the... If you think about it like a best of 5, he's already up 2 games. He wants to see what the limits are. And he is going to pop that. Now let's see if he can actually make good on the promise and shred these Hydras. They aren't being kited backwards. We do have double Circuit being made over here. The Hydras just need to stall out it for enough time. But it looks like both of them will end up falling. Now what does jakulangski do? Rough stuff here for Jack. He needs to win this game to extend play. Otherwise, he will be eliminated and go winless in the group. And that hatch is going to end up falling. The surprise injection as Zat's doing it versus the structure there. Definitely way better than versus the claws. We have the one Zeth on burrowing and doing a little bit of harassment, but it's going to end up falling with only the 1 kill to its name. And that is way less damage than what just happened over here. Now, the worker count is still even, but the base count favoring the TheNightFox, and he has more units on the way. Now, can the Hydras make up the difference? I think they're going a little bit too close to really deal with what you want to deal with here. And indeed, they're all going to end up falling. There's way more quads here for the TheNightFox. Jack still making Hydras back in home. He has no static defense, though. Nothing for anti-surface, and his Hydras are falling off the rally. That's GG. The TheNightFox. He is second place. He might be able to take a game off of EUD, but come on, man. You can't fault him any other way. Ends the run. 3 for 2. Only dropping matches to EUD's Terran. Hardly something that you would, turn your nose up at like, oh, I can't believe you lost against the best Terran. Yeah, no kidding. Well, there we go. Nice and easy. I mean, listen, Neblime did call it like it was going to be a fast game. He didn't get the score line right, of course, but he did say it was going to be a fast group. And you know what? You're right. We've barely clocked an hour 20. Quasi's beat Hydras, simple as. Hey, you're not wrong, apparently. All right, looks like the TheNightFox is already ready, so we'll talk to him first as EUD is still getting ready. Hello, sir. Congratulations on scoring second. You did flawlessly against jakulangski and even took a game off of the best Terran in the tournament. Well, the only main Terran in the tournament, but certainly the best Terran in the community. How are you feeling after the games?
Yeah, I think EUD had pretty big advantage being the only Terran in the whole tournament, and then just being able to play against 2 Zergs back to back to back. Just a lot of practice on his part.
Yeah, TVZ simulator almost, right? You don't have to worry about any other matchup, and whereas you guys have to cover both the mirror and the versus Terran, so that is a pretty big advantage, you're right. How are you feeling about the map picks? Were you surprised that when you picked Paradise, you were still able to clutch that one out? That was a real crazy game with the Wraith opener and then the drop at the same time. Action-packed, right?
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I thought I was going to lose in the big battle, like in the northeast corner. But once I won that, I kind of knew he was on the back foot. Like, just replacing all the tanks and stuff was just, it's just going to be really hard.
Oh yeah, by that point you're already on 4 bases. I noticed that you double expanded. You must have noticed you had a little bit of a mineral bank there, and I never turn my nose at taking a bunch of expansions, especially if you're attacking at the same time. Really maximizes your chances at keeping at least some of those up, right? And so at that point you knew you had the macro advantage. After you held the wraiths and stuff, you said that you still thought you were going to end up losing that mech battle in the middle, but your reinforcements came in for the surround, so it must not have been too bad. I feel like those kinds of things, they seem to be Zerg's strongest suit versus Terran. And I think you've left some comments every now and then on the YouTube channel I believe it was you anyway, saying that you think that Zerg is particularly weak in this, but you were still able to make it look pretty good versus the Terran, at least in that one game. And I would argue in some of the other ones as well, they're closer than it looked. Obviously, there was the rush on Fata, but the Impetus game, you were able to come back from a deficit initially and before the end. How are you feeling after all of the latest balance changes? Has your opinion changed? You still think they're weak? What would you say to that?
I guess my opinion's mostly around like just the early game. Like Terran and Protoss can really pressure you into just overmaking units and not making enough workers. And I think that's what happened against the EUD in the second game, where I was like, all right, whatever. Because I knew I was so far behind just based on the size of his army.
Yep, yeah, fair enough. One of the things I do think that Zerg has that unique advantage is that even if they're behind, say, 12 workers, for example, in some cases you could make 12 at a time, right? So you can come back from that deficit faster than the other races can. But I do agree that, like, I mean, it's basic math, right? If your opponent has 30 workers for, say, 5 minutes when you only had 24, or whatever the math might be, well, you need to be more than just getting even. You need to get, like, say, 40 workers over them or something. You know what I mean?
I mean,
definitely
specifically, like, in the early game, I don't think Zerg has enough production to do that. Right? Like, you're still on 2 hatches. Terran's got, 3 worker production. You're still on, like, 2 hatches and a Larbosk. He's pressuring you, forcing you to make units, and you can't drone. And he's making workers and units at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's kind of wonky. I'm learning, I guess.
Well, a lot of learning to be done, and I'm glad that we ended up roping you back in anyway, and you were even keen to sign up for a tournament after all, so that is obviously appreciated. Love to see the... But I mean, this tournament was actually mostly new people who had never participated in a tournament before. So that's always heartwarming, to see a lot of new names and to see some of those guys take first place in some cases, second place in others. Nice to see that we've got a nice active, a little bit more active maybe than the first time you had joined and the first couple of times you were playing. I think there's more players, more variety of them. And also I think more of them are of enough of a high skill level to make some interesting games happen. So I do appreciate you coming in and playing, and hopefully you'll be able to, like you said, learn and maybe see if there is, in fact, a way to min-max it enough. And assuming, obviously, if it... Of course, I think the other thing that's worth pointing out, too, is that when we see a compelling evidence of a obvious imbalance, I think we're pretty quick to correct it. It's just a question of, does the correction go too far the other way sometimes? And that's in some ways what defines the meta, as well as, of course, people's discovery. So I'm keen on the learning and definitely interested in seeing how that goes. And again, appreciate your time for playing. I don't know if you have any closing words about your experience here in the tourney or anything you wanted to say before you go, but you have scored second place. It's I think it's going to be something like $40 or $30 or something like that after all the donations we got. So if you want to send me your PayPal or whatever, I'll get you hooked up. But other than that, any closing thoughts?
All right. Yeah, I'm sorry for bullying jakulangski. Basically rushing him every game. I was kind of, a little cheesy, but I mean, if works, right?
That's right.
3 Crow.
Yeah, just like 3 Crow, man. Just like 3 Crow. Hey, all water under the bridge eventually. Well, hey, man, appreciate you, and thank you for playing today. And I'm sure I'm going to be seeing more from you. I was just talking earlier about how there was a game I wanted to cast between you and 3 Crow back on Germination, one of the desert maps. And it was a game that, like, I guess there was like 4 people watching it or something. It had like a crazy witness count. And they were all typing messages crazy. So I couldn't actually end up casting it, unfortunately. So hopefully you'll be playing some more matches that I can do some cast overs for, because we can feature you on the YouTube a little bit more than just the tourney games. But anyway, that's all I got to say. Thank you again, sir. GG's.
Yeah, thank you.
All righty. I think EUD seems to be ready. What do you say, sir? You ready to come on in here? I don't even know if he's listening. Let's bring him in. Let's bring the man in. It's the man of the hour. It's EUD. Are we supposed to say EUD, dude? Are we supposed to say Eud? Like, how would you say your name even?
Well, my name is, Latin name, so it's actually pronounced Eud. Like,
Eud, okay.
Yeah. But, I mean, I'm fine if UD64, I'm like used to be hearing it on the video, so I guess that's how people know me now.
Listen, it's never too late to change the pronunciation. I was calling Neblime for like, I don't know, a year almost, and then I changed it later. So listen, you know what? If it's you're just gonna have to say it a few times, it'll stick in my head. So is it Eud? Is that how you say it?
Eud 64.
Eud 64. Yeah. Okay, all right. I'll get it eventually. My American brain and mouth will figure it out. But hey, man, you won your group. The first thing I got to ask you though is that game on Paradise. How do you think that one went? I mean, it was a crazy opener. You went for the Wraiths. This is after a very confident rush win against jakulangski to open things up on Maxiom. You didn't really leak too much about like what your strat would be. Were you just trying to change it up, or what made you go for the star pad?
Yeah, well, I figured that I wouldn't play as I normally do because I thought these Zerg players would like do some research about how is my style. So I thought they will be prepared for example, for the tank drops like the Knight. He would have always some units in base to prevent the tank drop, because I don't know, I guess the word has spread across the Cosmonarchy community about the OP tank drops. So I figured that I would switch it out a little bit. About the star pad openers, well, I think I saw Newt back in the day do it once, so I
shout out Newt, dude.
Try to optimize it. I've done it several times in practice games. I thought this was something that they wouldn't be prepared about, because it's like a outdated build. But I was confident that I would eventually come up as a victorious, but it wasn't the case. I never expected the quasi drops. When I realized that my Mansons were getting killed, I think they were already, I don't know, like 6 or maybe 7 of them gone. So I didn't, pay enough attention to the minimap because I wasn't expecting it. I think that the game was decided at that point, but I didn't really know how much damage he dealt with the drop.
Yeah, I think you were definitely on the back foot at that point, but you were able to come up with a pretty solid mech army in the mid stage, and maybe the sort of nail in the coffin, so to speak, might have been that engagement in the middle. Did you realize how much of a surround was being fomented at that point, or was it sort of like you were kind of flying blind for a little bit there when you had your army moved out to that northeast middle area?
I was a bit surprised by the amount of units he had, and I also noticed a bit late that he wanted the surround. But I thought like we were on equal footing at the moment of the attack. So I guess that I would eventually stop the attack and reinforce my army and do the death push to the third. But it wasn't the case. I think my mistake was doing the push while also taking to tier 2. I think I needed to go for maybe a 4 or 5 factory push while expanding, or maybe wait a little bit longer for a 6 factory push, and depending on the outcome of that battle, I decide afterwards if I wanted to go for tier 2 or maybe expansion, but not everything at the same time, and I think that was my mistake.
Okay. It seems like you corrected it for the game on Impetus, but before I talk about that, you were the one to actually point out that jakulangski, you even said it in the chat, you think you have faith in this guy to do well in the future. Were you expecting to win so, maybe easy is the wrong word, the first game was definitely one-sided, but even the game on Blackwater, for example, or those sorts of matches, it kind of felt like you were able to take them by the horns and just sort of direct the pace of the game. Were you expecting that coming from this guy?
Well, I didn't really know what to expect. I guess I expected a little bit more from him, but I mean, I'm not saying this as a bad thing. I believe it's hard to play against Terran because there are not so many currently playing. So, I mean, what I said about like I have faith in him, and I think he he could easily improve over time is because I saw his game. I think he was playing against Neplime. I'm not quite sure, but seeing his development through all those games, I think he has the potential to do better. The first game, I wanted to do that push because I've been practicing with HitEmUp a lot of games, and yeah, we agreed that 2-factory bull to rush is really strong if the opponent doesn't expect it, and I guess I had the upper hand in every game against him because he was kind of playing, kind of blind because he didn't know what to expect. So I believe I played with a lot of advantage in that regard.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, definitely a lot of sense. I agree with the point that you made about there not being too many Terrans, right? That's one thing that, especially with Top Ramen Gun, I was hoping to see him in this event because I would have, for one, meant that we would have balanced out the race distribution a bit better. But also, I think it would have just been really cool and a cool narrative for him to see if he could come back stronger after his battlements showing back in the first event. And as far as I'm aware, based on the scheduling, unfortunately, you'll be leaving us for the mountains for a couple months and only be back later on. At that point, maybe it'll be in time for the third event, but not the second. Acropolis number 2, I think, is going to be taking place in July, and you won't be around as far as I understand. So I'm really glad we could get you in on this event because at least you can put a good showing forward, have your interview, etc. after winning everything. And you get your pretty penny as well from the first place cash prize. So that's really cool. And I do appreciate you playing. You are a grinder, man. You and HitEmUp especially have just been playing a lot of games. I know you and Calypso as well. Did you have much Zerg practice going into this event?
I would say not so much as I wanted because I was focusing mainly versus Protoss. Because I think Protoss has like a bit of an advantage against Terran. So, versus Calypso and HitEmUp, I will play, I don't know, about 20 games. And of those 20, I will only win like 3 or 4.
Right,
but that only served me as a fuel to try to figure out Terran. Because I believe that Terran has the tools to do better. But we haven't get to that point yet, and I'm not giving up. I mean, back in Brook War I was a Protoss player, but now I want to play the hard race, the high reward race because it's such a bliss when you take a game from the Protoss or even from Zerg as a Terran because then you played right, you played good, you did a good show, so. I'm feel for that dopamine, man.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I mean, it's also, I will have to say, like the kinds of comments that you and some of the other guys who play so often get, where like I, as the developer, the lead designer, and so on, I'm seeing people go like, "Oh my god, this is talking about waking up in the middle of the night thinking about Protoss and stuff. Just how can I defeat these comps?" It's fun. It's great fun, and it's very heartening for the development team and all that. So you and the rest of the crew definitely give us life in some ways. So just like you're taking the dopamine, we're getting it right back from you guys playing so much and enjoying yourselves. I do appreciate that. Do you have any thoughts, any closing words about the games against that you played here, the games that you saw earlier in the event, players that you've seen, the project overall? What are your impressions? How are you feeling?
I just wanted to say that I'm very grateful to be part of this community. I found you guys by mere coincidence on YouTube. And I think Cosmonarchy Brook War, it has rekindled my passion for games again. I know it sounds like a bit exaggerated, but it's true. Like I was cycling through games and not getting the fun I wanted out of them. So when I found Cosmonarchy, I just knew it. This is my game. A lot of units. I can be creative, and I really do enjoy playing with the guys, and I hope in the future we can get more players, more maps, just keep having a good time.
Absolutely. Well, I hope that you will be a part of it for many, many years to come, sir. And whatever comes next as well, of course, we're thinking about cooking up our next game at some point next year as well. So it would be great to see who lasts the longest of the old guard. You know, at some point, even though you guys are the new kids on the block, eventually some of you will stick around long enough, and it'll be you guys are the old ones, the grandpas that played back in the Cosmo days. We'll be playing whatever the next game is called. But hey, I appreciate it. I'm glad that you enjoy the direction we've taken, and I do very much appreciate your participation in this event. It's great to see you are the only actual, just signed up as Terran and not like rolled it as random. So you were our sole banner carrier, and indeed, you were able to top your group, which is what everybody was predicting. But sometimes, I mean, I saw you writing earlier too that like maybe there's a little bit of pressure or anything like that. Were you actually feeling that way when it came to the games? Like, were you feeling maybe there's like, oh, this is what matters, and everybody expects me to win? Did that factor into it at all?
Yeah, there definitely was a little bit of pressure. I mean, I told everybody I knew, even my girlfriend. I knew he was watching. She was watching. So I knew it's important to me, and she knew that I wanted to win. So I was a little bit nervous. I definitely have had trouble getting some rest the past few days, but not because of the tourney, just because some other things. So today I was feeling, like a little bit off, but not enough to lose the game. So I guess I'm happy with the outcome, regardless.
Yep, yeah, managing to post first place, and absolutely the case. Well, hey, man, I really appreciate you stepping in and playing, showing everybody how to play Terran. Maybe people will follow in your footsteps, and of course, in Top Ramen's when he comes on back too. And I guess that's pretty much all I got to say for you. Thank you, sir. And if you have any final words you want to close with, feel free to do it now.
No, I guess I'm just thank you for the interview. I guess I'm gonna keep grinding, before I lift the mountain. So
yeah.
Well, thank you for everything.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, sir. And we will see you in some more casts before you leave us. I'm sure you'll be back on the channel soon. All right, GG's, my friend.
GG.
And that does it, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody involved has had a gay old time, I think it's safe to say. Whether they would say that for one reason or another is up to you. And we can, once again, for one last time, take a look at how this one went down. Krankendow, Neblime, HitEmUp, and Eud64, or is it Eud64. He is indeed the winner here today, and everybody else posting first in their group. This is kind of what I guess if you had to take bookmakers' odds, Group B was pretty close for who was going to take first. It was maybe hard to say. In fact, Group A, I would say, is also something that would be hard to call. I think the real surprises are some of our second placers. The fact that it was Eclipso and Krankendow at the top. Maybe people would have said, oh, where's the AOT Faith? Come on, he can do it. And obviously Arbuz, crazy upset over Hamster, a lot due to the randomness perhaps, and maybe an overperformance or a surprise Ecclesiast style. That was definitely something that factored in. And I gotta say, I know that TheNightFox was powering up, so to speak, but I had no idea how to rate his play as compared to jakulangski's. So seeing him come out swinging like that, even taking a game, getting a little bloody with Eud, I was quite surprised about that. So hey, that is the story. That's the way the cookie crumbled. This was the May Royal Invitational, and I hope you guys had a grand old time with us. That will do it, boys. I agree with what Green Eggs and Spam said. Build more apostles next time, guys. Come on. We only saw Reclamation for like 0.1 of a game, whatever that number means. We clearly need more of that. But thanks everybody for joining. Thank you to the people who have donated to the prize pool to pump up the numbers for this event. The exact numbers will be revealed at a later date when I finish processing all of the receipts, and then I will be handing off the PayPals, so make sure to send those in to me. And that is that. And I guess while I'm here, I should mention shout out to Krankendow, HitEmUp, and Hamster, who have pledged to just hand me the money right back. I appreciate you guys. Well, actually, I'm not really sure about that for Hamster. I didn't talk with him about it. That's just been what he's done so far. If he wants to keep it, he's more than welcome. But I know HitEmUp and Crankendow have, and Hamster has historically. Anyway, Chadster is always a Chad for all the other times he's done it anyway, so happy about that. And I'm expecting jakulangski is just going to put it to his Malkothracore bounty, but we'll figure that one out a little bit later. GG boys, it was a great time. I hope to host more of these after I'm done moving and all that stuff. And yeah, see what happens. G fucking G.